Humanity seems so powerless in the face of a nuclear explosion. What will become of the survivors on this land? 3 months later, a man wearing a mask walks among zombies, all for a backpack behind them. He quickly finds a sealed can in the backpack, followed by a second one. Instead of rejoicing, he takes out a radiation detector and points it at the cans. As expected, the detector buzzes both cans are irradiated and unsafe to eat. The man looks defeated and helpless. He glances at a large rat nearby, obviously leftovers from a zombie's meal. After hesitating for 3 seconds, he decides against using the rat as food. This is the scene 3 months after the nuclear explosion. With radioactive dust permeating the air, survival has become even more challenging for the survivors. They not only have to protect themselves from radiation but also face a dire food shortage. They call this catastrophic event the Great Destruction. At night, the man returns to his shelter, a car temporarily modified for living. His name is Will. He hasn't eaten in a day and now has to quench his hunger with a sip of his dwindling water supply. Another tough day comes to an end. The next morning, Will prepares to go out for food as usual, the Great Destruction having nearly wiped out all supplies. Many people didn't die from the explosion or radiation, but were starved to death. Recently, he's noticed a strange phenomenon. The clothes on some zombies have been stripped, and it's unclear who would do such a thing. Will still can't find any food today, surviving only on water. Suddenly, there's a noise outside. Will peeks through the curtain to see 3 zombies, but then 3 figures pounce on them. Will hurriedly pulled down the curtain and took out his pistol and pointed it at the door of the car. He was afraid of being discovered. In this post-apocalyptic world, many humans have become more terrifying than zombies. Will dares not expose himself carelessly. Fortunately, they don't realize someone is hiding inside the car. On the 3rd day, Will steps out of the car. The zombies from last night are still there, but their clothes are gone. It turns out it was those people stripping the zombies. Will wonders about their purpose. Will finished solving the zombies once again consumed a lot of energy. Desperate with hunger, Will returns to where he found the cans. The cans, irradiated, are inedible. His only option is the corpse of the large rat. Sitting by the fire, Will's emotions crumble. How did the world come to this? To survive, he's fallen to eating such things. Just then, a zombie approaches him from behind. Will, tired of living like this, doesn't care anymore. But before the zombie reaches him, gunshots ring out. 3 armed riders on horseback appear behind him. Will's first reaction to seeing strangers was to be wary. The first person to approach him snaps a photo. Will asks if they've been stripping the zombies. They don't answer. One of them tries to take Will, who panics and tries to run but trips and faints. When he wakes up, 2 people in protective suits are cutting off his pants. Weak from days without food, Will can't resist. They wash him down with a hose and clean his body, the whole process feeling eerie. Outside, there were more people in protective suits. It seems to be a mysterious human organization. Will then changed into clean clothes and the 2 men took him to the lift. He's puzzled. He's been barely surviving, yet these people have water, electricity, and ample weapons. As the elevator doors open, Will attacks his escorts. In this apocalyptic world, he can't trust his fate to others, but the door to the floor is locked from the outside. Then, Will finds an antique-looking long sword, planning to use it for defense, but a figure with a gun appears behind him. It's Victor. Will reluctantly hands over the sword. Victor doesn't harm him. Instead, he offers delicious food. Will is wary. Why did Victor save him, bathe him, give him clean clothes, wine, and food? What's the catch? Victor only wants to ask a few questions. Will eats hungrily, answering Victor's inquiries. The questions are mostly about where Will comes from and whom he's met, but nothing intrigues Victor. From their conversation, Will realizes Victor knows almost nothing about the post-destruction world. He doesn't need to venture outside. Then Victor takes Will on a tour of the building. People are playing golf, painting, and practicing yoga here. Victor has become the leader of this haven. He has adopted some of Virginia's tactics, only keeping useful people, and has even established a cavalry. Will notices a wall covered with photos, taken by the cavalry during their supply runs. It's obvious Victor is looking for someone. He doesn't say, but the audience can guess that he's looking for Alicia. Alicia is the only person in the world he still cares about. On the rooftop, people are growing crops, powered by solar energy. Such a scene is rare after the Great Destruction. All of this was built gradually by Victor, leading his people. Of course, there's also Howard, the original owner of the building, who is now a loyal follower of Victor. Will wonders how Victor managed it. Victor credits his intuition. but Will mocks his overconfidence. Victor was angry that being the founder of the place was being questioned and immediately ordered Will's expulsion. Will pleads, knowing he won't last long outside, but Victor is unmoved. Will, in gratitude, gives Victor a necklace, which Victor recognizes as one he gave to Alicia. He demands to know where Will found it. Will admits he found it on a zombie outside. Victor offers him a deal, lead him to the zombie, and he can stay. So, Victor ventures outside for the first time since the Great Destruction in search of Alicia, finding the world even more desolate than he had imagined. Due to rain, Will leads them under a bridge. Victor was checking out the zombies that had been stripped of their clothes. Will asks why Victor, with everything he needs in the building, is searching for her. Victor froze when he heard this. He never said he came out to look for a woman. Playing tricks on a liar like Victor was just asking for trouble. Victor ponders and realizes Will must know Alicia, and perhaps himself, to have produced that necklace so conveniently. Victor then pressed him on where Alicia was. Just then, the group that strips clothes off zombies opens fire on them, sparking a fierce gunfight. Will's leg is tragically pierced by a bullet. Zombies, drawn by the gunshots, start moving towards them. In this moment, Victor decides to help. They take cover in Will's car, but Victor's men aren't as lucky. In order to deal with the opposite enemy, they did not notice the zombies approaching behind them, and they were eaten alive by the zombies. Victor realizes they must leave immediately or be caught by the gang. A sure death. He presses on Will's wound, demanding Alicia's location, but Will insists he doesn't know who Alicia is. Then, Victor notices an address on a box in the car, the Franklin Hotel. His cavalry had investigated and knew Alicia was taken to a bunker in a hotel. Seeing the box, Victor surmises Alicia must be there. He decides to abandon Will and escape alone. Will panics and finally admits knowing Alicia and even Victor, having heard of him from Alicia, but Victor doesn't care. He presses down hard on Will's wound, causing him to scream, then bursts out of the car. Victor fights off the zombies, mounts a horse, and prepares to leave the area. Will, seeing the approaching zombies, struggles to close the car door with all his might. Morgan is woken from sleep by the sound of a child crying inside the submarine. He can't remember how many times little Morgan has cried, but he gets up again to play the role of super dad and soothe the child back to sleep. Grace, also awakened, comes over to ask what's happening. Morgan guesses little Morgan is hungry, and their current food is not suitable for a child's long-term consumption. With no other option, Grace dons her protective suit and heads out to find baby formula, setting a timer for 6 hours. She knows better than anyone about radiation. Even in protective gear, one shouldn't be exposed to radiation for more than 6 hours. This is Grace's first venture outside in 3 months, and she finds the world covered in radioactive dust. She quickly reaches a small town and enters a convenience store, where she's lucky to find a can of baby formula on the floor. Grace checks it with her detector. The radiation level is low, but the can is punctured by rats, likely spoiled. Fortunately, there are a few more cans on the shelf, one with a radiation level of 2000, which is acceptable. Suddenly, she hears noises outside and quickly hides under the shelf, causing items to fall and make noise. Grace hurriedly put the detector back and did not dare to make a sound. The people who came in were a man and a woman who were obviously looking for supplies. The man leans down near the spilled formula, almost spotting Grace, when a rat scurries onto her foot. The woman screams in fright, and the man, without hesitation, fires his gun, hitting one of the formula cans. They leave cursing, and Grace emerges from her hiding place. She picks up the remaining can, but its radiation level is 15,000, making it unusable. Frustrated, Grace throws the can aside. Outside, the pair have disappeared. Grace yells out, venting her emotions. She wasn't mad that the formula had been taken away, but she was really tired of living with this kind of radiation. She felt so devastated. Without baby formula, they reluctantly feed little Morgan some adult food. A baby crying all the time isn't an option. Morgan decides to go out again to search for formula, hoping for better luck. Grace insists she should go, not wanting to face the child, but Morgan refuses, concerned about continuous radiation exposure. "I'll be back before the timer runs out." Morgan assures her, if she cries, try singing to her. Grace has no choice but to try and soothe the child. She doesn't dislike little Morgan, but her own child's death has left her unable to face other children normally. Despite Grace's efforts, little Morgan keeps crying heart-wrenchingly. After just over an hour, Grace is overwhelmed. Eventually, she leaves the child on the bed, helpless as she looks pitifully at her, knowing singing would calm her. but unable to overcome the shadow of her loss. Grace uses a recorder to play music, which works to quiet little Morgan. Grace finally relaxes, unnoticed. 6 hours pass, and Morgan returns to the submarine. Grace woke up. Little Morgan is also a heavy sleeper. Grace asked if he had found any milk powder. Morgan said he hadn't, but he had found something else. He then took Grace outside because he had found a car. Morgan put the baby in the boot of the car and he was ready to leave with Grace. He plans to take them away, using fuel siphoned from the submarine, enough to escape the radiation zone in 6 hours. But Grace is extremely anxious, unable to feel safe regardless of what Morgan says. She's indifferent to little Morgan's plight. After all, she's not her child. Perhaps feeling pity for Morgan, Grace doesn't protest. Then Morgan puts on the music and leads them off. Can they really make it out smoothly? 2 hours later, as darkness falls, Grace keeps voicing her worst fears. The radiation detector's readings rise alarmingly as they near a town near the blast site. Morgan's car soon passes through the area. Just then, Grace's voice from a tape she recorded for her daughter plays on the recorder. Morgan had put it in there, hoping to provoke Grace to accept reality, but Grace can't handle it. She frantically tries to remove the tape. Little Morgan is scared by their struggle and starts crying. In the commotion, Morgan fails to watch the road and crashes the car into the roadside. Grace was gasping for air. Morgan was so scared that she couldn't stop crying. Morgan was also deeply helpless, and then they got out of the car to check the situation. The tire was completely deformed and there was no way to get back on the road. Morgan recalls a repair shop he saw on the way. Grace checks the time. They need to change the tire within 30 minutes to escape the radiation zone in 6 hours. Grace froze for a couple of seconds and then looked at little Morgan crying in the boot. She was really fed up with this life, and then she took off her mask. Morgan urgently asks what she's doing. Fix the car and leave with the child. Grace says, "The car will be lighter without me. I'm tired of these days." Morgan pleads with her to put the mask back on. After her child's death, Grace has been like a walking corpse, and with her husband also dead from radiation, she truly doesn't want to live anymore. She even blames Morgan for not shooting earlier, believing that if he had, she wouldn't have to suffer in this world any longer. Morgan is deeply saddened by her words. As they argue, a man with a gun and a heavy box approaches. A woman quickly searches the car, eventually fixating on little Morgan. They're a couple, drawn by the child's cries. Morgan said, "If you want the car, you can take it and leave our baby," but B, clearly unstable, claims the child is theirs. Morgan and Grace exchange confused looks. They then went to the repair shop where Fred pointed a gun at Morgan and told him to change the tire on the car. Little Morgan's constant crying quickly attracts numerous zombies. These zombies, having emerged from a high radiation area, are too dangerous to approach and kill up close. Soon the car is repaired, but Fred, with a gun, clearly wants to leave Morgan and the others here. Morgan suggests, "If you're leaving us, at least give back our masks." As Fred reaches for them, Morgan suddenly ambushes him, snatching the gun from his hands, but B has already taken the driver's seat. As Morgan is about to shoot, Grace stops him, and Fred scrambles into the trunk. The car then crashes through the gate. Grace stopped Morgan because she wanted the couple to take little Morgan away. Morgan confronts her, saying, "You're doing this for yourself. Unable to move past your shadow, we each lost a child. I won't let that happen again." He tells her, in the last episode, Morgan found a car to take Grace out of the radiation zone. As they passed through a small town, they encountered a couple trying to take their child. Morgan would never allow anyone to take little Morgan, who he sees as his own child. His first shot hits the car's rear windshield, and the second bursts a tire, bringing the car to a halt. Morgan quickly approaches the car, pulling the man out of the driver's seat. Little Morgan, scared, keeps crying. As Morgan tries to comfort the child, the woman attacks him from behind. Taking advantage of the scuffle, Fred escapes with little Morgan. Grace follows in pursuit. Morgan throws B to the ground, revealing her severely burned face, even missing a nose. Despite his shock, Morgan can't afford to be distracted. As zombies attracted by the noise close in, he chooses to save B, realizing the couple aren't bad people, just distraught from losing their own child. They take shelter in a house. B looks at her face in the mirror, unimaginable what she has been through. Morgan asks, "Were you injured by being too close to the explosion?" B explains they were in a cellar during the blast. Her injuries came later. She reveals they know their time is limited and only wanted to take a child to a safe place. Morgan empathizes with B, sharing a similar experience, but firmly tells her that little Morgan is not their child. he just wants to take the child away from the radiation. Fred adds, "We did the same thing you did." After the explosion, a storm washed away much of the nearby radiation, and they gathered enough gasoline. However, just as they were about to escape the radiation zone, they were attacked by a group of people and ended up in their current state. "If you keep heading in this direction, you'll end up like us," he warns. Before Morgan could ask what they had encountered, the door outside had rattled, and it was clear that the door was not going to hold. With little Morgan's continuous crying, more zombies are attracted, and they realize they must leave immediately. Morgan leads the way out, with Grace following close behind, carving a path through the zombies. A few minutes later, they return to the car. Morgan changes the tire again. Grace checks the time, only 2 hours left. She suggests returning to the submarine for little Morgan's safety, but Morgan argues they have no more chances if they don't leave now. With half the gasoline gone, Grace accuses him of fear, of failing to find a safe place for little Morgan. Morgan retorts that at least he's trying. He dreams of sitting at the same table with the woman he loves, having dinner, scolding their child. Grace crushes his hope, saying it might never happen. Grace was so negative right now. Then, a car approaches from the end of the road, stopping with blinding lights. They're on high alert. Morgan tells Grace to take little Morgan back inside, and he readies his gun in the car, prepared to shoot if necessary. A tall figure in armor emerges from the car. D, sitting in the car, looks terrified. As the figure approaches, Morgan yells a warning, threatening to shoot. The figure doesn't stop. Morgan fires, but the figure didn't seem to be in any danger and continued to walk towards the car. A second shot misses, the third hits, and the figure falls to the ground. Morgan relaxes, thinking the threat is over, but he hears something and discovers the source. The box the man was carrying writhes with zombie growls. Morgan realizes it must contain the couple's child. Meanwhile, inside the house, Fred opens little Morgan's protective suit, begging the child to stop crying. Appearing unstable, Grace is too busy fighting off zombies to notice Fred's odd behavior. Morgan aims his gun at the box. Morgan consoled B by saying, "I'm sorry, but she died a long time ago, so you could say goodbye to her properly. Don't let yourself go crazy over it." B shares her past. Their daughter was in so much pain because of the radiation that she couldn't stop crying, and her husband did that to stop her suffering. Realizing the danger, Morgan urgently calls out to Grace. Little Morgan is still with Fred, but zombies surround the house. Inside, Fred, repeating apologies, moves closer to little Morgan, intending to end the child's suffering as he had done before. After killing a zombie, Morgan grabs a megaphone, a tool for survivors to communicate. He calls for Grace, who luckily hears him. Fred reaches out his hands towards the child. Grace looked at the child in front of her and her heart ached. Then she carried the child to the door. She had to make her stop crying. Grace tried her best to overcome the psychological barrier. She thought of the scene in the dream with her daughter. Yes, little Morgan is innocent. She should say goodbye to Athena, accept the past, and live well in the present with Morgan. She sings to little Morgan, the song she prepared for her daughter. In that moment, she realizes she can see little Morgan as a continuation of her daughter's life. The child calms down, and Grace bids farewell to her tormented self. Outside, a car horn sounds. Grace, relieved, steps out with the child, smiling at Morgan. Morgan hadn't seen such a smile for a long time. Then, Morgan notices the man he shot didn't die and has driven away. Puzzled, he wonders who that person was. Morgan and Grace hit the road again. With time running out, they decide to return to the submarine. B stays behind to be with her child and husband. Happily, Grace has finally regained her will to live. Morgan has given so much for the child and her, never complaining once. What matters isn't where they are, but that they're together. Upon returning to the submarine, Morgan prepares to take the child to bed. That's when Grace notices something is off. Several people in protective suits, guns pointed at her. Morgan steps out, unaware of who they are, but quickly states they don't want any trouble. The leader of the group came up and took off his hood, and it was Howard, who was with Victor. Morgan asks if they've been tracking them. Howard explains their purpose. Victor is looking for the people who were useful inside the dam in the first place, and he wants to prove that he did what Morgan couldn't. Howard then extends an invitation to Grace, whose expertise is in short supply. However, Morgan is explicitly not invited. Blacklisted by Victor, Grace refuses. Knowing what Victor did to Morgan, Howard and the others had to leave, but Morgan told him to wait. Victor's disgusted with him, and Morgan wants Grace to go there with the baby. They'll only suffer if they stay here. Grace refuses again, insisting that any community Victor creates cannot compare to being together. Morgan stops persuading her, and Howard's group departs. In the food storage, they find it raided, but Grace spots something. She told Morgan to look. Little Morgan starts crawling on the floor, a joy only parents can understand. Grace notices something unusual on the floor. They open it, revealing a hidden stash of submarine reserve food and milk powder for the crew. Enough for months. A delightful discovery.
We got powdered milk. There's enough to last us for a month.
But who's been tracking Morgan? Morgan hasn't noticed that Rufus, the dog, has also gotten separated from them. The truth is, Rufus recognizes the person tracking Morgan. The man picked up a box labeled Morgan Jones containing his brother's head.
I'm sorry, brother. Mr. Jones may have got...
Where, then, are Luciana and others who left in the helicopter? After the nuclear bomb launch, survivors must find shelter before it lands. Desperate and hopeless, Luciana and others were unexpectedly rescued by Althea's girlfriend in a helicopter. Can they really escape before the explosion? 2 days later, Sarah wakes up in bed, injured from an emergency landing caused by the bomb's impact on air currents. Everyone else from the plane survived. Sarah immediately asks about her brother Wendell, but all they found was his hat. Despite wanting to search for him, Sarah is stopped by the others. Althea explains they've searched nearby safe areas, but everywhere else is heavily radiated. Although the pilot gave them anti-radiation pills, there was only one bottle per person and they could only use it when they left the area. Sarah won't give up the search. No one understands the bond she has with her brother. For the next few days, Sarah would run up the mountainside to where the signal was good and keep calling Wendell on the public radio channel. Day after day, there's no response. Wendell's fate unknown. Sarah can hardly sleep. I don't know how many days Sarah's walkie-talkie was running out of battery and she was ready to continue her search the next day. At this time, there was a voice on the walkie-talkie, expecting Wendell. She's surprised to hear Morgan. Both are relieved to know the other is alive. Given the low survival rate from such a devastating explosion, Sarah asks Morgan if there's any news of Wendell, but Morgan responds they've been hiding in the USS Nigeria with no information on Wendell. Morgan then asks Sarah for their location so he can find them. Just as Sarah is about to reply, her radio runs out of power, cutting off the conversation. Despite attempts to recharge it with solar power, it's largely ineffective. Sarah spots a car in the distance, puzzled since she hadn't seen any vehicles there during her days in the area. Someone must have arrived. Approaching the car cautiously, she prepares to check the driver's seat, only to be greeted by a dog head, Rufus, the dog that was always with Morgan and known to everyone at the dam. Expecting Morgan, Sarah instead finds a box labeled Morgan Jones. She opens it and sees a human head inside.
Step away from my brother.
It was the same man who had been tracking Morgan on the road. Viewers familiar with the series will recognize him as Emil's brother, Josiah. Sarah, confused, asks who he is and why the box bears her friend's name. The man said it was supposed to contain your friend's head. Having overheard Sarah's radio conversation with Morgan, Josiah wants Sarah to lure Morgan to a meeting. As a zombie approaches from behind, Josiah turns to deal with it, giving Sarah a chance to grab his gun. Despite her efforts, Josiah overpowers her. Determined, Sarah tells him to shoot if he wants, refusing to betray Morgan to a killer. But Josiah said, "I hope you'll think about it. I'm good at tracking and I can help you find your brother. You just have to ask Morgan out for me." Sarah hesitates. Josiah proposes to trade Morgan for her brother. Josiah then told Sarah to contact Morgan and ask him to meet her at a designated rest stop in the morning. Reluctantly, to save Wendell, Sarah agrees to betray Morgan.
Morgan, you copy?
She leads Josiah to the last place she hasn't searched. Josiah asks for some of her anti-radiation medicine, but she refuses, needing it for herself and Wendell, and that's when the zombies came at them. Josiah pulled out his very own weapon. His weapon has a unique shape. Josiah uses Wendell's hat to let Rufus track the scent. As a search dog, Rufus can detect both the living and the dead. Josiah appears stronger than his brother Emil, but not like a crazed killer. He even buries 2 zombies he killed, believing and respecting the dead. Suddenly, Rufus's barking and a man's voice are heard in the distance. Rufus has stopped a horse-drawn cart. The man immediately unleashed zombies on Rufus from inside the wagon, but Josiah, who was on his way, was able to take out the zombies with 3 shots. The man surrenders. Claiming innocence, Rufus wouldn't have stopped the cart without detecting Wendell's scent. Josiah orders the man to remove his hood, revealing a somewhat delicate face. He pulls back the curtain for Sarah to check for her brother among the decayed zombies inside. Nervously searching, Sarah is relieved that Wendell isn't there, but wonders why the man strips zombies of their clothes. The man explains his job is to scatter zombies around. Josiah insists Rufus's nose doesn't lie. If the scent isn't on the zombies, it's on the man, Sage. He then asks Sage to take off all her clothes. Sage instinctively tries to refuse, but he's just a piece of meat on the chopping block. The next scene surprised them. Sage was wearing 5 or 6 coats. After a few minutes, Sage finally stripped off his clothes. Rufus sniffs something in the clothes. Josiah finds a red scarf and hands it to Sarah, who recognizes it as Wendell's. They force Sage to lead them to where he found the scarf. It's a factory with countless zombies inside. Sarah followed them and identified them one by one. The area is littered with clothes stripped from zombies. Sarah taunted Sage that you guys are really a bunch of perverts. They reach the end without finding Wendell, relieving Sarah, but then Sarah looked behind her into a pigsty in disbelief. She couldn't believe it and even choked up a little bit, because it was Wendell's wheelchair with flesh and blood still on it. Sarah knew in her heart that Wendell was probably dead. Josiah doesn't want to see it end either. Sarah confronts Sage, demanding to know Wendell's whereabouts. Sage nervously replied, "Are you talking about the zombies that are wrapped around it? It's useless to me, it should be crawling around here right now. You guys can look for it." In the last episode, Sarah saw her brother's wheelchair and knew that Wendell was probably dead. She couldn't control her emotions, so she grabbed her weapon and came at Sage. Sage, fearing for his life, releases zombies from their cages. Josiah and Sarah are forced to kill the zombies before pursuing Sage. By the time they get outside, Sage has escaped. Sarah, in a frenzy, runs off, leaving Josiah to fend off the zombies alone. Reaching the car, Sarah hears Morgan's voice over the radio, saying he's close to their meeting point. She remains silent. After killing a few zombies, Josiah rushes to the car, but it's already starting. Unsure of Sarah's intentions, Josiah narrowly climbs onto the car as Sarah plans to abandon him, fueled by rage. Sarah focuses on finding Sage. Josiah reminds her of their deal, but Sarah, devastated by Wendell's death, declares their partnership over and tries to push Josiah out. The car careens uncontrollably and crashes into a guardrail, heading towards a valley. Luckily, the car didn't roll over. By the time Sarah regained consciousness, it was nighttime. Josiah also opened his eyes, but he realized that the car door was blocked by a rock and he couldn't get out. Through the window, Sarah sees something horrifying, an unexploded nuclear warhead, only 50 feet away, emitting radiation. She said they had to get out of here as soon as possible, and that there were already a lot of zombies surrounding the car as well. She laments, "I just found out my brother is dead, but Josiah said you wouldn't have come out looking for your brother if you knew he was dead in the first place." There's a telepathic connection between brothers. He glances at the approaching zombies, saying more will come, and they can't escape alone. He urges Sarah to call Morgan for help. Sarah didn't want to. She didn't want to ask Morgan to die. Josiah shares his past experience. Once trapped in a fire as a rescue worker, everyone gave up on him except his brother, who felt Josiah was still alive. He said he could feel Josiah's heartbeat, and Rufus eventually led him to Josiah. Josiah thought his brother's claims were false until one day he felt a piercing pain, realizing his brother was dead. Even without seeing it, he tells Sarah that her continued search for Wendell indicates she hasn't felt the cessation of his heartbeat. Without seeing a body, Wendell might still be alive. After hearing all of this and spending the day together, Sarah was convinced that Josiah wasn't a bad person. He just had a hard time letting go of his brother's death. Without further hesitation, Sarah calls Morgan for help. Informing him of their overturned car's location, Josiah solemnly asks if she's ready to fulfill their deal. Sarah replies they'll continue to search for Wendell, but she insists Josiah can't kill Morgan, who is a good person. She tells Josiah that he's not a murderer, just someone with a deep obsession, like she had when she saw the wheelchair, and lost her mind trying to kill Sage and abandon Josiah. Josiah was silent. Why wouldn't he know this? He was just a bit upset about his brother's death. Soon, more zombies gather outside. Unable to wait for Morgan, they must act first. Josiah forcefully opens the trunk and jumps out to fight the zombies, with Sarah and Rufus following. Josiah, with his imposing stature, easily combats the zombies, while Sarah, less physically strong, struggles a bit. There are not many zombies, but there are a lot of them. Sarah can only run to the roof of the car to rest for a while. Just as Josiah fends off a zombie, a dark figure pierces its head. When she saw the weapon, Sarah knew Morgan was coming. Josiah freezes at the name. Morgan was also puzzled and said, "I've already killed you and cut off your head." Seeing his brother's killer, Josiah can't stay calm. They engage in a long weapon fight. Despite Sarah's pleas, Josiah is unyielding. The fight intensifies until Josiah overpowers Morgan, knocking him senseless and removing his mask. Sarah screams, trying to stop Josiah. He declares he won't kill Morgan, but his brother will. Josiah brings out his brother's head, intending it to finish Morgan. In the face of death, Morgan regains some lucidity and overthrows Josiah. Rufus approaches the head but gets bitten on the nose. Sarah intervenes, splitting the head in two. Rufus is hurt, and Josiah, now more lucid, breaks down, holding Rufus. The search dog has become family to him.
What have I done?
Later, Josiah feeds Rufus, regretting his actions, blinded by hatred. Morgan expresses his condolences. Josiah, understanding it's not Morgan's fault, blames himself for Rufus's suffering, as the dog saved him twice. Josiah, preparing to end Rufus's pain, reflects that his actions were not for his brother but for himself. Unable to let go and ultimately harming his companion, all this made Sarah and Morgan a little sad too. Josiah buried Rufus here, leaving behind its favorite canned food. Josiah apologized to Morgan for his brother's past behavior, saying that his brother hadn't used to be like that. Morgan responds that it's all in the past, and then tells Sarah they need to get going. Wendell, without his wheelchair, must have received help, likely from Victor, who's created a place and is taking in people from their past. He's trying to prove himself to someone. If he ran into Wendell out there, there's a good chance he was taken back. If they leave now, they'll be there by dawn. Josiah also decides to join them, having promised to help Sarah find her brother. Morgan had no problem with it. Soon, they reach Victor's territory, surrounded by countless zombies as a protective measure. Sarah, seeing the sign, tries to call and ask if Wendell is inside. Before she gets a response, two of Victor's men approach, and they have to drop their weapons. Morgan asks, "Is Victor too scared to come himself?" No sooner had he spoken than Victor's voice could be heard. He said, "I'm happy to clear up any misunderstandings with my friends face to face. We've seen you from afar." Sarah gets right to the point and says, "Is Wendell in the building?" Victor admits that Wendell is indeed in the building. Sarah is relieved and asks how he's doing. Victor proudly said that he's living a wonderful life and that your brother's expertise in logistics and management is a rare talent. Sarah requests to see him, but Victor refuses, remembering those who stood by him in critical moments, and she wasn't one of them. He refused to let anyone from here into the building. He mocks Morgan's dire situation in the submarine, barely surviving with a baby. Howard adds that he's witnessed it firsthand. Victor goes on to say that there is no mercy in the new world and that if you really want to do what's best for your brother, you should get out of here. Sarah, glancing at the building, feels grateful Wendell is alive. Sarah tells Victor not to tell Wendell she was here or he'll be out looking for her.
Agreed.
Sarah wanted to cry knowing that Wendell was in there, but she couldn't see him. Her bond with her brother was really strong. Josiah quickly helps her regulate her breathing. Grateful, Sarah sincerely thanks him. Morgan invites them to the submarine. Sarah's confused. "Didn't Victor say you guys were having a hard time?" Morgan replies, "We've found more supplies. It'll be tough, but it won't always be this way." Josiah said he's been around the warhead for too long and has already been exposed to radiation. Sarah quickly reassured him, saying he wouldn't get sick, and handed him a bottle of anti-radiation medicine that was originally prepared for Wendell, but now that he's safe, it's no longer needed. In the end, Josiah decided to leave on his own. Sarah also followed Morgan to the submarine. The group that collects zombies' clothes on the streets appeared here.
Forcing them. I found something. And he's going to want to see this himself.
And what the man found was the damaged dud. In the post-apocalyptic world, scavenging for supplies is a survival skill everyone must master. The man pulled out some fruits he had just scavenged and handed them over. His companion carefully checked them, confirming they were radiation-free and safe to use.
The hell is he?
Just then, the dragon fruit in his hand was shattered by a gunshot. From a distance, two figures dressed in black, riding horses and armed with guns, were rapidly approaching them. Both of them immediately raised their hands. They guessed that these two were the recently famed ethical outlaws known as the Dark Horses. After the Great Destruction, they made it their mission to help others and fight injustices. Judging by their build, Dark Horses seemed to be a man and a woman. They were here because these two had stolen someone else's food. They made it clear, "We don't kill without reason. Return what you've taken, and you can leave. That's our code." But the duo seemed defiant. Convinced that the good Dark Horses wouldn't shoot, the man in white lunged to grab the gun. Faced with danger, the male Dark Horse shot decisively, attracting nearby zombies. They had to deal with the approaching zombies first. Their movements were fluid and efficient, taking down over a dozen zombies in just a few minutes. By then, the man they were confronting had already fled. The male Dark Horse didn't shoot again. They were Sherry and Dwight, survivors of the nuclear blast. Dwight was annoyed. He didn't want to kill, but had been forced to. Since surviving the blast, moral constraints among survivors had eroded. As Dark Horses, Dwight and Sherry maintained order, adhering to their own set of principles, avoiding killing unless absolutely necessary, as it could lead to losing oneself. Sherry consoled Dwight, assuring him they had followed their code. Half an hour later, they returned to the cellar. Ever since the Great Destruction, they had been living there with Kevin's family. Sherry excitedly brought out the dragon fruit, explaining that they had returned the fruit to its original owner, who in turn gave them a few as a thank you. Dwight had also found a toy for Briga, a Tetris handheld game console. Briga expressed her gratitude with a hug. However, Kevin and Kim seemed hesitant, as if they had something important to say. Recently, they had heard about a place called Padre over the radio. Viewers with good memory would recall that in the bunker, Alicia left a letter for Will mentioning Padre. Many people have heard from the radio about how safe and suitable Padre is for living, but no one knows where it is. Dwight and Sherry had been searching for it too. The couple seems to have wanted to talk to the Dwights for a long time. Kevin hesitantly said, "I know this is hard, but we can't wait any longer." Sherry was confused. Kim continued, "This place is falling apart, and we're running out of food. We want to take our kids and find a safe haven." Dwight replied, "If it weren't for you two taking us in, we wouldn't have survived. Can you guys wait a little longer? Wait until we find Padre and then go together." Mr. and Mrs. Kevin didn't say anything else. Just then, a voice came through the walkie-talkie, asking for Dark Horse's help. Their reputation had spread throughout the area, and most survivors knew of them. Following the address provided, they headed to a forest, wondering if they were in the wrong place.
Over here!
They cautiously drew their guns and investigated. A man was pressing on another person's wound, claiming they were stabbed by a group. Just as Sherry got closer, as it turns out, it was an ambush against the Dark Horses. The man removed his mask. It was Howard. He explained the radiation levels were safe here, and they could remove their masks. "If I wanted you dead, I wouldn't have gone through all this trouble," he said. They had no choice but to cooperate. Howard revealed, "Our boss sent me to find you." Before Sherry could ask who the boss was, the one who took them away was naturally Victor. Victor had been living luxuriously since the Great Destruction, leisurely playing golf and even having caddies to serve him. He wielded his power like a dictator. Soon, Howard reported that the Dark Horses had been brought in. When they removed their hoods, both parties were surprised. Victor hadn't expected the renowned Dark Horses to be old acquaintances. Dwight and his wife were even more astonished by their surroundings. Victor then showed them around his masterpiece, which is now home to about 200 people. Dwight learned of Victor's policy. He only harbored useful people, rejecting anyone he disliked. Like Morgan, Sarah, and their group, Victor got to the point. He needed a favor from the Dark Horses. When Dwight learned Victor had turned away Morgan and others, he bluntly told Victor to shut up. Victor seemed to guess Dwight's reaction, but he voiced his request anyway. He wants them to bring back a woman named Nikki. "We took her in during her darkest time, nursed her back to health, and then she insisted on finding her husband, who everyone believes is dead." Sherry didn't understand why Victor was meddling in her quest to find her husband. Victor explained, "I'm concerned about the safety of the people in this building. I can't watch Mickey risk her life for a dead man, especially since she wants to head to a place called Padre heard over the radio, which doesn't exist." Sherry, naturally curious about Padre, pressed for more information. Victor said he had scouted a 50-mile radius with no sign of a place suitable for human habitation. He laid out his terms. He knew where Mickey was hiding, but his people were beaten every time they tried to get her. He proposed the Dark Horses attempt it, offering them residence in his building in return. At that moment, Dwight saw a cavalryman pinning up photos. which Victor explained was their way of recording the deceased. After a brief tour, Sherry rejected Victor's proposal, declaring their honor code was to protect people from tyrants like him. Unfazed, Victor told them to take their time considering, emphasizing it was a new world. They were blindfolded and escorted out to prevent them from knowing the entry and exit routes. In truth, Dwight was tempted. The idea of Kevin's family moving into the building seemed like a good option. However, Sherry was resolute in her refusal to compromise with someone like Victor. Instead, she proposed helping Mickey find her husband and then heading to Padre together. Meanwhile, Mickey was tearing off tape and mending the tears and gloves of her clothing, which appeared to be a modified combat suit. Lost in thought while examining her gear, a zombie suddenly appeared at her window. With resignation, the woman looked at the zombie at the window and sighed, walking towards it unhurriedly. This wasn't the first time she had been disturbed by people and zombies. Why did they always come to bother her? No sooner had she dealt with the zombie than she heard voices outside. A woman was calling her name. It was Sherry. Mickey, thinking it was Victor's people, fired a warning shot. Dwight had already entered the room from behind. He claimed he meant no harm and, to show goodwill, put down his gun, but Mickey wouldn't trust anyone so easily and quickly subdued Dwight. Despite Dwight insisting they were not with Victor, Mickey remained forceful until Sherry arrived and broke the stalemate.
So how about you let go of mine?
Then they could sit down and talk. Dwight felt the woman before him was strangely familiar and asked if they had met before, but Mickey denied it. They learned of Victor's true intentions. He didn't care about Mickey's safety but wanted to know how she escaped the building. The building's secret passageway, known only to the cavalry, was the only way out, and they thought Mickey had some other way out. In fact, Mickey had escaped by jumping into the zombie horde from the second floor, clad in her homemade armor, and carved out a path. Dwight was in disbelief. That was a horde of thousands of zombies. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity with Mickey until he finally remembered and danced excitedly. Sherry was puzzled, so Dwight explained that Mickey and her husband were one of the best wrestling duos. He and his father used to watch their matches when he was a child. No wonder Mickey is so tough and can kill his way through a zombie horde. Mickey said they had stopped performing and opened a training gym in Texas. In the apocalypse, she and her husband had agreed to meet there if separated, but everyone believed her husband was dead. Sherry encouraged Mickey, saying she and Dwight had almost crossed the entire country to reunite, and they promised to help her get to Texas. But first, they needed to go to the cellar for supplies. They headed for the cellar without delay. When they arrived at the cellar door, it was already open and emitting thick smoke. Something had definitely gone wrong. They rushed in to find the place in disarray. They looked incredulously at the table. Kevin and his wife had been killed. It is obvious that they were shot. Hearing zombie noises from the back room, they turned to see Briga had turned into a zombie. This is the most unacceptable. Sherry was overwhelmed with grief. The family had been kind and good people. All they could do now was to bury them. Dwight was beginning to wonder if he'd done the wrong thing. The family had been ready to leave. Maybe Victor was right. In this new world, a stable life might be everything. Sherry disagreed. We did everything the right way, adhered to the rules, and helped people. It's not our fault. But Dwight had made up his mind. He told Mickey, "I don't want this to happen to you. Maybe your husband is really dead." Mickey retorted, "How do you know? Didn't you two find each other?" Dwight continued, "The world is different now. It's a new world. Going back to Victor's building is the right thing." Mickey scoffed and called Dwight a coward, then turned to leave in search of her husband. Sherry chose to help Mickey. She did not agree with Dwight's view and believed they should not negate their right actions due to others' mistakes. Sherry asked Dwight to return to the bar and think it over. She would help Mickey find her husband and then come back to Dwight, and together they would decide where to go. 4 hours later, they arrived at a village and quickly reached the training gym, the meeting place Mickey and her husband had agreed upon. The noise from the sign attracted many zombies nearby. Sherry drew her dagger and took down a zombie. She then asked Mickey if her armor was still functional. Mickey replied that it was damaged in several places when escaping the building and wouldn't last long, but Sherry thought of a way to get through the zombie horde. Meanwhile, Dwight, on his way back to the bar, unexpectedly found his horse, lost after they were captured by Howard. Dwight cautiously inspected his horse, puzzled about how it ended up there. Then a voice came. It was the man who had stolen the dragon fruit and escaped. He asked Dwight to remove his mask and said, "I found this horse. Now it's mine. You must have seen everything in the cellar." You know the consequences of taking what's mine. Dwight realized it was this man who had killed the family. Eli even pulled up that game console to show it off. Unable to bear it, Dwight suddenly lunged to snatch it, but Eli was prepared. Dwight glanced at the position of the horse.
That wasn't so hard, was it?
Now, the advantage was once again with Dwight. Eli howled in pain as the horse's kick might have broken his waist. Dwight quickly noticed scattered photos on the ground and picked up 2 of them, which shockingly contained death photos of Kevin's family. Dwight had seen this kind of thing in the building. Victor had explained it as recording deaths. He asked Eli if Victor had instructed him to do this. Eli shouted, "I don't know what his name is." Dwight questioned what Victor had offered him in return. Eli said he could get into the building by taking out Kevin and his family. And not only did he get what he wanted, but he screwed Dwight. At this moment, several zombies were approaching them. Dwight took Eli's gun and said, "You may have screwed me, but you won't get what you want." Eli's fate would be to become food for the zombies. Meanwhile, Sherry's plan involved smearing the blood and flesh of zombies on Mickey, clad in armor, and telling her that if she moved fast enough, she might pass unnoticed, and that she would cover for her if discovered. Mickey, no longer hesitating, thanked Sherry and put on her helmet. Sherry provided cover from a distance with her handgun. Mickey walked towards the zombie horde, and luckily, the blood and flesh helped mask her scent, so the zombies didn't notice her. She navigated through the mass of bodies and finally reached the door, only to find it locked from the inside. She had to return and rethink her plan, but a zombie lunged at her and bit her arm. Mickey shook off the zombie with a little effort, but due to inertia, she fell to the ground. The nearby zombies heard the noise and started to surround her. Sherry had no choice but to open fire for cover.
Over here, assholes!
This gave Mickey a chance to breathe, and she pulled out the dagger she carried to start clearing the zombies around her. Although the armor protected her from zombie bites, it also restricted Mickey's movements. Sherry, understanding the situation, broke the glass. Mickey urged Sherry to come inside quickly as she was almost surrounded by zombies. Sherry knew it wasn't the time for hesitation and ran towards the house. Breaking through, after shooting a zombie, Sherry finally burst into the house and covered for Mickey to hurry in. But that was the last bullet. Now they needed to find a way to keep the zombies out of the door. They ended up using sandbags to block the entrance, but this was not a long-term solution as more zombies gathered outside. Mickey looked around and was disappointed that her husband wasn't here. Undeterred, she said her husband might have already found Padre. Her husband had once mentioned building a church with Padre, so they could have their wedding there. Sherry was surprised. "You weren't married?" Mickey explained they were always busy with the gym and wanted everything perfect for their wedding. Their conversation was cut short by the zombies at the door. Mickey had an idea. They could take the zombies down one by one in the ring. Without hesitation, they pushed the sandbags aside and evacuated. Sherry steps on a stool to get to the ring, but Mickey was in tears. Seeing the zombie that walked out of the house, she had considered her husband might be dead, but seeing it shattered the last bit of hope. She had always thought they would marry once everything was prepared, and now there was no chance left. Mickey cried inconsolably, but Sherry knew it wasn't the time for tears as zombies were already coming in. People tend to be lackluster when they're sad. Mickey finally climbs into the ring with Sherry's help. She felt as if the sky was falling. Sherry comforted her. "Your husband would want you to bravely survive." Mickey quickly tried to adjust her emotions, but the situation deteriorated again as the long-unused ring unexpectedly collapsed, rendering their previous plan unworkable. It was only a matter of time before the zombies climbed up. Their only option was to seek help from Victor. Despite his selfishness, Victor hadn't done anything outrageously evil. Looking at the zombies behind them, Mickey nodded in agreement. "Call him." Just as Sherry hesitated, Dwight arrived.
Hurry!
He climbed onto the ring and said, "Don't contact Victor at all costs." Sherry doesn't get it. Don't you want to live in a building? Dwight could only reveal the grim truth about the murder of Kevin's family in the cellar. Victor wants us to lose our beliefs, thinking only his way can ensure survival. Now, I'd rather fight the zombies with you to the death than live cowardly in the building. Watching zombies climb onto the ring, Dwight shot one and then tossed a gun to Sherry. He then threw a second handgun to Mickey. They eliminated some of the zombies, and Dwight took on some of the burden, making it easier to clear the rest. Mickey resorted to her wrestling moves. As if returning to her past glory, Sherry started to walk and slash through the zombies. Even Dwight picked up one of Mickey's trophies to use as a weapon. Half an hour later, only one zombie was left. Dwight encouraged Mickey to perform her signature move one last time. Thus, This zombie-killing spree came to an end under Mickey's signature move. Knowing Mickey was grieving, Dwight cleaned up her husband's body and found a letter on him. Mickey tearfully read it aloud. "If you're reading this, I'm no longer here. I searched everywhere for the perfect wedding place. There are some maps on the table that might save you some futile journeys. Don't give up, darling. Keep going to find that place. Don't mourn too long. Find someone who supports you like I did. Look at a sad Mickey Dwight and say we're the ones who'll be there for you." From then on, Dark Horse became a trio who helped others while searching for Padre. Their next destination was the location of another person in need. Upon arriving, they noticed something was amiss. The people there seemed to belong to another organization. Dwight asked, "Are you planning an ambush too?" The man replied, "This isn't an ambush," and then shouted loudly. His teammates gradually emerged. He explained, "This is an invitation, inviting you to collaborate and join us in the search for Padre."
Who the hell are you? Thank God you got the coordinates!
In the previous episodes, it was mentioned that Sarah followed Morgan to the submarine, and later, Luciana, Daniel, and others also transferred to the submarine. However, Althea, alone, left and returned to her armored vehicle. Although the nuclear explosion did not destroy it, the vehicle had no fuel and couldn't move. At this point, a voice from the military organization came over the radio. Due to intermittent radiation interference, Althea had to find a better location to see if she could receive the signal. This is crucial for the safety of her girlfriend because, during the initial nuclear launch, Althea had her girlfriend pilot a helicopter to rescue Daniel and others. After everyone was safe, Isabel chose to leave on her own to avoid the organization's pursuit, as deserting one's post would surely result in being hunted. Now, upon receiving the mysterious military organization's message, Althea is particularly concerned. However, Morgan arrives at the armored vehicle a few minutes after Althea leaves. Worried about her safety, there are leftover food and a camera indicating that she hasn't gone far. Morgan checks the surroundings but doesn't find her. Meanwhile, Althea has picked up a conversation on the radio channel. The gist is that a retrieval team will search for Team 17, and they will land in 2 minutes. Team 17 is Isabel's number, and the recovery team is responsible for eliminating and recovering them. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter fills the sky. Arriving sooner than expected, Althea rushes into an abandoned small house nearby. As the helicopter is heading towards the armored vehicle, this is not good. Althea ran quickly towards the armored car. She couldn't let the recycling team get the camera, otherwise all the people inside might die. As Althea approaches the vehicle, voices can be heard inside. Althea accelerated and hid under the car. When they were far away, Althea went back to the car, but the camera had disappeared. She was desperate. Suddenly, a noise on the roof catches her attention, but upon closer inspection, it seems to be an illusion. As Althea turned around, a figure tackled her to the ground. The assailant was none other than Morgan, who, upon hearing Althea's voice, finally relaxed. Althea, puzzled, couldn't understand why Morgan was there. Morgan also explained why he was here. Althea didn't join the others on the submarine, and Morgan couldn't rest easy, so he went out searching for her. Althea quickly said, "We can't stay here, they'll come back." Morgan suggested, "Then let's go meet up with Grace. She's out with me looking for you." Although Morgan was eager to know who piloted the helicopter, Althea remained unwilling to disclose that information. She simply stated, "Staying here is a death sentence." They immediately set off towards the rendezvous point with Grace. Just as they arrive, gunshots ring out. It must have been the two mysterious men. Morgan and Althea had to swiftly navigate through abandoned vehicles, taking a moment behind one to rest and removing their masks to get a clear view of the enemies, even if it meant risking exposure to radiation dust. Morgan continued questioning Althea about the identities and motives of their pursuers. Althea revealed that they were part of a highly secretive organization. The two individuals were part of a retrieval team with the mission of eliminating all evidence of their existence, including anyone who knew about them. Before she could finish, they had to resume their escape. Finding a momentarily safer spot, Morgan pressed Althea for more details. Althea replied they were looking for my girlfriend because she went AWOL to rescue Daniel and the others. She's in hiding and I don't know where she is. Realizing that evading capture was not a sustainable solution, Morgan took out a radio and urged Grace to hurry to their location. 3 minutes later, a vehicle sped towards them, and Grace arrived.
Get in!
However, Althea hesitated to get on board. not wanting to burden Morgan. Yet, Morgan, never one to shy away from trouble, encouraged Althea. Insisting they face the challenges together, they quickly boarded the vehicle and, amidst a hail of bullets, left the area. After covering some distance, the vehicle ran out of gas, likely from a hit to the fuel tank earlier. Now, they had to do their best to conceal the vehicle and avoid detection. When Althea initially left the dam, Grace was still pregnant. Naturally, Althea had heard about the tragic loss of Grace's child and expressed her sincere condolences, offering heartfelt comfort to Grace. Morgan shared that Rachel hadn't survived either, and now they were the parents of little Morgan. Althea felt that they shouldn't involve themselves in this dangerous situation, especially considering the responsibility of caring for a child. However, Morgan insisted they face it together, even if it meant eliminating the retrieval team. Grace, too, stood firm, expressing her willingness to stand by Morgan, because she knew that if it wasn't for Althea and John, it wouldn't have been for Morgan. Althea doesn't say no anymore. She says, "My armored car can take them out. There's fuel and ammo in the recovery team's helicopter. I'll draw them away. You get the fuel and ammo." And then Althea threw the keys to Morgan. "I'll lure them out into the open and then you drive up and shoot them," she continued. They agreed to stay in contact on Channel 4. Soon, Morgan and Grace arrived at the helicopter, and the retrieval team was not present inside the aircraft. Morgan checked and confirmed there was sufficient fuel, but Grace couldn't find any ammunition. Morgan immediately contacted Althea, informing her of the situation. In fact, Althea had known all along that small helicopters wouldn't be equipped with weapons. She deliberately made Morgan leave. She wanted to face the situation alone. Morgan and Grace also had to take care of little Morgan. Althea assured Morgan that she had found a way to deal with the retrieval team. Despite Morgan's persistent inquiries about her current location, Althea abruptly cut off communication and instead contacted the retrieval team's channel. Althea said, "The people outside saw nothing. They are completely unaware of you, but I know who you are looking for, and I have your maps and flight plans. I can return everything. Bring my camera to the old house to the west for the exchange. See you in 3 hours." Althea had found a formidable weapon to deal with the retrieval team. Meanwhile, Morgan and Grace had not left. They were preparing to ambush the retrieval team from within the armored vehicle. 2 hours later, Althea starts talking herself through the negotiation scenario in advance. She wants to see if the cannon really works. The test subject, naturally, was a nearby zombie. The results were apparent. The firepower was more than sufficient, even using stones as makeshift ammunition for now. With everything ready, Althea wondered why the retrieval team hadn't arrived. However, the radio response came, "We won't be coming over. You can negotiate with yourself slowly." They had already captured Morgan and Grace. They are the most mysterious military organization in the post-apocalyptic world. The recycling team aimed their guns at Morgan and Grace's necks, attempting to force them to reveal the location of Team 17.
We have a daughter.
They're not a part of this thing.
She needs us.
Althea spoke over the radio, saying, "I won't tell you anything if you kill them. You have to release them first." However, the recycling team had their own principles and were not willing to negotiate with Althea. They decided to kill Morgan first and began the countdown. Grace was extremely nervous, and when they reached the count of 3, Althea finally spoke up, claiming that she knew where Team 17 was located. Morgan survived. Grace is also breathing heavily from the shock. Althea said that Team 17 had gone to a cabin in the Misty Mountains and that I could take you there, and when you found it, you could kill me. But for now, you had to let Morgan and the others go. The recycling team has its own code of conduct. They won't waste time arguing with Althea here. They're ready to eliminate Morgan and Grace first before searching for Team 17. Everyone with knowledge of the situation must die. Just as the man was about to pull the trigger, Morgan yanked on the gun and then turned on its safety. Grace follows suit, landing a kick on one of the men. Morgan picks up his gun and aims at another, commanding him to release Grace. Seeing the two unfazed, the recycling team had to give in and put the gun on the ground. Grace had just escaped when the man attacked Morgan. Morgan was pinned to the ground and punched hard. Grace manages to reach the armored vehicle, immediately contacting Althea. Althea instructs Grace to lead them to the ranch if possible. Due to the two grappling with each other, his teammates on the side refrained from opening fire, fearing the risk of accidental injuries. Grace came crashing down in her armored car. In a critical moment, they separate to avoid being run over. Morgan also climbs onto the vehicle. Grace accelerates towards the ranch. The armored car wasn't afraid of the recycling team's gunfire, so they had to watch it leave. As night falls, with only a 5-minute distance from Althea's location, Morgan's battered face shows the aftermath of the beating. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter fills the air. Morgan saw that the retrieval team had caught up. They were now directly above the armored vehicle. Morgan quickly informed Althea of the situation. Due to the short distance, Althea naturally spotted the helicopter in the sky. The helicopter then surpassed them and flew towards the front. Grace thought they had given up the pursuit, but Morgan believed they were planning to land ahead to reach the ranch before them. Grace had no choice but to accelerate. Althea had already prepared the cannon, securing the fuse to herself as rehearsed. 3 zombies came out of the woods and Althea was about to pull out her weapon when shots rang out and the zombies fell. The retrieval team had arrived. Morgan and Grace reached the scene just in time, and Althea climbed directly onto the armored vehicle. This conveniently concealed the cannon behind the vehicle, keeping her out of the attack range. Althea told them that once the retrieval team approached the armored car, they drove it away on her orders. Watching the retrieval team approach but not yet within the attack range, they had no choice but to wait. Unexpectedly, a zombie approached the cannon. They prayed it wouldn't be damaged, but the zombie walked directly toward the fuse, knocking it to the ground. Althea said to Morgan, "I'll stall. You fix the fuse." The retrieval team had reached the side of the armored vehicle, but they couldn't see the cannon due to the car blocking their view. As they approached, the armored vehicle's weapons targeted them. Inside the vehicle, Althea warned them that any movement would turn them into Swiss cheese. The retrieval team knew the vehicle was out of bullets, and Althea was bluffing. They ordered Althea to surrender, and they opened fire on the vehicle. Althea, reluctantly, stated she had evidence proving she knew the location of Team 17. On her videotape, she pleaded not to be shot and proposed negotiating. Althea's goal was to buy time for Morgan. Carefully, she opened the car door, hands raised, holding the videotape in front of them. Meanwhile, Morgan had repaired the fuse, and Grace silently took her place in the driver's seat, ready to speed away upon a signal. The retrieval team urged Althea to hand over the videotape, but Althea insisted they let them leave first. Grace's hand was already on the ignition key, and Morgan was prepared for any threat. They exchanged glances, ready to strike Althea down, ignoring her plea.
Grace, no!
The gravel just rips them to pieces. They were perfectly matched for this operation. Althea may look quiet, but she's got a crazy gene in her bones. They quickly drove away in the armored vehicle. Morgan's purpose in coming out this time was to bring Althea back to the submarine. However, Althea expressed that she had to leave. She wasn't suited for communal living, and collecting stories was her mission. Morgan made a request before she left. Could she leave behind an interview, perhaps as a farewell since they might never see each other again? During the interview, Morgan raised a question. If she knew the location of her girlfriend, why didn't she go find her? Althea said that Isabel, in the past, staunchly supported the organization's cause, but she gave up everything for Althea. When Althea asked her to rescue Luciana, going AWOL in their organization was a significant offense. Isabel suggested hiding away together to live a life for just the two of them, but Althea couldn't let go of her camera. She needed to continuously seek out stories and couldn't become part of one. Feeling she let her girlfriend down, Althea left. Morgan wanted to ask more, but Althea didn't want to talk anymore. She handed the tape to Morgan as a keepsake. After bidding farewell with hugs, Althea left to seek stories. She returned to the ranch, an organization that is also part of the story. Surprisingly, she found something on the corpses. Unexpectedly, Morgan returned. Morgan said, "At that time, I alienated myself from the crowd and went it alone. You and John insisted on finding me despite my objections. You changed my perspective and traveled with me all the way. I'm doing what you did." At this moment, the radio on the corpse began making intermittent sounds. They could only hear it clearly when inside the helicopter. The organization was calling the retrieval team. Althea plucked up the courage to pick up the walkie-talkie and impersonate them. The organization stated that they had now identified the coordinates of Team 17's helicopter and instructed the retrieval team to proceed immediately and eliminate Team 17. Althea couldn't help but worry that the organization wouldn't spare Team 17. Nevertheless, she replied to the organization, stating that she would go there immediately. Morgan tried to convince her not to pursue meaningless stories. If the retrieval team didn't return promptly, they would send more people. Morgan urged Althea not to pretend to be an independent, cold camera. You keep thinking you're outside the story, but you're always part of it. After listening to Morgan, Althea seemed to comprehend something. Indeed, The meaning of life lies in writing stories. Everyone encountered is a part of their story, and she should cherish that. Why persist with the camera? Having this realization, Morgan encouraged Althea to go find her loved one. All along Morgan has been hailed as a saint, but it's not bad to have a teammate like him. His spirit has been an influence on many. After some twists and turns, Althea finally reached her destination. Inside the cabin, her recorded video was still playing. Althea is finally reunited with the love of her life, and she shares about the organization, telling Isabel that she's figured it out. She even smashed her own camera, symbolizing her willingness to give up everything for her loved one. This is the most exciting story of life. As the nuclear bomb was about to detonate, Victor, unsure of where to seek refuge for survival, relied on his instincts as a businessman and rushed into a large building surrounded by zombies. In the end, not only did he survive, but he also acquired a substantial amount of resources. Establishing his own era, he didn't talk to people about feelings anymore. Only the ultimate prophet is the most trustworthy. On this day, Victor, sipping red wine and enjoying music, leisurely sat on a chair. He wants the painter in the building to complete a portrait of him and hang it in the building for the world to remember. Victor instructed the artist, "You must paint the real me, the one who created everything." At this moment, his subordinate Howard approached, informing Victor that a newcomer was at the telephone booth, requesting to join the building. Victor answered the call, and the man on the other end introduced himself as Arnold, expressing his belief that the building needed someone like him, a former carpenter. However, Victor said there was already a carpenter in the building, and then he hung up. The next day, Howard again reported a new applicant. Victor directly asked, "How have you survived outside?" The woman inside claimed to be a doctor who had helped many people along the way. Believing this statement would secure her entry, she was surprised when Victor promptly hung up. In the following days, numerous people applied to join, but Victor's attitude remained unchanged. Howard was somewhat puzzled as to why Victor rejected everyone this week, refusing even to meet with them. Victor just said, "We can't take these people. Not just any dog or cat can come in." Howard, still perplexed, asked, "But some of these people have skills that we need. Why reject them?" Victor made it clear, "Do you think I select people based on a checklist? I can judge them by their voices. We've reached this point because of my instincts. We don't need them." And the artist just drew and dared not participate in their discussions. Victor's rule was absolute and dictatorial. After a while, Howard came back. Victor is getting a bit grumpy, but Howard says that this is someone you should want to meet in person. And it's Morgan, and he's bringing little Morgan with him. Despite Victor's dislike for Morgan, he asked, "What brings you here?" Morgan, seemingly reluctant, explained, "I know we had conflicts before, but now I need your help. Little Morgan is sick, and we need Naomi's assistance." Victor retorted, "Why should I allow her to treat you?" Morgan immediately stated, "We don't want to move in, and the child have nothing to do with the feud between us. So, I'm begging you."
Victor.
Tell him to take a hike.
Victor, who was expected to sympathize with the child, reacted differently, leaving Morgan somewhat helpless. Downstairs, Victor, observing the artist packing up, realized the painting was completed. The artist then presented the artwork to him. The portrait depicted Victor as formidable and domineering, exuding an aura of superiority. The artist was quite pleased with her masterpiece. However, Victor stared blankly at the painting. Was this portrayal truly him? He had spent some time being a good person by Alicia's side, and the person in the painting showed no trace of compassion or kindness. Instead, it portrayed cold-bloodedness and even a disdain for life. Victor kicked in the door. He was angry. The artist, now frightened, couldn't fathom what mistake she had made. Onlookers, including those working, watched Victor with confusion. Victor forcefully discarded the painting from the building, feeling that he shouldn't be portrayed in such a manner. At the very least, he believed he should retain a shred of humanity. Victor told the artist, "You cannot see the real me." Subsequently, Victor instructed Howard to quickly contact Morgan. If unable to reach him, send people to find him. Victor decided to help the child. The others couldn't understand what was wrong with Victor. He had survived until now relying on his selfish and profit-driven businessman instincts. However, deep down, he desired to preserve a hint of the kindness he once possessed. The artist had only depicted Victor's cold-blooded selfishness, leading to his outburst of anger. Soon, Morgan arrived with the child. Cute little Morgan underwent Naomi's examination. Morgan entered the room. Encountering Naomi for the first time since the Great Destruction, they tightly embraced each other. Originally, Naomi and Dory were in the cellar, but an emergency radio call led Morgan to rescue them. Unexpectedly, Victor's men arrived first. They needed Naomi's medical skills and Dory's management skills. Naomi didn't want to stay, but the resources here allowed her to help others. After the examination, it was determined that little Morgan needed 2 days of treatment for a double ear infection. Victor then offered to have a drink with Morgan, who praised Victor for running the place so well. Victor, not modest, claimed it was more than just good, it was an oasis in the desert. A miracle. Victor went straight to the point, revealing that he needed Morgan to do something he couldn't. Morgan was about to respond, but Victor pulled out a handgun, making it clear that this was not a negotiation. Morgan had to comply with Victor's demands if he wanted to see the child again. Faced with the threat, Morgan, for the sake of the child, reluctantly agreed. Before Victor could disclose what he needed Morgan to do, the sound of an explosion echoed through, and a zombie unexpectedly flew onto the window. Their hearts were in shock. This is the 4th floor. Following this, Victor took out binoculars and saw a group of people using catapults to launch zombies. It was simply unbelievable. As they observed the zombies, it seemed like something had been tampered with in their bellies. Victor kicked the zombies out of the window, but the zombies exploded, shaking the building. Soon, Howard reported that the newcomers were the Stalkers, the group known for stripping zombies of their clothes. They expressed a desire to talk to Victor. The leader of the Stalkers picked up the phone, and as Victor listened, he recognized the voice. It was Arnold, the carpenter who had applied to join earlier. Looks like it was all a conspiracy before. Victor was grateful for his intuition in rejecting them. Arnold claimed, "My equipment can destroy your building." Victor, aware he wasn't joking, asked, "What do you want?" Arnold replied, "I just want to find a home for my people." Victor, without hesitation, rejected the proposal. Arnold then instructed his followers to lift the tarp, revealing a dud. Those who came into contact with it died, and they had placed fragments inside the zombies' bellies. If he doesn't agree, the next batch of zombies will be radioactive. Arnold gave Victor 1 hour to decide. Victor told Howard to get Dory over here to discuss how to kill the people down there. However, Morgan intervened, stating he could prevent the situation from escalating if given a walkie-talkie. He told Victor that Grace was nearby and that there was an armored car outside. Contacting Grace to bring the armored vehicle would drive the intruders away, but Victor doesn't trust Morgan and even suspects him of collaborating with the Stalkers. On the other hand, Victor is not willing to let Morgan give orders in his own territory. Just as Victor was about to descend the stairs, he suddenly felt a difficulty in breathing, as if something had lodged in his throat.
June?
When Victor woke up again, he found himself lying in bed. He immediately inquired about the elapsed time since the Stalkers had given them only an hour to consider. Fortunately, he had only been unconscious for 10 minutes. Victor's body remained extremely weak, and the cause of his condition was unknown, making it impossible to treat effectively. He suspected foul play, believing someone within the building had poisoned him. Howard began to inquire about the Stalkers' situation. Dory on the roof of the building is now aiming at them. These zombies have bombs on them. If he shoot, they could blow the place up. Howard checked his pocket watch, revealing there were still 40 minutes until the Stalkers' deadline. Victor had no choice but to command Dory to refrain from shooting for the time being.
Stand by and stay locked.
At that moment, Morgan approached and pleaded with Victor to let him contact Grace so that this crisis could be easily resolved. He believed that setting aside their past disputes, Victor needed his help, especially when it concerned the life of little Morgan. Morgan pleaded for assistance. Howard explained that wireless communication was prohibited within the building, and the walkie-talkie was stored in the armory.
The armory!
I'm sorry, Morgan, you don't get to ask questions.
Morgan continued, denying any collusion, and suggested transmitting the message to the armory to contact Grace. After careful consideration, Victor accepted Morgan's suggestion. However, when Howard attempted to call the armory, he discovered they couldn't establish contact, likely a result of the recent attack damaging the phone lines. Meanwhile, zombies flew in through the window again, this time likely hitting the 3rd floor. Victor wondered why the Stalkers had breached their agreement not to attack within the first hour. Suddenly, explosions resounded, shaking the building once more. The immense explosion had directly destroyed the elevator, and power supplies were beginning to fail.
What's that? They're early.
Victor grabbed the phone, irritated, and asked Arnold, "Didn't you promise not to attack for an hour?" Arnold could only respond, "I saw your sniper aiming at us. This is just a warning to ensure you won't play tricks." The The next launch will involve zombies carrying nuclear radiation. I suggest you leave the rooftop immediately." At this point Victor started vomiting, and Naomi, observing his emesis, noted it was blue. It seemed Victor's suspicion of being poisoned was correct. Someone had spiked his food with a radiation-resistant substance. Concerned about the potential fatality, Victor questioned if he would die. Naomi was unable to provide definitive information because she did not know the dosage and timing of Victor's consumption. During the wait, Dory and Wendell arrived, attempting to persuade Victor to heed Morgan's advice, but Howard says that only Victor can truly represent the building. At this moment, Victor stepped out and agreed to seek Grace's help from the armory, but he insisted on going personally. Even though walking was now challenging for him, he believed there was a spy planted beside him, making it impossible for him to trust anyone. Despite Howard's assertion that he had been with him from the beginning, Victor only trusted himself. Everyone around him became a suspect. Victor pointed the knife at Morgan, instructing him to go to the armory instead. Considering the possibility of numerous zombies below due to the destroyed elevator, Victor believes that Morgan will do what he's told as long as he has the kid. Faced with authority, Morgan reluctantly agreed to Victor's demand. Victor's suspicion turned out to be correct. The elevator was now destroyed, and scattered zombies roamed the floors. With only 30 minutes remaining, there was no time to clear the stairs of debris. The quickest solution was to descend to the armory on the first floor from their current location. Morgan told Victor to take care of the child. Then he started to grab the rope and slowly slid down. The zombies between floors were trapped, posing no threat to Morgan. After a few minutes, he safely reached the first floor. Morgan checked the outside path for any issues and repeatedly called for Victor. After 3 attempts, Victor responded. Morgan insisted that Victor put the child down and hand her over. Expressing concern about the possibility of Victor turning into a zombie due to the poison, he promised to fulfill their deal. Victor looked at the cute little Morgan in his arms. He was also moved with compassion. He was also afraid that he would really become zombies. He envied Morgan for caring so much about this child. His childhood lacked paternal attention, contributing to the later development of the businessman Victor. Using a rope, Victor secured little Morgan and slowly lowered her down. Morgan, who was a father, watched nervously as Victor endured physical discomfort but successfully handed little Morgan over to Morgan. Victor asked if Morgan would come back for him. Morgan didn't answer directly, only stating that it would all be over soon. Calling out Alicia's name, Victor thought he might be facing his end. In the world, only Alicia could make him aspire to be a better person. After hearing this, Morgan returned and asked Victor, "Do you know where Alicia is?" Victor shook his head, saying, "I have a feeling you can find Alicia, but she won't want to see me as I am now." Morgan assured him that he would find Alicia. Victor's head got heavier and heavier and he passed out. When he opened his eyes, Naomi was injecting him with drugs, and Morgan was back again. Morgan manages to contact Grace to disarm the crisis, and manages to drive off the stalker. Naomi said that Victor's poisoning was not serious and that he had vomited most of it out. Through this incident, Victor felt he shouldn't be so cold and insensitive. Perhaps he needed to try trusting others. During Victor's coma, he would have been perfectly capable of taking advantage of the opportunity if Morgan had other intentions. Morgan persuaded Victor, stating that there are many people outside, and Victor should try to trust and accept them, creating a place that Alicia would be willing to come to. Victor changed his mindset, believing that everyone working together could find Alicia. Morgan reached out to help Victor up, and Victor didn't refuse. Morgan is a trustworthy man. However, Victor noticed a blue powder on one of Morgan's fingers, freezing his smile. Recalling the time when he and Morgan drank together, he realized that Morgan had poisoned him. Immediately, he angrily exclaimed, "You're here to kill me." Victor even suspected that the child is sick is also Morgan fabricated. In a confrontation, Victor was no match for Morgan. Morgan explained that if he knew the stalkers were coming, he wouldn't have exposed everyone to danger. Morgan wanted to kill Victor, but Howard came with a gun and saved him. Morgan's hands were tied. Victor was going to throw the man who tried to kill him down. At that moment, the phone rang and the caller was Grace. She explained that even though Arnold and his group had left, the zombies carrying explosive fragments were left behind and had now mingled with the group of zombies downstairs. You know what happens if they blow up. Even without detonation, there would be continuous radiation leakage. Grace offered to help clean up, but in return, Victor had to release Morgan and her daughter. Howard took one look at the car where the zombies used to be, and Grace didn't look like she was lying. Victor agreed, but only on the condition that the baby and Grace stay. Morgan could live, but he could never set foot in the building again.
Yes.
Victor then had Morgan removed. Finally, Victor told Howard to have his portrait taken back and he wasn't even going to have it restored. Through this experience, he understood that people should see him for who he truly is, and emotions are unreliable. In the previous episode, Victor was ready to execute Morgan, who had poisoned him, but Grace volunteered to stay and work for Victor in exchange for Morgan's life. Morgan had to embark on the journey back to the submarine alone, vowing to rescue Grace one day. After a while, Morgan thought he heard something and saw 3 figures emerge from the fog. Who were Arnold's men? Morgan was preparing to fight to the end when the sound of hooves approached from behind, and 2 black figures on horseback drew near. The man removed his hood. Morgan breathed a sigh of relief, not expecting Dwight to still be alive. The riders were the dark horses. Morgan was happy they survived and asked if they had joined them, advising them to understand what they were getting into. Dwight admitted he was now with them, but insisted it wasn't what Morgan thought. Dwight then took Morgan to their camp, where numerous tents suggested they all lived there. Morgan, puzzled why Dwight was with them, didn't understand why he was brought here. Dwight revealed their leader wanted to talk to him. Morgan wondered what Arnold wanted with him, and as he spoke, 2 armed individuals approached from the front. Morgan was on guard, and Dwight signaled him to relax.
You mean she?
Just show me where he is.
Then, Morgan arrived at the leader's tent, where a fully clothed figure emerged. Thinking it was Arnold, Morgan declared he didn't want trouble, but when the mask came off, it revealed the beautiful face of Alicia. Long lost to Morgan, the 2 old friends embraced tightly. Both were natural leaders, trusting and admiring each other.
You look like shit, Morgan.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I feel like shit.
Morgan, who had thought Alicia lost, immediately asked if her people attacked the building. Alicia denied it, saying they were no longer her people. Morgan was filled with questions. Alicia changed the subject, expressing her people's exhaustion and lack of resources. Nearly losing hope, Morgan said he couldn't help much as his own group was struggling, but Alicia disagreed, believing in Morgan's ability to help, which is why she had Dwight find him. Before Alicia could explain what she needed Morgan to do, the armed guards became alert. Everyone gathered at the fence. It was just a few attacking zombies. With everyone armed, it didn't seem like a big problem, but Morgan realized it wasn't that simple. He ran forward with a flashlight. Discovering these weren't ordinary zombies, they had nuclear fragments and bombs attached. It was critical not to shoot, as an explosion could have unimaginable consequences.
Don't shoot! Don't!
But it was too late. Several zombies exploded, leaving the camp's people dazed by the shockwave. A bloody mist and dust filled the sky. They watched in shock, realizing it contained high levels of radiation.
Everybody run now!
Alicia quickly organized her people to drop everything and flee. Dwight noticed the explosions had attracted nearly 100 zombies. The camp was enveloped in smoke. They kept fleeing until the next day, resting temporarily, fortunate to have no casualties except for a scouting team ahead. Alicia asked if they could return to the camp. Morgan said it was impossible. The exploding zombies had spread too much radiation. Alicia was disheartened. Their food and supplies were there, but it wasn't the time for complaints. Alicia instructed Dwight to bring the counselor. Although Morgan didn't understand their conversation, he suggested Alicia and her people could seek refuge with Victor, given her special status in his eyes. Alicia refused, not wanting to see Victor, and told Morgan she sought him out for a reason, only he could help her. Then she pointed behind Morgan. One of her men brought a zombie to them. Alicia approached it fearlessly, saying Dwight found it a few days ago. Morgan was full of questions, wondering if it was a friend or family member of Alicia's. Dwight said he didn't know, but to find it, they had stripped nearby zombies. Arnold and others who attacked the building didn't want Alicia to find this particular zombie. The situation was becoming increasingly complex. Then Alicia instructed her men to paint the zombie to prevent it from blending in with others, making it hard to recognize later. Morgan couldn't help but start asking Alicia. He didn't understand why she was doing this and what it had to do with him. Alicia sighed, saying she needed his help to find a place called Padre. This wasn't the first time Morgan had heard of this place. Alicia continued, explaining Padre was unaffected by radiation and zombies, and it had plans and resources for rebuilding everything. She didn't know where this place was, but believed this zombie could lead them to Padre. Morgan looked at the zombie, baffled. It seemed unbelievable. Was Alicia brainwashed? Alicia just said he wouldn't understand. No one could, and he had to trust her. At that moment, 2 zombies approached. They were the patrol team, now killed by someone. Everyone became alert. Sherry returned on horseback, reporting that enemies were approaching, a group of cavalry, likely Victor's men. Alicia didn't understand why he would do this. Morgan said they probably mistook them for the group that attacked the building, as their outfits were similar. Alicia realized they needed to find a place to stay quickly. Morgan suggested they could all go to the submarine, which had enough supplies for everyone for a week. Alicia promptly asked Dwight and Sherry to lead everyone to the submarine, while she and Morgan went to search for Padre.
Do you trust me?
Yes, I do.
Morgan was still confused when Alicia cut open a zombie's stomach and smeared its innards on a piece of clothing. She needed Morgan to wear this clothing. Hesitant, Morgan decided to trust Alicia. The purpose of wearing the clothing was to mask their presence from the zombie, enabling them to follow it to Padre. Despite his disbelief that a zombie could know the way, Morgan chose to accompany Alicia. Before the nuclear bomb exploded, Alicia was locked in a bunker.
You locked me in here! I'm not gonna make the world the way you want it to be!
I know. That's what I'm counting on.
She couldn't understand why Teddy chose her as the leader for the new world. Frantically pounding on the door, Alicia initially wanted to uncover Teddy's conspiracy to save everyone but ended up trapped here. She worried about the fate of her friends. Feeling utterly helpless, she dared not imagine how to live underground and who would let her out. After a while, Alicia collected herself and began to observe the bunker. It appeared that this place had long been prepared for radiation isolation. When Alicia walked inside, a shower head above doused her, likely a decontamination facility. The isolation door led to a surprisingly large area, seemingly a secret military base before the apocalypse. There was even an armory. Alicia opened the door, and the lights inside flickered to life. She continued walking all the way to the back, but the weapons here had long been gone, leaving behind an empty space. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a gun being cocked behind her. She wasn't the only one surviving here. Teddy's loyal followers were present too. The man said he caught another person who was alone and then took Alicia to the tree where a zombie was tied up. The original zombie, killed by Wes, was replaced with another. Alicia thought they just wanted her to watch the zombie, but the acolyte attempted to feed her to it, to transform her into a zombie for fertilizing crops. Fortunately, a voice stopped the acolyte. The leader, a man with a braided hairstyle, asked if she was the Alicia mentioned by Teddy. Still frightened, Alicia listened as the man introduced himself as Arnold, saying Teddy had spoken of her as the chosen leader. Arnold then announced to everyone that Alicia was the one they had been waiting for, to lead them to a new beginning.
I'm not leading those psychos anywhere.
But Arnold wasn't upset by Alicia's remark because Teddy had already reminded them not to take it to heart. In a swift move, Alicia pushed the acolyte towards the zombie and drew the acolyte's pistol on Arnold and his men. The acolyte's fate was sealed. Alicia declared Teddy's words as lies and made her way out. Arnold's men moved to follow, but he told them to let her go, confident she couldn't escape anyway. Alicia, having escaped, finds an axe and furiously smashes it against the iron door, but she clearly underestimates the blast-proof door as 1, 2, 3 strikes only produce a few sparks. Alicia instinctively assumed that he was one of Arnold's subordinates. The man swallows hard and says the door can withstand a nuclear blast of 50,000 tons, and it's impossible to escape through this way. Alicia immediately asks how he knows. The man quickly explains that he's been living here since before these thugs found this place, always looking for a way out. Alicia glances at his attire, feels he's not lying, and then lets down her guard. The man introduces himself as Will. Alicia doesn't care who he is, only asks if there's another way out. Will just says maybe, and then leads Alicia away from there. While walking, Alicia asks how long Will has been here. Will tells her everything. Originally, when the zombie virus first broke out, he came here with Senator Vasquez. They were supposed to discuss countermeasures with other senators, but the others never arrived. Alicia can hardly believe that years have passed since the outbreak, and Will has been living here all this time. They then arrive at Will's hiding place. He says we closed the doors and have been waiting for a notification that it's safe to go out. Alicia is curious about where the others are. Will, with a sense of resignation, says they all died. A group of survivors found the entrance to the bunker, claiming they were starving. We shouldn't have let anyone in, but we hadn't seen a living soul in years and didn't want to watch them starve outside our window. So Senator Vasquez opened the door, and then they killed everyone. I was in the ducts repairing the filters at the time, so I heard everything from the crawl space and then hid. Alicia asks again how she can get out. Will just says the timers were set, and they won't open until the time's up. There should be another way out, but I've never gone up there because I'm not ready to face the zombies. Alicia urgently says Teddy, the madman up there, wants to destroy everything. I told Victor, but I'm not sure if I can rely on him. Alicia was about to say more when Arnold's voice calls for her. Will advises her to pretend to accept their ideology, and he will find a way out here. Hearing Will's words, Alicia no longer opposes Arnold and the others. Arnold prepares a room for Alicia and returns her personal weapon to her. A document appears on the table, titled Padre: The Future of Rebuilding the Nation. However, Arnold doesn't mind and just mentions it's the previous tenant's stuff and that he will get rid of it. Clearly, it's the stuff of the senator mentioned by Will. At that moment, Arnold's walkie-talkie buzzes with news of an intruder found in the service area, likely a remnant of the senator's man. Arnold calmly orders, "Let him return to dust." Alicia knows their return to dust means transforming into zombies and then being used as fertilizer. Alicia thinks of something. Could it be Will who's been caught? Sure enough, Will is being pushed towards the zombies by the others. Just as Will is about to be bitten, Alicia arrives in time to prevent the tragedy. She tells Arnold, "Teddy was right. I will lead you to a new beginning. This starts now. No more letting people return to dust." And then she orders Will to be released. Seeing the others indifferent, Arnold says to do as Alicia says, and they release Will. Then, Alicia scolds them to leave. Will, still shaken, thanks Alicia. Alicia simply states she wants to get out quickly. Will, pointing at a zombie, asks if they have memories. Alicia is surprised by such a naive question, but realizes it might be Will's first encounter with zombies. Will, with sadness, reveals the zombie is Senator Vasquez. Alicia sympathetically says, "They're just walking dead with no memories." Alicia brings up the document marked Padre found in the room. Will explains they were supposed to go to Padre after leaving the bunker, as the senator said it had everything needed for rebuilding, but its location was a secret, known only to Vasquez and his family. He had messaged his family to go there first, but whether they arrived is unknown. Alicia asks if they could find the place once outside. Will says he won't leave. He doesn't know how to face the apocalypse. Seeing the crumbling Will, Alicia takes out her necklace, claiming it can protect the wearer. It was a gift from Victor. They come up with a plan looking at the senator. Will takes Alicia to the drainage area. He thinks the water must drain somewhere outside and following the pipes might lead them out. He also brings Vasquez. Will believes zombies might have memories and could instinctively find Padre. Without hesitation, Alicia pushes the senator over. She asks Will to hold the zombie while she stabs its abdomen. She plans to cover themselves in zombie blood so Vasquez won't focus on them. Alicia warns not to get the blood in the eyes or mouth, or they'll get infected and die. Will, witnessing such a gruesome act for the first time, apologizes to Vasquez before smearing the blood on himself. Alicia is deeply moved. Will reminds her that these zombies were once living people, and maybe Vasquez can indeed lead them to Padre. In the previous episode, Alicia was trapped in a bunker. To escape, Will suggested trying to leave through the sewer. They also prepared to take the zombies that Vasquez had become with them, because Will believed that once outside, the zombies could lead them to Padre. They smeared their bodies with the blood of the zombies to prevent Vasquez from attacking them. They first put Vasquez into the sewer, followed by Lisa. The sewer was not particularly narrow, just enough to accommodate one person. The zombies crawled faster than they expected. To prevent getting lost, Will also hurriedly entered the sewer. The tireless zombies crawled quickly, with Alicia following closely behind. But at that moment, the entire bunker began to shake. Before they understood what was happening, the tunnel collapsed. After an unknown amount of time, Will brushed the stones in front of his eyes and shouted loudly for Alicia, his path now blocked by debris. Minutes later, Alicia also slowly came to, her head a bit dizzy. When she came to her senses, she heard Vasquez's hissing, and there was also debris in front of her. The zombie Vasquez continued to crawl forward. Alicia called out softly to Will, afraid of attracting Vasquez. Seeing no response and Vasquez moving further away, she then called out loudly for Will. Will heard Alicia's call and responded, giving both of them a sigh of relief. Alicia turned to see the zombies attracted by their shouting. She turned on the flashlight, and seeing Vasquez had crawled closer, Alicia hurriedly tried to block it with stones. As the zombies approached, Alicia moved the stones more frantically. Will also comforted Alicia to hold on. Seeing the height, Alicia thought it should be enough to block the zombies and exhaled a long breath. Alicia had just told Will she was safe when Vasquez pushed over the stone wall and crawled toward her. Alicia grabbed a stone and smashed it towards the zombie's head but was still bitten on the arm. At this moment, Will only heard Alicia's heart-wrenching scream. Becoming even more anxious, Alicia quickly kicked the zombie to the other side of the wall. And fortunately, the stones above began to collapse and block the gap. Alicia couldn't believe the wound on her arm. Will urged Alicia to hold on. At that moment, Alicia was in despair, feeling as if everything had come to an end. She guessed that nuclear bombs had exploded on the surface, and she had failed to stop Teddy or save anyone, but Will kept persuading her to be strong. Perhaps he didn't understand the consequences of being bitten by a zombie. Will said, although you couldn't save your friends, there are still so many people in the bunker. You don't have to rebuild the world according to Teddy's vision. You can do it your way. Now, these people see you as their leader. You must survive. Hearing Will's words, Alicia seemed to make a decision. She told Will, before I act, you must promise not to let me mutate and harm these innocent people. If I develop a fever, that means I'm about to turn. You must kill me first. Will could only promise to do so for now. Alicia took a deep breath and picked up her weapon. Her weapon wasn't a knife. The pain Alicia endured was unimaginable. After the amputation, Alicia fell into a deep unconsciousness. When Alicia woke up again, her face was flushed, and her amputated arm had been treated and was being injected with anesthetic. She calls out Will's name softly, and Will wakes up. Thankfully, Alicia had finally woken up. Alicia asked what had happened, and Will confirmed her guess about the nuclear explosion. Alicia's heart sank, not daring to imagine what had happened to Morgan and the others. Seeing Will's hesitation, Alicia felt he might know something. Will revealed that before the bomb exploded, Arnold heard from Teddy's followers that her friends tried to stop the madman Teddy, but Victor interfered at the crucial moment and prevented them from stopping it in time. This is why Alicia later refuses to go to the building to look for Victor. Alicia learned from Will that she had been unconscious for a week. After the amputation, Will had found her and returned to the bunker. Arnold and others treated her, and she had developed a high fever, but it had now subsided. Hearing this, Alicia became emotional. She had asked Will to promise that if she developed a fever, he would kill her, as she might turn into a zombie and endanger everyone in the bunker. Alicia wasn't blaming Will but felt responsible for the people there. She had failed to save those above ground and couldn't let those below face danger.
No, Will, you can't.
It was these words that led Will to leave the bunker. He had fallen in love with Alicia and knew finding Padre was the real way to help her. This led to the story of the first episode, where he met Victor. When they returned to the bunker, Alicia and everyone else had disappeared, leaving only a letter with Padre written on it. Will's fate was to be thrown off the building by Victor. Alicia never heard from Will again. She hears about the famous dark horses, so she asked them to help find the lost Vasquez, not realizing that the dark horses were actually Dwight and his wife. Later, they found Morgan. Alicia believed Morgan would unconditionally help her find Padre, though always skeptical. Morgan considered it helping an old friend. During the journey, he noticed that Alicia was in particularly bad shape and sweating profusely. Alicia explains, I haven't eaten for a week. I haven't slept for 2 weeks, and it's 38 degrees right now, so that's why I'm like this. At that moment, gunfire erupted. Victor's men had found them and were shooting wildly. Morgan told Alicia to reveal her identity, believing Victor would stop firing if he knew it was her. Alicia expressed her reluctance to see Victor. Morgan shouted that the people they were pursuing were not the attackers of the building, but the group retorted, we're not here for the building attackers but for you, Mr. Jones, and fired more shots. Morgan quickly mentioned his wife's agreement with Victor. The men scornfully replied, if you dare try to kill our boss, don't expect to live. It made sense. How could a man like Victor tolerate someone who tried to kill him living? Meanwhile, zombies, including Vasquez, were drawn by the gunfire. Alicia realized the danger. She didn't want Vasquez to be shot dead, as that was their hope for finding Padre. Morgan desperately tried to stop Alicia, claiming they could find Padre another way. He didn't want to lose her. Alicia noticed Vasquez's arm was broken. She told Morgan to move aside and charged forward, tackling Vasquez into a ditch. With no choice, Morgan followed. They dragged the zombie and fled, finally reaching a cliff. With the sound of hooves and gunfire closing in, they had nowhere to go. The cavalry had caught up. Alicia threw Vasquez down into the flowing water below. Victor, having received a message from Morgan, arrived in person. Surprised to see Alicia, he immediately apologized, saying he didn't know she was with Morgan. Alicia said nothing and jumped off the cliff into the water. Morgan looked at the water and then at Victor. Victor said, I guess my instincts were right. You did find Alicia. Morgan confirmed, you guessed right. Alicia indeed doesn't want to see you. And then he too jumped. Victor, fearful of hurting Alicia, didn't shoot at the water, but sent his men downstream to continue the trail. Morgan and Alicia quickly made it to the shore. Vasquez was tied up and tossed aside. Morgan, puzzled, asked Alicia if she knew what she was doing, emphasizing that he came to help everyone find a safe place, not to engage in activities like this. Alicia, becoming agitated, retorted that if he really wanted to help, then he should help her find Padre so everyone could go to a safe place. This led to an argument between them. Morgan doubted the existence of Padre, while Alicia firmly believed the zombie could lead her to it. Morgan, losing his temper, said he only saw her risking her life to save a zombie that was already dead. Alicia, somewhat embarrassed because believing in zombies was indeed far-fetched, stuttered that they weren't completely dead and might still retain some memories. Their argument over the zombie intensified. Morgan said he once had thoughts like Alicia's, which ultimately led to the death of his son. After saying that, Morgan was about to pick up an axe to kill the zombies. He didn't understand Alicia's desperate search for Padre and didn't want to see her risk her life for a zombie anymore. During their heated argument, Morgan angrily threw down his axe. Predictably, Victor's men seized the opportunity to capture them. The men were puzzled as to why they were arguing over a zombie but got no answer. Victor soon arrived. Morgan reminded him of their previous agreement. However, Victor shamelessly stated that the agreement was made in the building, and he wouldn't acknowledge it in this wilderness. Morgan was utterly disgusted with Victor. Victor noticed the zombie tied up and curiously wondered why it was restrained. He was about to kill it. Alicia, of course, didn't want this to happen and distracted Victor by engaging him in conversation. Victor took this chance to boast about his grand achievements in building the tower and even invited Alicia to join him. He professed that she was the only person in the world he could trust, but Alicia was not impressed. She told Victor she didn't need his tower or any charity. This infuriated Victor, and he immediately ordered his men to kill Morgan and then the zombie. Two men grabbed Morgan and were about to feed him to the zombie. Victor intended to leave Alicia with nothing, believing that once she was desperate, she would come to his tower. At that moment, Alicia rushed forward, knocking Morgan out of the way, and the zombie bit her left arm. Victor, shocked, quickly ordered his men to back off. Morgan was stunned. Watching Alicia, Victor apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't want it to be like this. I never intended to hurt you." Alicia just loudly rebuked Victor, telling him to get lost. Knowing he was at fault, Victor left with his men. By evening, Alicia sat by the fire, her face covered in sweat. "Let me see your wound," Morgan asked for what felt like the umpteenth time. He knew almost no one survived a zombie bite, but he still wanted to help Alicia treat her wound. This time, Alicia finally responded. She looked at Morgan, extended her left hand, and unzipped the covering. The hand inside was in such a state, Morgan couldn't imagine what Alicia had been through and how it had come to this. Alicia whispered, "I told you, I'm fine." Tears welled up in Morgan's eyes as he felt a deep sympathy for Alicia, perhaps from a friend's perspective, or maybe as an older brother. He sensed the girl had endured too much alone. Morgan pointed at Alicia's prosthetic limb. Alicia understood his meaning and immediately explained, "This is made from my own bones." Morgan gave a bitter smile, guessing Alicia's hand was possibly a result of tracking the zombie. Alicia didn't respond but instead walked over to another zombie, preparing to smear more zombie blood. She wouldn't give up looking for Padre. Minutes later, they set off again. Morgan, looking at this woman who had silently endured so much, decided to accompany her to the end, fulfilling one of Alicia's wishes. After an unknown duration, when Alicia reached the top of the hill and looked into the distance, she surprisingly smiled. "We found it," she said. Morgan looked where she pointed, seeing a light shining in the darkness, igniting hope in Alicia's heart. But Morgan knew that wasn't Padre, it was clearly Victor's building. After hesitating, he told Alicia the truth. Alicia's expression darkened. Minutes later, Vasquez had blended into the horde of zombies, becoming untraceable. They approached the building, and after such a long search, it turned out to be in vain. Finding Vasquez again was nearly impossible. Morgan suggested, "Let's go back to the submarine," but Alicia refused, saying it would endanger everyone. Morgan didn't understand why she said that. Alicia didn't hide the truth any longer, revealing, "I didn't amputate immediately. I'm still infected. Every moment, my body is fighting it. When I sweat, it's the symptoms acting up. Sooner or later, I won't be able to resist." Morgan wanted to persuade Alicia not to give up, suggesting that Naomi could take a good look at her, but Alicia shook her head, indicating she had tried everything to no avail. "I can't go back to the submarine, nor can I help you rebuild a home. I don't know how much longer I have left. I thought I could find Padre for everyone before I died, but leading a large group is too dangerous. so I sought your help to find it. Morgan smiled and said, "We'll find another place. Don't be so pessimistic." He also understood why Alicia placed her trust in the zombie. Suddenly, a few zombies approached them from a distance. Morgan told Alicia to stay put while he dealt with the zombies, a process that took no more than 3 minutes. Victor arrived with his man, having spotted them earlier. Seeing Alicia sweating profusely, Victor apologized again, thinking it was his fault that Alicia got bitten. Alicia, not hiding anything, showed her arm but didn't explain further. Victor said, "The zombie you followed led you here. It's fate. You belong here. Bring your people." Alicia pondered and asked, "Will you take care of them, even if I'm not here?" Victor readily agreed, willing to do anything for Alicia, reluctantly accepting Victor's help due to her dire situation and the absence of Padre. Alicia heard a zombie's growl. It was a disfigured zombie on the ground, but Alicia felt she recognized it. Morgan was about to take care of it, but Alicia approached. She couldn't believe the zombie was Will, identifiable by the necklace around his neck. No wonder Will never returned. He ended up here. Although Alicia and Will didn't spend much time together, they had a strong affection for each other. Alicia emotionlessly gave Will his last rites. Noticing his injuries were from a severe fall, she confronted Victor. "Did you do this?" Victor, guilty, couldn't meet her gaze. Alicia continued, "Do you know where he's from? That he knew me? Why kill him?" Victor replied, "I did it to prevent you from getting hurt. I wanted to build the tower my way to keep you away."
Because he told me that he loved you!
Alicia was silent, shocked that Victor killed Will out of jealousy. Her determination rekindled. She turned to Morgan and asked, "How long can we last on the submarine?" Morgan estimated a week, 2 at most, with everyone aboard. Victor interjected, "I didn't want things to end up like this." Alicia angrily retorted, "It's too late."
I'm taking the one thing that matters to you the most. I am taking that tower.
Faced with the choice between power and Alicia, Victor declared he would defend everything to the end if necessary.
Then we're going to war.
In the last episode, Alicia followed the zombies with hope, searching for Padre, but what she found was Victor's building instead, filling her with despair. After the nuclear explosion, many facilities in the bunker were damaged, and Alicia decided to leave the underground with Arnold and others. Alicia led them to find the zombie Vasquez had turned into, believing that finding Vasquez would lead them to Padre. However, during the search, over 20 people died, causing strong dissatisfaction in Arnold. Arnold then split from Alicia with a group, becoming what the survivors later called the Stalkers. With so many lives lost and no Padre found, Alicia began to doubt her suitability as a leader. Now, discovering that Victor killed Will, Alicia's fighting spirit was reignited. She planned to go to war with Victor and take over his building.
Then we're going to war.
Realizing that the people and weapons from the submarine were insufficient, she sought to collaborate with Arnold but was rejected and chased by him instead. During the escape, Alicia fell into a feverish coma by the roadside. Due to gaps in the original story, I've organized the main plot, so please forgive any discrepancies. When Alicia woke up, she was in a bed, her mind still groggy. Strange music filled the room, and her prosthetic limb lay nearby. She realized she had earplugs in, and upon removing them, the music grew louder. Alicia didn't know where she was, but her prosthetic had become her weapon. She picked it up, ready to investigate. She shouted but received no response, only deafening music. On the first floor, she found the door open. Her body was still weak, so venturing out would be nearly suicidal. After closing the door, she noticed footprints on the carpet, leading her to a man playing the piano with a large speaker blasting music. The man, oblivious to the approaching zombie, continued playing. Alicia yelled to turn off the music, but Paul didn't hear her. She had no choice but to pull down the player overhead. Stopping the music abruptly, Paul then realized the zombie and killed it with a pen, but Alicia received no thanks. Paul looked at the broken player.
What did you do?
Unconcerned about the unconscious Alicia. When Alicia woke up again, she felt much better. Paul was repairing his player. Alicia asked how she got there, but Paul didn't respond until she tapped him. Paul explained he was deaf and could only understand lip reading but needed Alicia to speak slower. From Paul, Alicia learned she had been unconscious for 2 days. Paul had found her passed out in a barn 2 miles away and rescued her. Alicia had been feverish the entire time. Despite Paul's use of many medications, her fever persisted. Alicia didn't elaborate. She only wanted to leave quickly because strangers could be the most dangerous. But after 2 days of unconsciousness, her body was incredibly weak. Alicia was very wary of Paul. Paul said, "You're in no condition to go anywhere," and handed her a bottle of fever-reducing medicine. Seeing Paul's care, Alicia let down her guard a bit. Paul introduced himself as a musician who loved Beethoven. Suddenly, Alicia thought she heard something. Pulling up the mattress, she saw Arnold and his men searching the area. Alicia urgently told Paul to hide her and make sure they didn't find her. Arnold was pounding on the door outside. Paul opened it to face them. Arnold explained they were looking for a feverish woman. Paul noticed the many zombies caged on their vehicle, a clear sign they weren't good people. Arnold, uninterested in Paul's words, led his men inside to search. He immediately noticed the fever medicine, but Paul dismissed it, saying everyone has such medicine at home. After searching, they found nothing, unaware that Alicia was hiding in an unexpected place. One piano key didn't produce sound. Clearly abnormal, but Paul's calm response didn't raise Arnold's suspicion. Arnold left a walkie-talkie with Paul, instructing him to report any clues. After this ordeal, Alicia realized Paul was a good person worth befriending. Not only did Paul not betray her, but he also made her a delicious dinner. Paul revealed, "The nuclear explosion took my wife, and I lost my hearing." He asked Alicia to go out with him the next day to look for a new sound system. Music was his life, even if he couldn't hear it. To repay his kindness, Alicia agreed. The next day, Paul took Alicia to a concert hall where he used to perform before the apocalypse. He talked about his wife, a violinist. While he was a pianist, they had learned a new instrument together, the bagpipes. His wife's wish was to play Beethoven's Ode to Joy on the bagpipes, but now that opportunity was gone. Alicia sympathized with him and invited Paul to come with her. He could live with everyone and help take down Victor's building. Before Paul could answer, Alicia heard noises outside. She told Paul to stay inside and make no sound. When Alicia went out, she saw Arnold's vehicles. As she turned around, someone already had a gun pointed at her. It seemed these people had been lying in wait. Arnold uncovered a tarp to reveal zombies dressed in uniform, all of whom had been sacrificed while searching for Vasquez. Arnold's intention now was to make Alicia join them. He ordered his men to capture Alicia and lock her in the vehicle. Arnold accused her, "They died because of you, because you promised them they'd find that place called Padre." As Arnold was about to open the vehicle door, his palm was shot through. Paul emerged with a gun, shouting for Alicia to get down. With the door opened, the zombies staggered out. The stalkers were too busy dealing with them to worry about Alicia. Paul aimed to shoot Arnold but hesitated, fearing he might hit Alicia, who was also fighting zombies. Eventually, Arnold managed to escape. That night, instead of fleeing with Alicia, Paul dismantled the room's soundproofing. He was determined to help Alicia eliminate Arnold for good. Soon, Arnold and his men returned. Paul gave Alicia earplugs and turned the music volume to maximum. As Arnold was about to enter, the blaring music made him reel. He kicked the door open, but Paul was already waiting. However, Arnold skillfully dodged the fatal strike. Alicia noticed zombies converging on the location. Arnold chose to temporarily retreat, unwilling to become fodder for the zombies. Zombies quickly entered the house, and Paul started shooting, but his bullets were limited. Alicia had to use her prosthetic limb as a weapon. Soon, Arnold and his men sneaked in through the back door. Paul and Alicia had to shift positions and engage in guerrilla warfare. With the music too loud for the stalkers to hear anything, Paul took advantage of his knowledge of the terrain. He then spotted Arnold with his back turned and drew a dagger to approach him, but as the sound system sparked and failed, the music stopped, making Paul's footsteps audible. Arnold turned and aimed his gun at Paul. The situation was tense. As Arnold fired, zombies lunged at him. Paul was hit in the abdomen. Alicia quickly moved him to another room. Alicia wanted to help stop the bleeding, but Paul urged her to leave. As he had long been indifferent to life and death, he advised Alicia to believe in herself because many others still trusted her. With the sound of breaking doors growing louder and Arnold's men surrounding the outside, any attempt to escape through doors or windows would be noticed. To cover Alicia's escape, Paul played the bagpipes, performing the Ode to Joy his wife had always wanted to play. When Arnold finally entered the room, Alicia was gone. The outcome was predictable. Alicia fled the house, running determinedly towards the submarine. With Paul's cover, Alicia managed to escape Arnold's pursuit. By the time she reached the vicinity of the submarine, she couldn't hold on anymore and fainted. When Alicia woke up, she was already inside the submarine. still sweating profusely. Ever since her arm was amputated, Alicia had been feverish every day. Morgan asked if she had managed to persuade Arnold to join them. Alicia replied they refused to cooperate. Without them, it's hard to confront Victor, but I think I've come up with a new approach that can gather enough people and weapons, she said as she prepared to take some supplies and leave. Morgan was curious about Alicia's method. As she packed, Alicia explained, I need to go back to the bunker. There's a radio transmitter there, and I want to use it to contact survivors scattered outside. I thought that zombie would lead us to Padre, but I was wrong. Now, there are many others like me, determined to find Padre. Morgan thought Alicia wanted to gather these people to continue searching for Padre, but Alicia clarified, I want to bring them here. Morgan finally understood that Alicia wanted to become Padre herself. Alicia continued, I'll give them what they want, a safe place to live. Referring naturally to Victor's building, she planned to unite these people to take over the building. This time, Morgan didn't object, acknowledging it as a good idea but expressing his desire to go with her. However, Alicia insisted that Morgan stay, and Morgan promised that they would prepare for her return. With that, Alicia left the submarine. The next time they would meet would be when they attacked the building. On the other side, in Victor's building, most ordinary people saw it as an ideal place, including the young boy in front of them. He wanted to join the tower and become a proud cavalryman. When Howard inquired, the boy said his name was Ollie, and he was 15 years old. Howard warned, becoming a cavalryman isn't as easy as you think. You must pass our assessment. Your task is to find a specific species of butterfly. Ollie didn't understand how finding a butterfly could prove himself. Dory, standing nearby, wanted to tell Ollie a story to help him understand, but Howard, showing no mercy, interrupted and told Dory, You're only here to assist me. Don't talk too much. Howard constantly displayed his status. This place doesn't need democracy, only obedience to commands. Ollie had a beautiful vision of the building. Believing he must become a proud cavalryman, he rode to the forest to find that special butterfly and quickly spotted one. The task seemed almost too easy. The butterfly landed on a tree trunk, and as Ollie stealthily approached, a zombie appeared on the side. Not having much choice, he used a glass jar to capture the butterfly with his left hand while simultaneously eliminating the zombie with his right. It appeared this boy had experienced the trials of the apocalypse. He hurriedly sheathed his knife and carefully sealed the jar. On his way back, however, he saw someone stealing his belongings. Ollie drew his gun and scanned the surroundings to check if she had any companions. Once he was sure she was alone, Ollie shouted for her to raise her hands. The person, a tall figure wearing a mask, didn't respond but just quietly observed Ollie. When a zombie approached, Ollie was forced to deal with it first, but the woman suddenly pounced on him, and they struggled together. Ollie managed to regain control and demanded the woman remove her mask, which she did, revealing a delicate face. It was Charlie, formerly from the submarine. Ollie was curious about what a child was doing here. Charlie explained she got separated from her group and was just looking for food and water. Ollie ignored her and picked up his glass jar, relieved it wasn't broken. At that moment, a group of horsemen arrived, led by Howard and a bunch of cavalrymen. They had come to check on Ollie because he hadn't returned on time. Charlie immediately recognized Dory. They were old acquaintances. Howard, knowing Charlie was one of Morgan's people, ordered her to be taken away. Dory signaled to Charlie not to worry. Back at the building, Howard told Charlie that Victor was out attending to the building's security. In Victor's absence, I'm responsible for the building's security, so you need to tell me the truth, Howard said. Your encounter with Ollie wasn't a coincidence, was it? Did Morgan send you? Charlie admitted Morgan didn't know she was there. She then confessed that she came to find a way into the building, initially thinking Ollie might have a map. She just wanted to live there. Dory questioned why she didn't use the phone booth to apply formally. Howard quickly said, Victor wouldn't let her in. I know Victor's former teammates well, and Charlie is on the blacklist. She's a natural actress. Charlie initially planned to sneak in to find Grace and then figure out a way to stay. Charlie stated that she's already 13 years old and that she's been fighting alongside Morgan almost every day. She wants to stay in the building and live a normal life, and she's willing to do anything for it. As she spoke, the phone rang, and Dory answered to find Naomi on the line, reporting a problem in the medical room. It turned out a cavalryman who had gone out with Victor to find something important returned alone. Having encountered radiation-infected zombies, he barely made it back alive. Naomi confirmed the injuries were from radiation. Howard asked if the man had found what they needed. The man said the zombies were too numerous, and he only wanted to protect the building, willing to do anything for it. This sentiment made Ollie, listening nearby, feel that the building was worth protecting. Ollie then prepared to escort Charlie to the detention area, and along the way, they began to get acquainted. Suddenly, a figure fell from the upper floors into the zombie horde below. Charlie was shocked, and Ollie rushed to the rooftop, only to find the injured man had jumped. Everyone knew what this meant. Howard remarked that this was Victor's way of doing things and noted the man's willingness to do anything for the building. Charlie wondered what the man had gone out to find and got infected. Howard said that the stalkers attacked them earlier, causing the elevator to malfunction. Victor is eager to find the parts and repair it. Realizing an opportunity, Charlie offered to bring back the parts if they would let her stay. Naomi and Dory opposed the idea, reminding that Charlie was still a child. However, Howard considered it a good proposal. Knowing Charlie's experience with such tasks, he ordered Ollie to accompany Charlie the next day on the mission and then dismissed everyone to rest. Except for Ollie, he could tell Ollie genuinely wanted to join the building. Howard revealed the purpose of pairing Ollie with Charlie was to determine if she was a spy sent by Morgan. Ollie, a naive youth, felt the building might be different from what he had imagined, especially after the incident with the cavalryman. Still, he agreed to go. The next day, Ollie rode with Charlie to the location mentioned by the cavalryman. Just then,
Stalkers.
two teenagers ride horses through the streets of an apocalyptic world. Their mission to retrieve elevator parts. Charlie is full of curiosity about the youth before her. Just then, Ollie spots several figures ahead. Their attire marks them as the stalkers, apparently scouring for supplies. Ollie realized that he absolutely couldn't be discovered by them, especially since the stalkers and the building weren't on good terms. Immediately, he took Charlie and hid in a bowling alley. Charlie is excited about this place because she has never played bowling before and is eager to give it a try. However, as the stalkers' voices echo from outside, they quickly duck down. Ollie took out a gun from the counter, ready at any moment. Fortunately, the stalkers merely pass by. Charlie is puzzled about how Ollie knew about the gun, to which he replies that he used to live nearby and often came bowling. Intrigued, Charlie begs Ollie to teach her how to play. Reluctantly, Ollie agrees, hoping to finish quickly. During the lesson, their accidental touches stir something in them, both being teenagers in the throes of adolescence. With Ollie's guidance, Charlie makes a perfect throw and exults like a child, happier than she's been since the apocalypse began. Sensing the awkwardness, Ollie quickly decides to leave with Charlie. After the bowling lesson, Charlie looks at Ollie with admiration, even resting her hand on his stomach as they head to their destination. They soon arrived at their destination for this journey. The previous cavalryman mentioned that there were quite a few infected zombies inside. Charlie, thinking the zombies are on the first floor, suggests climbing outside to reach higher levels. Ollie, somewhat puzzled, stopped Charlie and asked, "Are you really risking your life just to move into Victor's building?" Charlie nods, adding she wants to help him become a knight sooner. Touched, Ollie gives Charlie a walkie-talkie, cautioning her to be quick and avoid radiation. Geared up, Charlie begins her adept and agile climb, reaching the second floor in less than a minute.
Hands up.
It's the stalkers, and this time, the leader is a woman who confiscated Ollie's sidearm. She eyed Ollie's clean clothes and the distant horse, easily deducing they were Victor's people. The woman demanded to know what the girl had gone inside for. Ollie remained silent, head bowed, receiving a punch from the woman. Ollie was then commanded to lead the way. The stalkers believed Victor's men were there for something valuable. Ollie pondered how to escape as the woman pushed him to the door, instructing him to open it and scout ahead. Ollie cleverly asked the woman if he could put on a mask, but his real intention was to stick close to the door and listen to what was happening inside. Under the woman's urging, Ollie unlatched the door and swiftly hid behind it. Radiation-affected zombies surged from inside. Due to the narrow passage, the guns of several of the stalkers were ineffective and could only become food for the zombies. Hiding behind the door, Ollie watched in horror as the zombies devoured the group. Spotting a handgun on the ground, he immediately grabbed it and entered the building, softly calling for Charlie on the second floor. While searching, Ollie was confronted by a zombie. He hesitated, noticing the zombie's clothing resembled his father's. This delay allowed the zombie to attack him. In a struggle, Charlie arrived just in time to eliminate the zombie. Ollie realized Charlie's mask was missing. She explained it was lost during the fight. Charlie then led Ollie to the elevator. Ollie was astonished by the number of zombies Charlie had killed, and some she had locked in a room. Their urgent task was to open the elevator and remove the circuit board. Charlie wedged something in the door gap and pried the elevator door open. Dismantling the circuit board would take some time. Charlie, aware of the incident on the first floor, expressed gratitude to Ollie for not betraying her to the stalkers. She felt guilty for deceiving Ollie and decided to come clean. Charlie revealed she was sent by Morgan to the building. The plan was to turn off the rooftop lights tonight, preventing zombies from gathering downstairs, allowing Morgan to rescue Grace and little Morgan. Ollie, a staunch supporter of the building, was angered, validating Howard's suspicions. Charlie retorted, insisting she wouldn't listen to Morgan anymore and abandon the plan. She admitted wanting to live that way, initially planning to seize the building with Morgan, but doing so would endanger Ollie. Listening to Charlie's confession, Ollie was somewhat incredulous. Behind them, the door was about to give way, so Charlie had to speed up the removal of the circuit board. Once Charlie finished, zombies broke in. In a decisive moment, Ollie apologized and pushed Charlie into the elevator. He needed to protect the building, and Charlie was an unstable factor. Ollie wasn't sure which of her words were true. Charlie called out in horror for Ollie, but only attracted zombies.
While you're doing this, just please come back, I'm gonna die!
Ollie contacted Howard, indicating he had retrieved the item. Charlie's pleading voice continued to echo inside the room. She said, "Do you know why I didn't run away before? Because I didn't want to leave you." It was evident that Charlie, in the throes of her first romantic feelings, had fallen for Ollie. Listening to Charlie's constant pleas and looking at the zombie on the ground, dressed just like his father, Ollie couldn't bear it anymore but still left the place. After a while, Charlie stopped shouting, and Ollie had already left her behind. She didn't know how to get out. In Charlie's moment of despair, gunshots could be heard from outside. Ollie couldn't bear to leave Charlie alone. He opened the door, realizing he had feelings for her too. He told Charlie he wouldn't reveal her plans to Victor and might even join her. Two teenagers, in the throes of adolescence, harbored affection for each other. Minutes later, pondering his return to Howard, Ollie turned to find Charlie had fainted. He urgently contacted Dory. Back at the building, Charlie was rushed to the emergency room. Naomi and Grace emerged half an hour later, stating Charlie was stable but, like the previous writer, had been irradiated. Her condition was nearly terminal. Ollie was filled with grief and guilt. Returning with the elevator parts, Ollie was affirmed by Howard and was close to becoming a knight upon Victor's approval, yet he couldn't rejoice. Worried about his girlfriend Charlie, he visited her ward and held her gently. Charlie confessed her fear. Ollie took her to a room, preparing a surprise. When Charlie opened her eyes, the sight was breathtaking. The room was filled with butterflies. Ollie had stolen all of Victor's butterfly specimens. Charlie, concerned about Victor's discovery, was reassured by Ollie's declaration of indifference for his own sake. As long as she was happy, it might have been the best gift Charlie ever received.
I'm gonna be there this time.
Late at night, Charlie stared out the window alone. Ollie covered her with a blanket, asking what was wrong. Charlie mentioned her promise to Morgan to turn off the rooftop lights. Pondering how to inform him of the situation, Ollie assured her, "Don't worry, my dear, I'll find a way. Leave everything to me." The rooftop of the building was fitted with searchlights, intended to gather countless zombies below as a protective umbrella. Ollie, however, thought about turning off this light. Ollie looked around the rooftop, which was deserted at the moment. Although he found it strange that there were no personnel on duty, he didn't want to miss this opportunity. He was just about to pull down the circuit breaker.
So this is why he sent her.
No wonder there wasn't anyone upstairs. They had been ambushed here waiting for Charlie. Ollie didn't expect Howard to be so suspicious. Howard asked, "Morgan plans to turn off the lights. Then what?" Ollie said he didn't know either. Howard didn't want to waste words. As he was about to draw his gun, Ollie rushed up and punched him. Howard stopped two cavalrymen from shooting with his hand. He wanted to teach this brat a lesson himself. Unexpectedly, the usually gentle Howard was so good at fighting, and he locked Ollie's neck in a few moves. Ollie kept begging to be let go.
Please, Howard! Don't do it, please!
But obviously, that was impossible. Only cold-bloodedness could better protect this place. If Victor was here, he would be even more ruthless. At this moment, Charlie was still watching the butterflies. She suddenly guessed what had happened and looked incredulously downstairs. Then Charlie walked out sadly, and Naomi quickly came up to ask with concern. Seeing Howard coming out of the elevator, Charlie loudly accused him.
You killed him! You killed him! You killed him!
I suggest you back off unless you want to join him.
Howard said, He attacked me first. I had no choice. I'm just doing my best to protect this place from being destroyed by others. If you all want the building to continue to exist, you'd better do the same." Then Dory came over and expressed her agreement with what Howard said. Naomi suddenly became confused about which side Dory was on. Dory said only cold-bloodedness could protect the building. After saying this, Howard pulled out a handgun ready to deal with Charlie.
Lay one hand on her, I will kill you myself.
Howard calmly said, "If something happens to me, Victor won't let you go." Naomi felt Howard was somewhat funny and confidently said, "Do you think Victor would?" She knew too well what kind of person Victor was. Naomi told Howard, "Compared to you, Victor needs me more. I'm the only medical personnel here if anyone gets sick or injured." Naomi continued to Howard, "Charlie and I are together. I'll take care of her." "That's settled." Howard was stunned. He found he couldn't refute. He knew Victor's character too well. A thorough businessman's mind. In terms of importance, Naomi was many times more important than he was, and he could only give up. Howard left here unwillingly. Naomi turned her face and questioned Dory about what just happened. Dory said, "I had to say that. I have to gain their trust. If this place wants to become democratic, we must make Victor listen to reason. I thought Howard could do it, but now it's up to me to change Victor's mind." Dory was obviously a bit overconfident. So many people had tried to make Victor do good deeds in the past and hadn't been able to change his nature. Two men stumbled upon a huge pit, which by now had gathered countless zombies. The sight was hair-raising. This was a crater left from a nuclear explosion. Arnold guessed these zombies must have fallen in accidentally. What terrified him was that these zombies had been there for months. The radiation they carried was unimaginable. If the zombies from this place were to escape, it would be a catastrophe after the already great destruction. This also made Arnold realize the urgency of taking over Victor's building. Meanwhile, inside a submarine, Daniel's mental state was deteriorating again. With Luciana trying her best to keep the old man entertained with games, Daniel looked at the game card featuring a little boat and felt an eerie familiarity with the ship. Just then, Wes called out for Luciana. It was time to depart. To seize the building, Dwight had already located a place with weapons, but it was surrounded by hundreds of zombies. They were now setting off to support Dwight. Morgan, however, hoped Luciana would stay with Daniel, as his condition was unstable. On one hand, Daniel's abilities were exceptional, especially suitable for dealing with someone like Victor. On the other, he was a friend who deserved more care and attention. Suddenly, Wes ran over saying Daniel had disappeared. The hatch was open and a suit of protective gear was missing. Clearly, Daniel had ventured out alone. With no choice left, they decided to split up. Wes and Luciana went to look for Daniel. Sherry and Sarah went to meet up with Dwight. Daniel found himself alone in an amusement park, continuously calling out his daughter's name. As he was distracted, a zombie lunged at him. Being of advanced age, Daniel struggled but managed to eliminate the zombie. Standing up, he thought he heard his daughter calling him on the walkie-talkie. As he hurriedly replied, Daniel noticed two figures not far away. Warily, he drew his gun and demanded they remove their masks. It was Luciana and Wes, and only then did he relax his guard. Luciana asked Daniel why he had run out. Holding the card with the sailboat, he said, "My daughter is on this ship." His memory was confused. Daniel had mistaken this ship for Victor's cruise liner, not realizing his daughter had already passed away, and he had even buried her himself. He believed his daughter was on this boat. Luciana was speechless but still said, "Your daughter has already died, years ago in Mexico." However, Daniel was unwilling to believe Luciana's words. He felt that Luciana was jealous. Daniel said, "Although I care about you a lot, you're not my daughter. The one I care about the most is her, and you can never replace her."
No te hablan en serio.
Luciana was shocked at the old man's bizarre thinking, but she didn't want to argue anymore. Luciana was about to take Daniel back to the submarine, but they were soon surrounded by many people, led by Arnold.
Time to take a little trip.
By the time their masks were removed, they had been taken to the lair of the stalkers. Wes complained that it was all because of Daniel that they got caught. Undeterred, Daniel said they could kill them all. Luciana stated it was unrealistic. Their numbers were 3 times ours. Daniel seemed overly optimistic, claiming he used to be a CIA assassin and wasn't afraid of these people. Wes already considered Daniel delusional. Then, Arnold took them on a tour of their home, which was surprisingly made of abandoned ships with countless zombies underneath the supports. Arnold explained that due to Alicia's poor leadership, they had already changed homes twice. If walls can't stop these zombies, then it's better to be like the building. keeping other survivors away from us. When they reached a platform, Luciana directly asked, "What do you want from us? Why not let us leave? Perhaps we can help with your troubles." Arnold simply replied, "You can't help." However, Daniel's gaze was fixed on Arnold's waist. When Arnold turned around, Daniel snatched the gun and pointed it at him. "I just want to find my daughter. Let us go," Daniel demanded. Arnold signaled his men to stay calm and gave Daniel a provocative look. Never underestimate Daniel's ruthlessness. He raised his hand and fired, but the gun was empty. Daniel was quickly subdued. Arnold told Daniel, "We heard you blabbering on the radio inside the submarine. You shouldn't have spread your plans. We know where you found the armory. That was their real motive." Luciana stated, "We won't tell you."
And you'll end up down there.
Arnold had just finished speaking. Suddenly, Daniel's gaze fixed on a ship in the distance. He began to lose touch with reality again, believing that the ship was Victor's and that his daughter was inside. Arnold, indifferent to the delusional old man, prepared to take measures against Wes to force him to reveal the armory's location, while Luciana and Daniel were locked up again. But Daniel's attention remained on the ship, and he shared this discovery with Luciana. Luciana immediately knew Daniel was having another episode. Despite her insistence that the ship was not the one and his daughter was not on it, Daniel remained convinced. Ignoring Luciana's objections, he decided to use the location of the armory as a bargaining chip for his daughter. He called out to the guards, ready to make a deal with Arnold. At that moment, Wes was caged, threatened to be dropped unless he spoke, but he remained defiant, not willing to reveal anything. Arnold, without further words, pressed the button. Even as Wes's legs turned to jelly with fear, he refused to speak.
You know what? I would've done this anyway.
Just as Arnold was about to lower the cage, one of his men asked him to wait. Daniel declared he would reveal the armory's location in exchange for his daughter's release, pointing to the ship, claiming she was inside. Arnold smirked, feigning ignorance of Daniel's claims, but Daniel, in anger, grabbed Arnold. Arnold's men immediately restrained Daniel. Arnold told them to let Daniel go, seemingly guessing something was off with him, and deceitfully acknowledged that they had his daughter. Luciana pleaded with Arnold not to deceive an old man. Nevertheless, Arnold disregarded her pleas, demanding the coordinates from Daniel, promising to return his daughter if they were accurate. With no other option, Daniel wrote them down. Arnold then quickly sent his men to verify the location. They were locked up again. Wes was increasingly frustrated with Daniel, whose delusions had caused trouble more than once. Daniel felt he was standing by the right thing, and he confessed that the coordinates he gave were false. Arnold had dispatched half his forces 20 miles away, which would take around 24 hours to return, enough time for them to escape. Daniel had also managed to swipe a dagger from one of the men, just when Luciana thought Daniel was playing dumb. He confessed that he knew his memory was often confused, but his thoughts became incredibly clear when it came to saving his daughter. "If you help me find my daughter, we'll be very grateful to you." Naomi had treated Daniel before. He didn't have a mental illness but a deep guilt over his daughter. Daniel still had much to tell his daughter, hence his fixation on her being alive. After a while, Luciana shouted loudly for the guards. Wes quickly added that Daniel had passed out and the situation was critical. Luciana further insisted, saying, "I told you his health was poor. Don't just stand there. Come and help. If Daniel turns into a zombie, it's your fault." The young guard, not wanting such an incident, had no choice but to come in and check the situation. In the last episode, Daniel had taken a young man from Arnold's group hostage. Instead of planning an escape, he demanded Sage take him to find his daughter. Sage insisted that Daniel's daughter wasn't there and that Arnold had deceived him, but Daniel refused to believe Sage's words. Wes suggested they leave quickly, but Daniel was adamant about not going anywhere without finding his daughter. Luciana reluctantly patted Sage, asking him to lead the way to the submarine, understanding that Daniel wouldn't leave without closure. As they were being led, Luciana asked Sage why Arnold was so desperate to find weapons. Sage revealed that Arnold's group had discovered a crater full of radiation-infected zombies. Daniel, puzzled, asked why they should worry if the zombies were contained in the pit. Sage admitted he didn't know the specifics as it wasn't disclosed. Soon they arrived inside the ship. Daniel looked around, but aside from the disarray, there was nothing. In a rage, he questioned Sage about his daughter's whereabouts, then pushed him towards the edge of the ship, pinning him down. Luciana pleaded from behind, but Daniel only pressed the knife closer. Sage is really afraid at this moment. Wes was completely exasperated with Daniel. Luciana reiterated that his daughter had died long ago and that he had buried her himself. It was unfortunate, but she was gone. Daniel doesn't want to believe this fact. He said, I have been diligently looking for her. I just want to apologize to her sincerely. Luciana continued, saying, I know you want to apologize, and your brain keeps telling you Ophelia is still alive, but you can't harm this boy. He's just a child. Sage quickly explained that deceiving him wasn't his idea and swore he didn't know Arnold's plans, but Daniel started mumbling incoherently again. Sage, trembling, told Wes that he knew his brother and implored Wes to save him. Daniel, usually a seemingly kind old man, was known by few for his ruthlessness against those he saw as a threat. He then stepped onto a plank and walked forward before throwing the plank down, not wanting Luciana and the others to follow. Calmly, Daniel stated, I am angry but not confused. Arnold must pay for deceiving me, especially using my daughter's matter to deceive me. I know, Luciana, you mean well, but I don't want you to stop me. I promise I will return. With that, Daniel quickly headed towards Arnold's location. At that moment, a zombie covered in pustules mingled with the other zombies. Arnold and Sabrina immediately killed it. This was the third such zombie they had encountered today. Arnold instructed Sabrina to quickly clean up the body. At that moment, Arnold was staring blankly at the zombies below, lost in thought. Suddenly, Daniel pressed a dagger against Arnold's neck and locked him in the cage. Arnold pleaded for mercy, knowing from Daniel's previous decisive actions that he was a ruthless man. Daniel coldly stated, You lied to me, and your end will be terrible. Arnold frantically tried to reason, saying he was only doing what was necessary to protect his people, just as Daniel was for his daughter. But Daniel was unmoved and pressed the button, slowly lowering the cage towards the zombie horde. Despite Arnold's pleas, Daniel showed no mercy. The cage hit the bottom, and countless zombie hands began to reach for Arnold. With a severed hand, Arnold struggled to hold onto the railings and was eventually pulled down, his legs being devoured by numerous zombies. His screams echoed through the air. Luciana and Wes managed to arrive at the scene. Gasping at the horrific sight, Daniel yelled at Arnold, blaming him for forcing this outcome. Unable to bear watching Arnold's torment, Luciana and Wes lifted the cage back up. Arnold's leg has been gnawed down to the bone. Luciana tries to comfort him. After all, the stalkers haven't done anything that destroys humanity in the end. Arnold muttered about there being no new beginnings and that they would all die because of him. Confused, Luciana asked who would die. Arnold continued, speaking of those under Alicia's care, the former bunker dwellers he had promised to keep alive. After speaking, Arnold's consciousness became somewhat blurred.
Hey, listen to me.
Luciana solemnly promised, I'll ensure they're safe, but please tell me what you're afraid of so I can help them. Arnold seemed to be struggling to hold on, and with a tremble, he said some zombies have emerged from the nuclear crater. Someone was releasing them, and no one should touch or even get close to them. He urged everyone to take refuge in the building as no other place would be safe. With those final words, Arnold passed away, and Wes used a long hook to send him off. Daniel actually felt some remorse after killing 2 people, but they had provoked his wrath. He apologized to Luciana, suggesting they should have left him behind. Luciana comforted him, saying there was no need for apologies and that she understood his actions, blaming Arnold for manipulating him. People make mistakes, and she stayed to help him. Daniel was moved and declared that even though they weren't related by blood, they were a family from now on. They then arrived at the stalker's residence. In front of everyone, Luciana said, I know there's a long-standing grudge between us, and some of you have hurt people we care about. We have done the same, but we all need to fight the zombies and survive on this land. We must rebel against Victor and take over his building to survive. Those who are willing, come with us. Led by Sabrina, they hesitated no more and began packing to follow Luciana, but Daniel was pessimistic about them, believing that if they couldn't seize the building even when they had missiles, it's even less likely now. Luciana countered that it was because they lacked someone who could predict Victor's moves, and that person was Daniel. You can lead us to take over the building, only you truly understand Victor. Daniel refused, citing his mental instability and not wanting to endanger anyone else. Luciana pondered silently, seemingly making a decision. Wes guessed what Luciana was thinking and approached her. She admitted that the lives of everyone in the submarine and here depended on taking over the building. Victor's intelligence was beyond average, and Daniel wandering outside would eventually lead to his demise. Wes shook his head, unable to be part of it, and walked away. because what Luciana planned was to deceive Daniel. She lied to Daniel, telling him Arnold said on his deathbed that his daughter was alive and held by Victor in the building. Despite Daniel's disbelief and questions, Luciana persisted. Luciana hoped to reignite Daniel's fighting spirit, partly to help everyone against Victor and partly not to leave the old man alone and adrift. Daniel's hope was reignited, and he said to Luciana, "You better not be wrong, Luciana. If you are mistaken, if you are lying to me, if this is another lie, I will completely break down. Are you sure?" Luciana firmly said, "I am sure."
It is true, Daniel.
If Daniel eventually finds out she lied to him, perhaps she would also be killed by Daniel. But for now, Luciana cannot concern herself with that. Everyone packed and prepared to leave, but Wes had other plans. He bid farewell to Luciana, not wishing to continue with the group, because he believes that Victor and Alicia, who once had such a good relationship, have turned against each other. Moreover, Luciana's recent actions made Wes feel that they are all hypocritical, pretending to be kind, and he doesn't want to be that kind of person. Wes left alone, preferring to live without a facade. Back at the submarine, Dwight and the others returned successfully with a lot of weapons but lacked people to use them. Just then, Luciana arrived with a group, also informing them of Wes's departure. Daniel seemed very active, already planning how to defeat Victor, but could they really succeed? And Wes arrived at the phone booth of the building.
It's up to Victor.
Who is this?
Tell him it's Wes. Tell him I want to make a deal.
Why would he want to make a deal with you?
Because I can help save his tower.
In a world ravaged by radiation and zombies, this building has become a coveted sanctuary. Here, not only is safety assured, but fresh fruits and vegetables are also cultivated. However, Victor, the founder of this place, is a tyrannical ruler. His business-minded approach makes him trust no one, conducting periodic searches of the building's inhabitants. Anyone found contacting the outside world, regardless of their intentions, is taken away. The consequence isn't exile but being sent directly to the rooftop. Despite the woman's protests of innocence, Howard informs her that hiding a walkie-talkie is a capital offense. Then, with expressionless faces, they throw the woman off the building. After this deed, Howard looks to Victor, seemingly seeking approval. Next is the second person, then the third. Dory, harboring thoughts of dissent, believes Victor's rule is unjust and contemplates how to advise him. He shares his thoughts with Naomi, but Naomi dismisses the idea, saying Victor, who only trusts himself, wouldn't listen. Dory is aware of this, but he's concerned about the building's misdirected development. Ever since Morgan poisoned Victor, he's been convinced there's a traitor among them, leading to a harsh crackdown on walkie-talkies. At this moment, Charlie weakly calls out for Naomi. She is already on the brink of death. Seeing Charlie's haggard face, Dory is filled with sorrow and asks Naomi about his condition. Naomi admits there's little she can do about the severe radiation. All they can hope is for Charlie's remaining days to be less painful. Realizing the building must reform or face more casualties like Ollie and Charlie, Dory decides to persuade Victor to change his management style, needing only an opportunity to gain his trust. Naomi, however, fears Dory might be brainwashed by Victor instead. While they argue, a cavalryman outside informs Dory they've found another walkie-talkie.
Who had one?
Howard.
The room falls silent for a few seconds. Dory sees this as his chance to get close to Victor and approaches him.
I'll be straight with you, Victor. I've got some concerns about how you're running this place.
The translation of the text to English is, "At night, Howard was pushed onto the rooftop, constantly saying, 'That's not my walkie-talkie, I swear,' but Victor interrogated, 'This was found in your room.' Howard immediately explained, 'Victor, you know me. I've been by your side from the beginning. Why would I abandon everything now?' But Victor was very suspicious. He knew Howard had a wife and son lost outside. Perhaps he might conspire with outsiders against the building. Finally, Victor said to Howard, 'What I need now are people I can trust,' then ordered his men to throw him off. Howard desperately shouted, 'Someone must have framed me, put the walkie-talkie in my room to make you doubt me.' Victor considered Howard's words. They weren't without merit. Considering Howard had helped build the building, Victor temporarily spared him. The surviving Howard gasped for air heavily. Victor tells him that without evidence to prove his innocence, he'll never be trusted again. Then, turning on his heel, he orders Dory to investigate the matter. Dory nods, his objective achieved. Victor has started to trust him. Just then, the phone rings, and Victor signals Dory to answer it. The call is from the nanny downstairs. Little Morgan is in trouble. The child who was supposed to be in the stroller has vanished. Victor doesn't believe the baby could just disappear. The nanny explains that when she came to care for her this morning, she was already gone from her crib. Seizing the opportunity, Howard asks Victor to let him find the child, promising to prove his utmost loyalty. Victor agrees but warns that if the child isn't found by dawn, Howard will be thrown off the building, with no way out. Howard departs. After Howard leaves, Victor also instructs Dory to look for little Morgan, as he doesn't trust Howard and suspects him of stalling for time. At this moment, Victor trusts Dory more. That day, Dory had offered many suggestions. Though Victor wouldn't listen, it proved Dory genuinely wanted the building to prosper. Dory begins his investigation, utilizing his former police skills to interrogate and look for clues. But his search turns up nothing. Everyone has their alibis. When questioning Naomi, she doesn't confess but reminds Dory they're on the same side. She advises Dory not to try persuading Victor, as it's impossible. The only way to change things is to eliminate Victor. Dory doesn't understand what this has to do with little Morgan. Naomi looks around to ensure they're alone before whispering that as long as little Morgan is in the building, everyone, including Morgan, is under Victor's threat. Dory suspects Naomi and the others plan to smuggle little Morgan out. Naomi doesn't confirm but suggests if Dory wants to help, he should distract Victor while the rest is taken care of by them. Dory won't assist Naomi in this nor betray them. He believes the building is a good place. It just needs a shift in Victor's mindset. His priority is to find little Morgan quickly and quell the situation. After Naomi leaves, Dory notices mud on her shoes. Indeed, at that moment, Naomi is in the basement fighting zombies. She can hardly believe it when Dory arrives. Dory notes the mud on her shoes, saying that when it rains, the ground here becomes muddy. At that moment, he seems to hear a child's voice. Opening a box, he finds the missing little Morgan, though he had suspected Naomi and the others had taken the child. Seeing her still brings concern. Naomi would be in grave danger if Victor discovered her involvement. Dory also notices armor next to the box. Naomi explains it was her escape plan, inspired by the boxer Mickey who had once fled. She lacks Mickey's strength but found a passage used by the cavalry, the basement sewer. However, the sudden storm has forced zombies into the sewer, accelerating her plan to escape before more flood in. Dory is hesitant about Naomi taking such a risk, but she reveals that Morgan is outside waiting for her. As Naomi prepares to leave, another wave of floodwater collapses the sewer's barrier, sweeping zombies in with it. Fortunately, a door blocks the zombies, but Naomi is pinned down, unable to stand. More zombies encroach as Dory draws his gun, but an attacking zombie interrupts him. After a struggle, Dory pushes away the zombie and helps Naomi up. Together, they topple more zombies. Now weaponless, they retreat to a corner, barricading themselves with an iron door. Dory opens the box and lifts little Morgan out. Knowing they'll be safe if they can reach the elevator, he apologizes to Naomi, saying he can't let her take the child as he needs to solidify his position in the building. Naomi sighs, having thought Dory was there to help. Dory clarifies he came for little Morgan. Naomi, confused, asks why he's doing this. She had thought Dory, as John's father, would unconditionally support her. Dory believes little Morgan is best off in the building, having abandoned John for 30 years. He won't let little Morgan suffer outside. He urges that they must return her before Howard discovers their location.
John, have you been drinking again?
Why the hell would you ask me?
Because you're not making any sense.
Strand is not going to listen to you.
He will. He has to.
Why?
Because I set this all in motion. The walkie.
In the previous episode, it was mentioned that the flood washed zombies into the only passage of the building, trapping Naomi and Dory here. From Dory, Naomi learned for the first time that the intercom in Howard's room was planted by him. Dory believed that undermining Howard's trust was his chance to rise in power. Little did he expect that this would coincide with Naomi's plan. Disagreements arose between them. Naomi insisted on sending little Morgan out, while Dory wanted to keep the child. Dory wasn't power-hungry. He was influenced by Charlie's fate and the death of his son, John. Outside, he didn't want the same for little Morgan. The building was the safest haven. Dory believed he could persuade Victor to change his ways of ruling. Naomi was perplexed why Dory was so hard to convince. Dory opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. At that moment, the iron door behind them started to give way. Realizing it was time to act, Dory picked up little Morgan. Naomi donned armor, as they lacked weapons. To cover for Dory, they prepared and pushed the iron door outward, momentarily holding the zombies back 2 meters. Naomi took the front, shielding Dory from the zombies. Dory thought of taking the child to the elevator, but zombies blocked the path. Naomi urged him to take little Morgan through the tunnel and hand the child to Morgan, but Dory refused again. Naomi, while holding back the zombies, argued that keeping the child in the building wasn't helping. Getting little Morgan out would prevent her from becoming Victor's pawn. Dory hesitated and didn't act. He suddenly saw his gun fall into the water, picked it up, and shot 4 zombies, easing some pressure off Naomi, but the gun soon ran out of bullets. 2 more zombies approached through the tunnel. It was too late for Dory to take little Morgan out. They had no choice but to retreat to the corner. Naomi complained that he could have taken little Morgan out. Dory glanced at the wall behind them and suggested calling the people who planned her escape to come down and help, but Naomi didn't want to risk it. If caught, Victor would kill them. She then loudly questioned why Dory wouldn't let the child go, asking what he feared. Dory, with a touch of sadness, said, "Charlie couldn't survive outside, and I won't last much longer either." Naomi didn't understand what he was talking about. Dory lifted his shirt, revealing a swollen, reddened abdomen. Naomi couldn't believe what she saw and was at a loss for words. She chose to pick up the wall phone and immediately called Grace for help. Dory then told Naomi that he was infected during their last visit to the house to pick up Charlie. He had been careful, but it still happened. That's why he didn't want them to live outside. They just need to finish constructing the building. Suddenly, gunfire rang out and several zombies were swiftly eliminated. However, it wasn't Grace who arrived but Victor and his people. Howard revealed that they had captured Grace as she was getting on the elevator. Dory tried to explain to Victor that things weren't as they seemed. Then Howard noticed the crying from the box and opened it to find little Morgan. Delighted, he brought the child to Victor, proclaiming his promise to find her had been fulfilled.
You didn't find her.
Howard's smile faded as Victor's trust in him visibly diminished. Victor took the child and turned to leave without arresting Naomi. They went back to the rooftop. Victor, not visibly angry, declared that the building he established was akin to a civilized society, which would crumble without unity. Howard immediately pledged his loyalty, reminding Victor of their long-standing alliance. Victor didn't respond but instead asked Dory if he believed in this place. Dory firmly stated his belief in the building's potential as the best way to keep the children alive. Victor then said, "If you say you believe in this place, then prove it to me by pushing the person next to you down." Shocked, Howard asked why. Victor calmly explained that he had promised to spare Howard if he found the child, but it was Dory who found her. Feeling utterly betrayed, Howard lamented his loyalty and efforts for Victor. However, Victor had lost all regard for Howard the moment the intercom was found in his room, but Dory said they shouldn't treat him this way because he was the one who set up the radio.
You see, Victor!
Dory had already prepared for death. He couldn't enjoy all of this without feeling guilty, but instead of anger, Victor expressed admiration for Dory's scheme to gain his attention. Laughing at the revelation, Howard was relieved to clear his name. Victor admitted underestimating Dory, acknowledging his genuine concern for the building.
Oh, come on, you can't be serious!
Still, Victor insisted that Dory throw Howard off or he'd bring Naomi and the others up as well. Left with no choice, Dory reluctantly grabbed Howard, preparing to follow through. Initially, Dory felt guilty for his deceitful tactics and admitted his actions, but he harbored no remorse for killing Howard. He believed that Howard, having thrown others to their doom, might have deserved his fate. Victor was exceedingly shrewd. He mentioned that Howard's family would never find this place because they had already died. His cavalry had discovered them months ago. Dory was puzzled why Victor hadn't told Howard about his wife and child's deaths. Victor retorted, "Why should he?" The hope of finding his family motivated Howard to help build the building. Everyone needs a driving force. Dory realized he had replaced Howard's position, but could someone like Victor really trust others? Dory recalled Naomi's words, questioning Victor's trustworthiness. Victor then casually stated that Howard's apartment was now Dory's. Dory felt overwhelmed, having never encountered someone so calculating in his life. The next day, Dory moved into Howard's apartment. Victor, carrying little Morgan, visited, appearing like a caring boss. The place still held many of Howard's possessions, including his favorite armor, which Victor suggested discarding. Victor mentioned he didn't want a repeat of yesterday's events and admitted the need for change. Dory perked up, thinking Victor might consider his suggestions. However, Victor had his own plans. He knew Grace and Naomi were involved and declared himself as little Morgan's new father. The child would grow up in his penthouse, and others were to have no contact. Dory protested separating the child from her mother, but Victor dismissed it, claiming her real mother was long dead and Grace was merely a substitute. This was far from Dory's intentions. He inquired about his role, to which Victor replied he just needed to ensure the child never left the building. Realization dawned on Dory. He couldn't change someone like Victor and was foolish to think replacing Howard would alter the building's way of life. Dory drew his gun on Victor but ultimately didn't shoot, just knocking him unconscious. He understood that while the building was appealing, Victor saw it as personal property, unfit to care for little Morgan. Immediately, Dory picked up the walkie-talkie and called Morgan. Morgan's voice came through, saying, "I've been waiting outside the building." Without hesitation, Dory picked up the child and put on the armor that Howard had collected. Dory prepared to navigate through thousands of zombies to deliver the child to Morgan. Grace placed little Morgan inside the armor and put headphones on her to stop her from crying. Dory promised Grace that, having made many mistakes in his life, his last act would be successful. Inside the building, Wes woke Victor up and reported the situation. Victor looked up to see the armor missing and guessed what Dory was doing. By then, Dory had already stepped outside, moving among the zombies. This armor was much sturdier than the previous ones. His sole thought was to bring the child to Morgan, and he also saw Howard, who had turned into a zombie, crawling on the ground. As Dory continued to advance, the surrounding zombies gradually closed in. He was no longer young, and shaking off the zombies' bites required a lot of energy. Wes noticed Dory and called Victor to watch. Victor remarked that he thought he had found a new partner, but Dory had disappointed him. Seizing the opportunity, Wes inquired if Victor still needed a partner. Perhaps Victor intentionally said this in front of Wes, giving him hope to win his loyalty. Fortunately, little Morgan was quiet and calm in Dory's arms, listening to music. After nearly 20 minutes, the armor began to fall apart. Dory saw Morgan waiting for him. Grace and the others were also nervously watching the horde of zombies. The cavalry found them, not surprisingly, as the sewers were blocked, leaving no escape. Finally, Dory broke through the zombie crowd as expected.
Mr. Dory?
Morgan quickly took the child. As the zombies closed in, Morgan prepared to pull Dory away, but Dory revealed he couldn't go. His shoulder was bitten. He decided to stay behind to buy Morgan time. Dory urged Morgan to take good care of the child and then walk toward the zombie crowd. Morgan didn't hesitate and quickly left the area. Dory, out of strength, was eventually devoured by the zombies. On the rooftop, Victor witnessed this and grabbed the intercom, declaring that Morgan had won this round but the war had just begun. He threatened that he had Naomi and Grace, and if Morgan dared step into the building again, he'd kill them. Victor then broadcasted a message on the public channel, telling survivors that his building was safe and inviting good people to join him in building the future. Morgan, hearing Victor's threats, didn't respond but calmly continued forward with the child.
I love you so, sonny boy.
Meanwhile, Sherry arrived at the shore, dragging a white package, which turned out to be a foldable inflatable boat. In just 5 minutes, the boat was inflated. Then she pulled back a cloth to reveal a white box, apparently prepared days ago, filled with various survival supplies. Sherry placed them into the boat one by one, raising suspicions whether she wished to avoid the building's conflict and leave on her own. Just then, Sherry's walkie-talkie crackled to life with Dwight's voice. He asked why she hadn't woken him before leaving alone. Sherry replied she wanted him to get some more sleep. When asked where she was, Sherry lied that she was out scavenging for supplies but hadn't found anything. Dwight informed her that someone on the Dark Horses channel was calling for help. A woman being chased by zombies. He decided to head over first. Sherry expressed concern it might be a trap set by Victor, but Dwight felt they needed to check it out anyway, hoping to possibly recruit another fighter. Worried for Dwight, Sherry quickly secured the boat and supplies, preparing to meet up with him. The woman calling for help was frantically running at the edge of the woods with zombies in pursuit. She reached the location Dwight mentioned but unexpectedly fell, leaving her backpack behind. She grabbed a stone and continued running into the woods, where the situation worsened with zombies in all directions. Just as she braced for a fight, gunfire erupted. Dwight had arrived on horseback and eliminated 3 zombies before running out of bullets. 1 zombie remained in front of the woman. Dwight yelled out a warning about the zombies' intense radiation and cautioned against physical contact. Fortunately, someone saved the woman from direct confrontation with the zombie. It was Sherry, who handed the woman a mask. After introductions, they removed their masks, deeming the radiation levels safe in that area. The woman, Maya, turned out not to be from around there. She had traveled by boat for several days searching for her estranged child. Unaware of the radiation, Maya asked if they were from the building. Having heard Victor's invitation on the radio, Dwight clarified they were archenemies of the building's leader but still suggested Maya check the building. He instructed Maya to retrieve her belongings and offered to show her the way. Sherry lost her temper, knowing what Dwight was thinking. With a submarine and the building on the brink of war, Dwight probably thought the submarine would lose. Dwight explained that the building had more people and guns. If Maya were alone, he would recruit her to the submarine, but with a child to worry about, her chances of survival were better at the building. Sherry calmed down, though still preoccupied with her thoughts. Then Morgan's voice came through the walkie-talkie.
Morgan?
It's Morgan.
Announcing his return and needing their support. Sherry immediately responded, asking for Morgan's location. Morgan explained he was being followed by zombies from beneath the building and needed their help. Sherry thought for a moment and said they were running out of bullets and couldn't kill the zombies anyway. Morgan added that there was no need to kill all the zombies because there were too many to eliminate. Sherry realized something was unusual and asked Morgan how many zombies there were. Morgan replied with a single sentence, "They're all here, behind him." A dense crowd of zombies was following closely. A man walks down the highway with a child, followed by thousands of zombies. This scene is horrifying to behold. Morgan walks haltingly, as if deliberately waiting for the zombies. He looks down at the child and says, "I really hope you don't remember any of this when you grow up." But then he thinks that if the child can grow up strong in such an environment, he would be content. At that moment, the sound of horse hooves approaches. It's Dwight and his wife coming to help. They are relieved to see Morgan has saved the child. Morgan shares the news of Dory's sacrifice. The atmosphere is heavy. In this apocalypse, they've lost another good friend. Dwight asks why there are so many zombies following them. Morgan looks back at the horde and says, "After Dory handed little Morgan to me, some zombies followed. I let them, and their numbers just grew." Victor feels safe in the building because it's surrounded by a massive army of zombies. With the zombies now diminished, it's their best chance to attack before night falls. Otherwise, Victor's spotlights will attract the zombies back. Dwight suggests they can lure the zombies into a pit, so they won't gather under the building again. Morgan agrees with the plan. Suddenly, gunshots ring out, and they immediately take cover behind a car. They realize it's Victor's cavalry, apparently out to hunt Morgan. The novice horsemen, unable to see their target, keep firing blindly. The zombies are drawn towards the noise. Morgan knows he can't let the zombies scatter and asks Dwight for a handgun. He instructs them to take little Morgan back to the submarine and secure the hatch. He's going to regroup the zombies. As the horsemen continue to shoot at Morgan, unaware of the severity of the situation, the zombies reach them, followed by screams. The Dwight couple was also riding horses and quickly heading towards the submarine. Morgan shouts and fires his gun, drawing the zombies' attention back to him.
Hey, stay on me!
Half an hour later, Dwight and Sherry have moved a significant distance, lovingly holding the child. Dwight had a deep affection for the child in his arms, but when they look up, they see a masked man pointing a gun at them. Dwight says they don't want trouble, but the man mockingly asks if they plan to kill him. As they speak, Sherry pulls out her gun and aims at him. The man removes his mask, revealing himself to be Wes, sent by Victor to retrieve the child. Dwight laughs, not intimidated by Wes. He tries to persuade Wes to change his ways, but Wes is unyielding. Sherry doesn't waste words and shoots him, incapacitating Wes temporarily. They take Wes's gun but don't kill him. Dwight reflects on how Wes reminds him of his time with the Saviors. Meanwhile, Morgan continues forward with the zombies, but then, realizing there might be an ambush, he quickly takes cover behind an abandoned car. An explosion draws the zombies in another direction. At that moment, a hand quietly approaches Morgan. It turns out to be Alicia. Morgan, without time for pleasantries, urgently pulls Alicia, ready to leave the area, fearing an ambush by Victor's cavalry. However, Alicia reveals the explosion was her doing. She thought Morgan was being chased by zombies and used the explosion to help him escape, inadvertently causing more trouble. Morgan starts shouting and shooting again, drawing the zombies' attention back. Once the zombies start moving towards Morgan again, he asks Alicia how she ended up here, when she returned, and how her illness is. Alicia grimly replies that her condition is the same and that she couldn't find others to join them. She heard Victor threatening Morgan on the radio and rushed back. Morgan shares his plan with Alicia, and they continue leading the zombies forward. Sherry and Dwight stay near a small town by the submarine because they can't contact it. Dwight believed that Victor's cavalry was tracking them, so the people on the submarine needed to be prepared to receive them. While Sherry is anxious, Dwight casually makes toys for little Morgan, clearly enjoying the child's company. Dwight dreams of having a child with Sherry, but she is upset, not wanting to see Dwight acting fatherly with little Morgan, showing strange behavior since the last episode. During their argument, the radio finally responds. Sherry urgently tells Luciana to open the hatch when they arrive and then seal the submarine, fearing they're being tracked by Victor's cavalry, but Luciana warns them not to come back. Dwight realizes something is wrong. Luciana explains there's a radiation leak in the engineering compartment, and they're evacuating. Dwight cursed under his breath.
Shit!
The submarine couldn't go back, and they couldn't stay here indefinitely. He thought that maybe the cavalry had overheard their conversation earlier and knew they were near the submarine. Their best chance was to keep moving to avoid being discovered. When Dwight grabs Sherry's backpack, she becomes visibly nervous, as if hiding something. Curious, Dwight looks inside and finds several nautical charts. His first thought is that Sherry plans to leave him. He asks where she went this morning. Sherry hesitantly admits she was preparing the emergency boat in the submarine. Dwight, heartbroken, asks if she plans to leave him after all they've been through. Sherry denies it, saying the boat isn't for her but for him. Confused, Dwight questions her logic. Sherry explains that Victor once offered them a chance to join the building and she knows Dwight would do anything for her. She wants him to leave to prevent him from joining Victor and becoming someone he hates. Frustrated, Dwight reminds her they've already discussed and decided not to join Victor. He's upset that his wife still doubts him. Sherry, feeling wronged, picks up the nautical charts from the ground. Dwight feels mistrusted, noting Sherry's recent strange behavior. After calming down, Dwight asserts he would never join Victor, calling the idea nonsense. As he speaks, Wes appears at the doorway with two cavalrymen, threatening Dwight that he can't escape and that more cavalry are on their way. He demands the child. Dwight opportunistically says, "If we give you the child, what's in it for us?" Sherry looks at him, shocked. Dwight, somewhat spitefully, adds, "Since you think we're going to lose, might as well get something out of it." Then, he turns to Wes and asks, "If we give you the child, can we still join the building?" Wes arrogantly replies that he can't decide that but will put in a good word for them.
What? I'm not gonna try and be a better person if you don't even think I can. Pick her up.
As Dwight approaches them, Sherry, following Dwight's instructions, picks up little Morgan. As Dwight gets closer, Wes signals the cavalryman to check him for weapons. In that moment, Dwight suddenly attacks, taking down one cavalryman before turning to shout at Sherry. Wes then pounces, overpowering Dwight to the ground. Realizing she must leave so Dwight isn't distracted, Sherry quickly departs with little Morgan. 10 minutes later, Sherry has escaped to some ruins with little Morgan. She hears some noise, relieved to find it's Dwight. Dwight wonders why Sherry has stopped, only to find she's changing little Morgan's diaper. He shares his escape story. He didn't kill Wes but managed to delay him. With 5 or 6 cavalrymen on their trail, they need to find a temporary hiding place. They don't get far before Sherry notices a sign for the Franklin Hotel, the same place Teddy once held Alicia.
Hey, does anybody know where that bunker is? The one Teddy locked up Alicia in?
I might be able to answer that.
To their surprise, the person responding from inside is Alicia. Alicia mentions she's with Morgan, and the bunker is beneath the Franklin Hotel. Sherry decided to take shelter in the bunker, and Dwight asked Alicia if there were any other exits. Alicia tells him there's only one unstable drainage ditch they can use to leave. Hearing this, Dwight urgently tells Sherry they shouldn't enter. The cavalry might have overheard their radio conversation and could trap them. They should cross the crater and meet with Morgan. Sherry objects, noting the high radiation levels there. Dwight is puzzled since they have protective masks, and little Morgan's protective box is doubly secure. However, Sherry adamantly refuses. Dwight explodes in frustration, accusing Sherry of doubting him about joining the building and now unwilling to protect the child by taking the crater route. As he moves to take little Morgan, Sherry, left with no choice, reveals the truth.
I think I might be pregnant.
Dwight's demeanor immediately softens, and he repeatedly asks if it's true. He's genuinely happy, realizing this has been his dream. No wonder Sherry refuses to go to the radiation-heavy area. She's pregnant. Understanding, Dwight follows Sherry into the bunker, where they hide in a room. Sherry apologizes, saying she should have told him sooner. Dwight only cares about how far along she is. Sherry estimates a few weeks and mentions she has a pregnancy test in her backpack, which she hasn't checked yet. She's been hesitant because she knows Dwight might join the building to ensure her safety. Sherry fears that joining Victor's building could turn Dwight back into the man he was with the Saviors. She likes who Dwight is now and believes his qualities are suited for fatherhood. Hence her plan with the boat to get him away. She wanted their child to know the real Dwight, not the person Victor wanted him to become. Dwight realizes he's misjudged his wife and apologizes, promising not to make such a decision. They agree to face all challenges together, relieving Sherry. Their misunderstanding cleared. They are about to check the pregnancy test when they hear noise outside. It could be the cavalry, forcing them to move deeper into the bunker. Meanwhile, Morgan and Alicia, leading the zombies, arrive at the crater. Strangely, despite Dwight's claim of thousands of zombies, the crater is eerily empty. At this moment, the zombies following them were also drawing near. It was only then that Morgan noticed a ladder inside the pit. It seemed someone had let all the zombies out. Even if they lured the zombies in, the creatures would climb back out again. Morgan immediately contacted Dwight to tell them they would find a new location to secure the zombies. Inside the bunker, Dwight and his wife unexpectedly found a weapon once belonging to Alicia. The radio signal was poor, but they barely managed to hear Morgan's message. They decided they must hurry out to help Morgan deal with the zombies. But Victor's cavalry was already at the exit's location. Finding them was only a matter of time. Their only option was to leave through the sewer Alicia had mentioned, still partially blocked with rubble. Outside, Sherry looked up at the smoke alarm and asked Dwight how loud he thought the alarm was.
Pretty loud. Why?
She had an idea. Morgan, leading the zombies, would surely pass by here. The alarm could attract them. This way, they could trap the zombies in the bunker and also deal with the cavalry. Meanwhile, Wes and his people had arrived inside the bunker and entered the room. Just then, the alarm went off. Wes, already frustrated from not finding anyone, was even more annoyed by the alarm and immediately ordered his men to turn it off. Morgan and Alicia also arrived. Naturally, hearing the alarm above ground, Alicia guessed Dwight and the others must have triggered the fire alarm and immediately surmised Dwight's intention. Morgan was worried they might get trapped inside, but Alicia assured him she had told them about another way. Dwight and Sherry, along with little Morgan, had already crawled into the sewer, but soon realized something was wrong. It felt like the tunnel might collapse at any moment. They realized that zombies might be right above them. Morgan and Alicia hadn't anticipated the fragility of the tunnel. They were still persistently guiding zombies into the bunker. Morgan tried to contact Dwight to ask if he was already in the sewer, but there was no response after several attempts. Alicia explained that there's no signal below. They would lead the zombies in and then wait for the others at the sewer exit.
Let's go!
Come on! Come on!
Inside, the cavalry hadn't yet realized the impending danger. They were still following Wes's orders to try and shut off the power. By the time they turned around, they realized they were already surrounded by zombies. In the tunnel, Dwight was still hurrying forward, but the worst did happen. Small pieces of rubble fell in front of Sherry. Fortunately, she and the child weren't hit. Dwight breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to continue forward. A more significant collapse occurred. The other cavalry inside the bunker also encountered zombies. They had thought they were the hunters, but it turned out they were the clowns themselves. Wes, with the help of his subordinates, narrowly escaped and by chance ended up at the mouth of the sewer. It's uncertain if he would discover the exit and escape. In the tunnel, Dwight and Sherry were safe but blocked by rocks ahead. Undoubtedly, they were trapped. Despite his efforts, Dwight couldn't move the rocks. They didn't blame each other. Dwight apologized to Sherry and little Morgan. Sherry knew her husband had done his best. She took out a pregnancy test, deciding to view the result with him. They had resolved their issues before and decided to face whatever came together. Each holding one end, they decided to witness the result together. The plus sign on the device confirmed that Sherry was indeed pregnant. They were going to have a baby. Dwight, though they were in a dire situation and unsure if they would survive, was overjoyed and thanked his wife for bringing new life into their family. Moved by Dwight's unwavering attitude, Sherry teared up. She felt they shouldn't give up so easily. Their happy life shouldn't end this way. She took out Alicia's weapon, determined to try again to clear a path. Morgan has already been waiting outside at the drain, while Alicia is responsible for killing the approaching zombies. Morgan found it odd they hadn't emerged yet and was getting worried. Alicia could only comfort Morgan to wait a little longer. A few minutes later, they seemed to hear little Morgan's cries from the pipe. Looking closer, they saw Sherry, covered in dust and dirt, crawling out. They quickly went forward to help. Next came Dwight, carrying little Morgan. Morgan immediately embraced the child. The operation was fraught with danger, but fortunately, everyone was still alive. Dwight shared their ordeal in the tunnel with Alicia, thanking Sherry for not giving up. Sherry, presenting Alicia's weapon, remarked that without it, they would have had a hard time clearing the tunnel. She offered it back to Alicia. Looking at the weapon in front of her, Alicia's expression is complex. She leaves it for Sherry to use, as she has lost a hand and is no longer suited to wield it. Alicia had planned to return to the submarine to prepare for an assault on the building before nightfall, but Dwight informed her that due to a radiation leak, the submarine was no longer an option. Morgan turned to Alicia, saying she would have to lead everyone in the fight. Grace had left a recording in the child's clothing, instructing him to take the child away from this place for safety, but Alicia noted that even if they wanted to leave now, it wasn't possible. Sherry then spoke up, saying she had a way. Her plan was for Morgan to use the small boat she had prepared earlier. As the radiation extended for thousands of miles, Sherry mentioned that she had encountered a woman searching for her son, who comes from a place free of contamination, just hoping Morgan could find this place. Dwight tries to persuade Sherry that they can leave together, but Sherry insists on staying to fight alongside everyone. Subsequently, Dwight places the toys he made earlier into the small boat, hoping everything goes well for Morgan.
Appreciate it.
After Morgan leaves, Alicia gathers her emotions from the farewell and takes on the responsibilities of a leader. This time, it was truly time for the final battle with Victor.
We gotta move! Sun sets in a few hours! Follow me!
This might be the most comfortable man living in the apocalypse. Victor not only customized his hairstyle but also gave his beard a treatment, looking incredibly handsome. At this time, his subordinate reported that Alicia had arrived downstairs. Victor was secretly pleased that the person he cared about most had come. Feeling it was all fate, he walked to the rooftop with proud steps, specially wearing his best suit to meet Alicia. He took out a telescope and looked, but unexpectedly, Alicia was standing in a phone booth with dozens of fully armed people. However, Victor wasn't panicked. He picked up the phone and started communicating with Alicia. He asked why Morgan, the coward, wasn't there, wondering if he planned to make a grand entrance at the end. Alicia replied that he had taken the children to a place you can't find. Victor was delighted with Alicia's arrival. He wanted to show off his achievements to her and then invited Alicia into the building for a drink to discuss matters between them. Alicia asked if this behavior was considered surrender. Victor cunningly said, "Come in, and we'll talk about it. Maybe I will surrender." Alicia thought Victor couldn't possibly do anything to her. The people outside now have nowhere to go. It would be best if they could coexist peacefully without going to war.
One drink.
Wes didn't understand Victor's actions at all. Victor seemed a bit too happy and said he knew what he was doing.
Is there something you want to say?
Wes, knowing Victor, a person cold and selfish, realized that only for Alicia would he break his own rules. He was very worried that because of Alicia, everything in the building would be ruined. Victor, somewhat excitedly, insisted that wouldn't happen and asked Wes to hurry to the cold room to get a bottle of wine. Wes could only reluctantly do so. Victor then told another subordinate to wait for his orders after the sun sets. Then he went down to the first floor where Alicia had already arrived and was being searched by the cavalry, but to Victor's surprise, Daniel also came. The subordinate helplessly said that the old man insisted on coming in and almost killed one of our men. Daniel said he wanted to see his daughter. Victor paused for 2 seconds, remembering Wes telling him Luciana had deceived Daniel into thinking his daughter was here. Victor didn't expose it but just told his men to take Daniel to the basement. Seeing Alicia a bit worried about Daniel's safety, Victor said, "If I wanted to kill him, I'd have sent him to the rooftop. I just want him to cool down." Then Wes brought the wine and glasses. Wes still insisted that Alicia shouldn't have been let in. Before, she and Dwight had left him to die in the bunker. If he hadn't been lucky enough to find the drain, Wes would have died. But Victor didn't care about all that. Now that Alicia had come to the building, he was ready to show her his achievements. Alicia was not convinced and only hoped to finish a drink quickly and get to the main point. But Victor was thinking about having a good talk with Alicia about life and feelings. Alicia bluntly told him that their story had already ended, and from today on, the building would belong to them. Victor didn't argue but walked to the wall, picked up the phone, and told the subordinate on the rooftop that they could start the operation. Then he cut the line connecting to the phone booth to prevent anyone from snitching. Alicia felt something was wrong and asked what he was planning. Victor calmly said that there was a horde of zombies in that crater that had absorbed several months of radiation, and he had the cavalry lure them out to circle outside. No wonder that crater was empty. At that moment, the sound of the generator started, and Victor said he was going to turn on the rooftop lights and then attract those zombies to take out her squad. After hearing this, Alicia wanted to rush out to warn her teammates, but it was obviously unrealistic. Victor had intentionally lured Alicia in to eliminate the people outside, so she would stay here forever. The cavalry arrived at the rooftop and turned on the lights. As the sky gradually darkened, Alicia could only shout, trying to tell her teammates to leave, but her voice couldn't get out. Then Victor ordered Wes to take Alicia down and temporarily lock her up. Wes, who had been worried that Victor would be swayed by emotions, now realized he had misjudged him. He then asked what to do with Daniel, and Victor directly said to bring him to the rooftop as an example. Alicia realized she couldn't sit and wait for death. She decided to take the initiative. While they were talking, Alicia quietly took off her left glove. Just as the cavalry approached to take her away, Alicia knocked one down with her right hand and quickly subdued another. Even Wes, who rushed over, was wounded by Alicia's prosthetic. Then Alicia quickly aimed at Victor and took his handgun. Alicia shouted for Victor to order the lights to be turned off, but Victor didn't speak, and the cavalry didn't move. Alicia decided to go up to the top floor herself to turn off the spotlight. Then she held Victor at gunpoint and entered the elevator, pressing the button for the 6th floor. Wes could only watch angrily as the elevator doors closed.
I'm making a mistake.
Shut up.
But the elevator had only just reached the 3rd floor when it suddenly stopped. Obviously, the cavalry had shut it down from the outside. Alicia lost her patience and told Victor if he didn't turn off the lights, she would kill him, but Victor would rather die than turn them off. Once off, there would be no zombie horde for protection, and he also firmly believed Alicia wouldn't kill him. Soon, Wes's voice came from outside, and Alicia quickly shut down the elevator. Alicia looked up at the ceiling, trying to find a way out from above, but after 3 jumps, Alicia's old problem flared up again, and she began to feel weak all over. Seizing the opportunity, Victor kicked away her handgun and drew a long knife, pressing it against her neck. Outside, Wes was calling for Victor to open the door, but Victor seemed to want to clear things up with Alicia here and ignored Wes outside. He tried to persuade Alicia to stay with him and build a future. Alicia calmly asked, "Do I look like I can live much longer?" Victor, of course, knew about Alicia's illness, but he assured her that he had all sorts of medical supplies and would cure her. Alicia helplessly said that all methods she could try had been attempted, but the situation was still worsening. Victor looked somewhat sorrowful. Alicia continued, "I'm not afraid of dying, but it shouldn't end like this. The people outside shouldn't die like this. Please, turn off the lights. I'll take them and leave." Victor hesitated. He couldn't ignore Alicia's request. She was his only weakness in life, and he didn't understand what kind of emotion this was. After thinking, Victor made a condition: "You stay in the building, and I'll turn off the lights and let them leave. Even if you don't have much time left, spend your last moments with me." Alicia began to consider this trade-off. "Can I prove you wrong about me?" Victor earnestly asked. They faced off for several tense seconds. Alicia extended her hand, and Victor, relieved, pulled her up. They struck a deal. After the elevator doors opened, Victor signaled Wes not to be tense. They had reached an agreement to turn off the lights upstairs in exchange for a truce, and Alicia would stay. Wes, unable to accept it, said, "After all the cold-blooded things you've done, do you think she will accept you?" Victor firmly replied, "My instinct tells me she will." Wes, with a bitter smile, aimed his gun at Alicia, believing that she was Victor's weakness and that as long as she was here, the building was doomed. Victor wasn't panicked. Victor wasn't panicking. Would he be afraid of one Wes with all the people he had? But the situation quickly turned against him. The cavalry aimed their guns at Victor. Wes had already spoken to them, anticipating that Victor would lose his mind over this woman and eventually doom the place. No one wanted to leave the building and live outside again. Victor nonchalantly put down his handgun, just as Wes was about to have the cavalry seize them. They escaped once more. Finally, they ended up in the stairwell, where Alicia said it was impossible for them to reach the 6th floor by themselves. Victor thought there might be one more ally they could turn to naturally. He meant Daniel. At that moment, the cavalry holding Daniel had just received a call. Wes ordered them to kill Daniel, but the cavalry hesitated. Wes cut him off, declaring he was now in charge of the building. In that moment, Daniel quietly approached and strangled the cavalry with his handcuffs. Then he told the soldier, "Do you know why this happened? Let me teach you something. When you rely on others, keep your hands behind you, not in front." With that, Daniel ended the life of the cavalry. He had once been a CIA assassin. Either kill him at the start or don't give him a chance, or the consequences would be dire. In some ways, if he turned, he could be even more terrifying than Victor.
Daniel, stop. He's here to help.
Seeing the two approach, despite Alicia's assurance that Victor was there to help, Daniel looked at Victor with disdain, seeing him as nothing but a liar full of deceit. Victor could only explain that Wes had betrayed them, and now they needed to go to the rooftop to turn off the big lights. Otherwise, the zombies attracted would kill everyone outside. Alicia added that they needed his help to reach the rooftop. However, Daniel insisted he wouldn't help anyone until he saw his daughter. They all took a deep breath. Knowing Daniel's daughter was already dead, Alicia tried to tell him the truth, but memories flashed in Daniel's mind. He remembered Victor deceiving him and preventing him from seeing his daughter, and after that, his memories were unclear. This made Daniel even more convinced that Victor was hiding his daughter. Victor sighed. The old man's memory was completely confused. After much consideration, he finally said, "Ophelia is on the rooftop.
She's on the top floor.
There are cavalry blocking the stairs, but we'll help you find her." Hearing this, Daniel smirked but then quickly became serious and warned Victor, "You know the consequences if you're lying. Right now." Victor couldn't worry about what would happen later. He firmly said, "Ophelia is on the rooftop. Let's go find her together." Daniel then lowered his gun and agreed to set off together. Wes and his men didn't know where Alicia and the others had gone and could only arrange cavalry on various floors. As a former assassin, Daniel had been through such scenarios many times. The untrained cavalry were almost no challenge to him. At this point, Alicia asked Victor what they would do when Daniel discovered his daughter wasn't on the rooftop. Victor said he was prepared. Naomi and others were also locked on the rooftop. If we rescue them and get them on our side, Daniel will compromise, Victor stated, also prepared for the possibility that only one of them might survive. To Victor, Daniel was undoubtedly one of the people he feared the most in his life. Alicia felt some sympathy for Daniel, just a father unwilling to believe in his daughter's death, now being deceived to keep hope alive. Victor sincerely said to Alicia, "You must think I'm a cruel monster, but I've always been the same person I was with you. I won't apologize for my actions. That's why I'm willing to turn off the lights." Alicia, hearing this, began to hope again in Victor. Upstairs, gunshots continued, and occasionally bodies fell. The assassin was indeed living up to his reputation, but at that moment, Alicia's illness flared up again, and Victor quickly supported her. They had to head to the medical room on the 3rd floor to look for antibiotics. Daniel, meanwhile, intercepted the cavalry at the door. Even in a gunfight, he was incredibly calm, and the few cavalrymen were almost no trouble at all. After taking out several cavalry, Daniel came across a logbook on a table and immediately asked Victor, "What is this?" Without hesitation, Victor said it was a record of everyone in the building. As Daniel flipped through the pages, Victor realized something was amiss. Daniel, not finding his daughter's name, realized he had been deceived and once again aimed his gun at Victor. Victor, seeing no way out, confessed the truth. "Your daughter isn't on the rooftop. I said that so you would help me." As Daniel was about to shoot, Victor quickly added, "Now I can help you find your daughter. She's right there." Then he led Daniel to a bed inside the room. Lying there was Charlie, a girl Daniel had once treated as his own daughter. Victor hoped that seeing Charlie would bring some reason to Daniel.
That's not my daughter. Where is she?
Ophelia died in Mexico, Daniel.
Now, Daniel doesn't have the heart to care about Charlie. Who can understand the despair in Daniel's heart? Tearfully, he accused Victor, "You really haven't changed at all."
Trying to save the closest thing that I have to a daughter. Surely you can understand that, Daniel. Ophelia's gone.
It was a pitiful sight for the old man. Victor continued, "Even though your daughter is dead, you're not left with nothing. You still have Charlie. She was like father and daughter to you before, but now she's sick and doesn't have much time left to live."
It's not my daughter!
Daniel got emotional and said, "I've had enough of you." He was about to shoot. Just then, Alicia, lying on the bed, called out to Daniel, urging him not to do it, reminding him they were all relying on him and that Charlie needed him too.
Daniel?
Awakened by the noise, Charlie was happy to see Daniel there. To her, he was the only family she had left in the world. With tears in his eyes and a complex heart, Daniel said, "Don't look at Charlie. I don't want you to remember me like this."
Don't do it.
Alicia continued to persuade Daniel. Your daughter is dead. Be the person she would have wanted to see. Listening, Daniel's hands trembled, and he finally came to his senses. Recalling his daughter's face and their last moments together, he felt he owed her because of his bloody past as an assassin and the lack of time he'd spent with her as a child. He never got the chance to apologize before she died. So, he refused to believe she was dead, always thinking there was a chance to make amends. Finally, Daniel was persuaded. Victor's life was spared. Minutes later, after receiving antibiotics, Alicia finally started to feel better, with Victor by her side. She learned about Charlie's situation from him. The two most beautiful girls in the story, who had once survived together, were now lying sick in bed. Victor said that Charlie, at best, only had a few weeks left, so they needed to protect the building and ensure she could spend her remaining time there. So Alicia and Daniel say let's move on. Daniel no longer wished to move forward. He didn't want to leave Charlie alone anymore, as she now needed her father's company. They didn't say much more, only relying on themselves. Charlie said to Daniel, I'm sorry, I'm not your daughter. Seeing the child before him, a now lucid Daniel felt even more heartache. Victor led Alicia to the third-floor armory. A direct assault was definitely not feasible, so they took some tear gas and masks, their only chance for success. Victor went in first, met with a barrage of gunfire. After a while, Alicia, amid the thick fog, heard the sounds of battle. Growing worried, soon, she heard Victor say he had reached the 6th floor, but when Victor opened the door to the 6th floor, he found his former apartment, now occupied by Wes and others who had been waiting for a long time. Wes didn't attack. Instead, he tried to reason with Victor. I know you believe in the best of Alicia, but those people are all hypocrites. The building you've created is real, and we must protect it. Don't be blinded by that woman. Let's finish what you started together. Pretending to consider, Victor then suddenly rushed toward the stairs, willing to do anything for Alicia. When he emerged, he found Alicia leaning against the railing, the effects of the antibiotics waning, and she was growing weak again. Soon, they were being pursued by Wes and his men. They fled into a room, essentially trapped with no way out. Having fired the last bullets from their pistol, they could only wait for the worst to come.
But I love you, Alicia. But I love you, Alicia.
In the previous episode, Victor and Alicia were chased by the cavalry and took refuge in a room, with no way out. They could only sit by the wall and resign themselves to fate. Victor took the opportunity to express his feelings to Alicia. He said, everything I do is to prove to you that you are the only family I have in this world. Alicia was moved and was at a loss for words. Just then, Wes broke in with the cavalry, and they had no choice but to raise their hands and surrender. Alicia pleaded with Wes, please don't do this. The people outside don't deserve to die. We were once good friends. But Wes coldly retorted, everyone wants to live, but you can't save everyone. Victor also suggested, let's turn off the lights. The people outside will retreat. Wes laughed. You really believe Alicia's lies? I thought you, Victor, were ruthless, which is why I followed you. I didn't expect you to be a coward. Then Wes signaled his men to open Alicia's backpack, and to their surprise, it contained a transmitter. Victor was puzzled as to why Alicia would bring such an item. Wes countered, Alicia can bring anything, but why a transmitter? Don't you understand yet? She's deceiving you. Alicia, realizing she could no longer hide the truth, confessed. The transmitter was taken from the bunker because it could send messages to a wide area, but it lacked a wide area antenna, which Victor's rooftop just happened to have. Alicia's wish was not only to get her own people into the building but also to help all the wandering survivors outside. Bringing them all here, Alicia wanted to turn the building into a real padre. Wes mocked Victor again. This woman clearly deceived you. That's the real reason she wanted to go to the rooftop, not just to turn off the spotlight. If more people come, do you think the building will remain secure? If you don't want to protect this place, then I will. As Wes was about to order his men to fire, Alicia knew it was useless to say anything more. All she could do was close her eyes and wait for death, just regretting not doing something meaningful before dying. Gunshots rang out, but Alicia was unharmed. It turned out that Daniel had come to the rescue, killing 2 cavalrymen, but Wes shot him in return. Taking advantage of the chaos, Alicia picked up a weapon and aimed at Wes, then turned to check on Daniel's injury. Fortunately, Daniel was only shot in the shoulder, not too seriously. Alicia asked Daniel to help rescue Naomi and others, then go down and meet up with the rest, telling them to stay away from the zombie horde. Wes threatened, whoever tries to go down, I'll kill them first. Alicia didn't want to kill Wes, After all, they were once good friends. She tried to appeal to his emotions again, hoping to change his mind, but before she could finish, Alicia was shocked. Victor's long sword had pierced through Wes's chest, nailing him directly to the wall. Alicia, trembling, asked, "Why did you have to do this?" Perhaps Alicia had forgotten that Victor was only gentle towards her. Anyone standing against him, Victor wouldn't hesitate to eliminate. Alicia couldn't accept that Victor had just killed Wes, but time was short. Now wasn't the moment to argue. They needed to hurry up and turn off the light, and the people waiting outside are puzzled when Alicia doesn't come out. Luciana also suggested they couldn't wait any longer. As long as the light kept spinning, zombies would continuously surround them. At that moment, some emerged from the building. It was Naomi and Grace. Sarah was the first to run up to them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Daniel explained the situation and urged that they needed to hurry into the building. Zombies from the shell craters were approaching. Luciana questioned, "Is it true?" To which Daniel replied, "I'm not a liar," indirectly pointing out Luciana's previous deceit. Without further ado, they quickly moved towards the interior of the building. Naomi wanted to tend to Daniel's wound, but he insisted she check on Charlie first. Luciana looked at Daniel with concern. Daniel asked Luciana, "Why did you lie to me?" Luciana, feeling helpless, responded, "You were delirious at the time. Being alone outside, you would have died." Just then, gunfire came from the direction of the building, forcing them to retreat rapidly. Still, 2 were shot down in the process. Dwight led the group to take cover behind a phone booth, only then realizing the shots were coming from the rooftop. Wendell sensed something and turned back to see a horde of zombies behind them. Was the plan to trap them here? At this point, Victor and Alicia reached the rooftop, with Victor immediately taking out his former subordinates. However, gunfire still echoed below. Victor used his binoculars and saw several cavalrymen resisting. Alicia didn't understand why they were still shooting. Victor suggested it might be the cavalrymen who went out to attract the zombies returning. With zombies behind them, Dwight had no choice but to lead the group towards the building. Alicia hurriedly asked Victor to turn off the light while she stayed on the rooftop to provide cover. Victor came to the electric switch and held it in his hand. He hesitated. Should he really let these people in? Their arrival would surely bring about more demands for democracy. Alicia, looking back at Victor in a daze, asked, "What are you waiting for? Turn it off now." Victor questioned, "Will you ever forgive me? Even if I turn off the light, even if I help you save everyone, I've killed so many, you won't accept me, will you?" Before he could finish, Alicia approached him. She wasn't in the mood to discuss this, even if it meant fighting with Victor. Looking at Alicia on the ground, Victor said, you will never love me, will you?" Alicia also spoke her mind. There could have been a chance, but you destroyed it yourself.
I didn't have a choice!
Of course you did! You always do! And you always make the wrong one!
I was trying to save your life!
No, you were trying to save yours! And you didn't care who you had to kill to do it!
That's not true!
After saying this, Alicia launched a surprise kick at Victor, followed swiftly by a punch. In the midst of their argument, Alicia's left hand pierced the oil tank. As Victor tried to escape, Alicia hit him in the face with her elbow, but she again damaged a cable, one that was securing the wide area antenna. The antenna fell directly onto the spotlight, creating a small explosion and sending flames shooting in all directions. However, it inadvertently achieved the goal. The light was successfully turned off, though it was already too late. Zombies had reached the base of the building. The building's main gate had been broken open. One of the cavalrymen ran too slow and was jumped on by the zombies. These zombies, covered in pustules, clearly carried a significant amount of radiation. Fortunately, Dwight and the others quickly ran inside the building. Instead of going down to rescue, Alicia climbed up to where the large light was located. Aiming for the wide area antenna, she took out the transmitter, connected the wires, and started broadcasting. "I am Alicia Clark. If anyone is listening, you are not alone. The place you are seeking, the place you've heard of, Padre, is right here in this building. We will establish the new home you are looking for. We can help you, but now, we are in trouble and need your help." Alicia also broadcasted the coordinates of the building. Right after she finished, sparks from the antenna fell and ignited the gasoline that had leaked earlier. Victor realized that at this rate, the entire building would be set ablaze. Alicia wanted to do something, but her illness flared up again, and she fainted. Most of the building's fuel was on the rooftop. making the situation increasingly dire. Will any survivors find this place and help them with the zombies outside? Will their building be destroyed in the end? Alicia was unconscious amidst the flames. When she regained consciousness, she vaguely saw people in a frenzy, busily engaged in something unknown. Carrying Alicia was Dwight, accompanied by the medic Naomi. Upon waking again, Alicia saw a small bird beside her, seemingly a symbol of hope. Jacob, seeing Alicia awake, joyfully called Naomi to check on her.
Okay, Alicia.
Alicia's condition was due to dehydration and fever, which left her incredibly weak. As Naomi was examining Alicia looked around, puzzled as to why everyone was at the beach preparing boats. Naomi explained, "Don't you remember? The building caught fire last night." Alicia then realized, looking back to see black smoke still billowing from the building, indicating it was still burning. Naomi continued, "Those radiation-carrying zombies, if they get inside the perimeter, will be burnt and release radiation into the air. So, we decided to leave before the zombies are incinerated." Alicia noticed Victor was not there. Naomi explained, he didn't want to leave and stayed in the building alone. Alicia looked towards the building with mixed emotions, then observed people busily preparing to leave. Suddenly, a little girl appeared among the crowd. Alicia was stunned. She couldn't believe it. She had been searching for this girl for a long time.
Hey!
Before Alicia could approach, the girl vanished mysteriously. Alicia has a constant fever, and when she was chased by the stalkers, she vaguely saw this girl transporting her to safety, but she had clearly seen the girl just now. How could she disappear? As she pondered, the girl reappeared. Alicia quickly ran up, asking her to stop. The girl turned and said, "I wasn't running, I just need to find my friend." She pointed towards the burning building. "My friend is in there, and he knows where Padre is." After saying this, the girl ran towards the building and disappeared into the smoke within seconds. Alicia, watching everyone busily preparing, thought that going to an unknown place by boat wasn't necessarily safe. If she could follow the girl to Padre, everyone wouldn't have to risk their lives for survival. Without alerting anyone, she followed. After walking some distance, Alicia didn't see the girl again. Minutes later, she passed an armored vehicle. Not knowing how long she walked, Alicia reached an abandoned cabin, starting to suffer from a high fever and feeling weak. Then, the girl appeared again behind the house. Alicia, staggering, followed. She was desperate to find out if Padre truly existed, but no matter how much she called, the girl didn't respond. When Alicia caught up, she was shocked to find a zombie. Then, Alicia looked at her own arm, peeling off her glove to reveal a rotting limb, her prosthetic missing. Images of being bitten by a zombie flooded her mind, and her emotions began to stir wildly. She even saw herself becoming a zombie before losing consciousness. When Alicia woke up again, her face was covered in sweat. She was inside an armored vehicle, and standing opposite her was the little girl. Alicia glanced at her arm. Her prosthetic was placed beside her, indicating her previous visions were likely a fever-induced hallucination. The girl told her, "I heard your cries, then saw you unconscious on a corpse, so I brought you here." Alicia wanted to know who the girl was. The girl was elusive, not revealing her name, only mentioning she had come to the beach after hearing Alicia's message. Alicia tried to see what she looked like, but the girl said she never removes her mask. The girl then asked if Alicia's illness was due to an infection. Alicia, not wanting to delve into the topic, merely told her it was pointless to talk about it as she wouldn't live much longer anyway. Then she opened the armored vehicle's storage box to look for some fever-reducing medicine. Suddenly, Alicia turned to the girl and asked, "Is it true what you said? Can your friend really help me find Padre?" The girl confidently assured Alicia it was true, but only if Alicia could help her find him, as he was her only remaining family in the world. Alicia didn't respond and continued searching for the medicine. Eventually, she found a videotape, the one Althea had used to interview her mother. Alicia had watched it before. Madison had recounted how Alicia and Nick, as children, had rescued a small bird and named it Amina. Alicia put the tape in her backpack as a memento. She misses her mom. She asked the girl where her friend was and how they could find him. The girl wasn't sure of his location, but they could try calling him from the rooftop of the building using Alicia's transmitter, as it had a wide range. Alicia immediately objected. The building was not only on fire but also surrounded by numerous radiation-carrying zombies. She urged the girl to join her on the boat. suggesting they might contact her friend if they traveled farther away. Emotionally, the girl retorted, "If you don't want to help me, why did you follow me?" Alicia replied, "I just didn't want you to die out there. I wanted you to help me find Padre, to do something meaningful for my friends in my final moments. Now, I might not even live to reach the building. The infection could take me down at any moment. Anyone bitten by a zombie will die," the girl countered. "You can beat the infection and help your friends." Alicia dismissed this as naive, thinking the girl didn't understand the consequences of a zombie bite and was about to pack up and leave. However, the girl insisted she was telling the truth and showed her left arm, revealing a scar. "I was once bitten, but I'm still alive," the girl said. Alicia couldn't believe it. How was that possible? The girl continued, telling her that her friend, who had saved her, could certainly save Alicia too. As long as they could find him, he could even take them all to Padre. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope arose in Alicia's heart, and she agreed to accompany the girl to the building to use the transmitter. An hour later, they finally arrived at the building. However, seeing the scene there, Alicia felt it was impossible to enter and urged the girl to return to the beach and leave with her. But the girl insisted on going in. As they argued, a few zombies were attracted to them. Alicia rushed to deal with them but began to feel dizzy again and fell onto the grass. As she lay there, watching the approaching zombies, unexpectedly, the little girl swiftly took down 3 zombies and then came to Alicia, urging her to hold on. The girl used a walkie-talkie to call Alicia's companions for rescue. Alicia passed out again, and when she regained a bit of consciousness, she was on a stretcher. The people who came to her rescue were naturally her group of good friends. Alicia asked them to stop and, regaining some strength, inquired how they found her. Dwight mentioned they heard her calls for help, but it was Josiah who found her first, having heard her distress signal. Otherwise, she would have been eaten by zombies. Alicia then remembered the little girl and asked where she was. The group was confused, not understanding whom Alicia was talking about. It was impossible. The little girl had called for help and even helped her kill the zombies. Dwight questioned if she was sure it was the girl who killed the zombies, pointing out that the blood on her left hand suggested otherwise. Indeed, there was blood on her hand, puzzling everyone about what had happened. Naomi, feeling Alicia's forehead and noting she was still feverish, speculated that Alicia might have been hallucinating due to her high fever. Even Josiah confirmed that when he found her, she was alone. Alicia, however, insisted that the girl had entered the building and she needed to find her and then find Padre. She had to go back. Everyone present knew Alicia was experiencing hallucinations and prepared to forcibly take her back to the beach. Alicia earnestly pleaded, "Let me go back. She can lead me to Padre, and then none of us will have to risk anything. It's also about saving myself." The girl was bitten by zombies and survived. "I don't want to die or become a zombie. It sounds absurd, but please believe me, the girl is real."
Sure you're not just saying her because you want to?
Daniel stepped forward, understanding this feeling better than anyone. When he was delusional, Alicia had helped him clear his mind. He decided to help Alicia fulfill this wish, even if it was just her hallucination. Luciana also expressed that she was willing to go as well. Seeing Luciana and Daniel's determination, the others also agreed to accompany them. The dilapidated building was heavily surrounded by zombies. The only way to enter was to clear out the tunnel. Alicia, who was resting on the side, also made contact with the little girl, confirming she had indeed entered the building. Without hesitation, Alicia took out her pistol, its magazine empty as a shadow. However, she still had one last bullet around her neck, kept for suicide, ready to face death at any moment. A few minutes later, Luciana informed Alicia that the tunnel was cleared, and they could start entering, but Alicia refused their kindness, preparing to go in alone. Her close friends all began to object. They all knew Alicia was physically weak. Gratefully, Alicia said, "You all need to return to the beach and prepare to leave. If I really find Padre, I'll find a way to let you know." Alicia was aware these people had their own concerns and didn't need to risk their lives with her. Dwight needed to look after his wife. Sarah had just reunited with her brother. Daniel needed to accompany Charlie to the end. Arnold's men relied on Luciana's leadership. Naomi was needed by everyone. Seeing Alicia's determination, they no longer protested and simply told her they would wait for her at the beach. Without further hesitation, Alicia entered the tunnel. When she reached the first floor, the fire was still burning, but thankfully, the zombies in the corridor were blocked by a collapse. Alicia continued along the staircase, her face pale and drenched in sweat. She weakly called for the girl but received no response. Alicia could only continue dragging her heavy steps forward. When she reached the 3rd floor, she finally heard the girl's reply. The girl said she was already at the rooftop and needed Alicia's help. Alicia, extremely weak by then, was barely clinging to her belief. Looking up at the remaining stairs, the short 3 floors seemed as arduous as an endless journey. 30 minutes later, Alicia finally reached the rooftop, achieving it through sheer will. The sight on the rooftop came into view.
Over here.
You're alive.
Seeing the girl safe, Alicia breathed a sigh of relief. Then she said to the girl, "I don't want to die. At least not yet. Let's hurry and find your friends." Fortunately, the transmitter was still there, but when Alicia took it down, she was shocked to find it charred and damaged. The glimmer of hope she had just seen was once again stifled in its cradle. The desire to find Padre was shattered again. The girl, however, did not show a negative attitude. She said, "My friend is not outside but inside the building." Alicia sensed something was amiss and asked what her friend's name was.
He's not out there.
Struck hard by the girl's answer, Alicia's mind was again flooded with Victor's voice. The girl had lured her here for Victor.
I was trying to save your life!
No! It doesn't make any sense!
Alicia.
Thinking this, Alicia was about to head downstairs to return to the beach. Luciana and the others were right. She shouldn't have come here.
We need to help him.
Why?
Because he's your family.
You don't know what he's capable of!
I know everything you do. He can save you. He can save us.
No!
Alicia began to doubtfully ask, "Have you really been bitten? Do you really know where Padre is? Is there any truth in what you've told me?" The girl finally asked Alicia, "Would you rather die than save him?" Alicia collapsed on the floor, locking eyes with the girl. Then she asked why the girl cared so much about Victor. The girl said, "I am doing this for you." Alicia passed out again. When she next opened her eyes, the girl was gone. She then arrived at the 6th floor, at Victor's apartment. Once again, Alicia saw the little bird, as if guiding her forward. The place was now filled with smoke. Victor lay on the bed, lost in a drunken stupor, mistaking Alicia's voice for a hallucination. Alicia sat on the sofa and told him this was no illusion. Victor finally perked up, urging Alicia to leave quickly. Alicia responded helplessly, "I can't do it anymore. I feel like my life has come to an end." Victor, with sorrow, said, "I'm sorry, Alicia. I wanted to give you everything," but in Alicia's eyes, Victor had not given her anything but rather taken everything from her. Not just because Victor had killed Will, but because too many people had died for Alicia, including her mother, Madison. Her mother's wish was to build a place to help others. Alicia wanted to fulfill her mother's wish, but every time she was about to succeed, Victor would ruin it. However, thinking again, since she was about to die, none of it mattered anymore.
I'm so sorry, Alicia.
Alicia used all her strength to load her pistol. Victor knew what she was planning.
Don't do that.
Alicia was in extreme sorrow, not to accompany Victor in death, but to find her own release. She felt too tired, constantly battling the infection in her body, her spirit crushed by repeated dashed hopes. Perhaps death was indeed a release. She felt particularly sorry for those who had died for her and disappointed many who had expectations of her, but she was just too tired, overwhelmed by reality. Yet, as Alicia was about to pull the trigger, an image of her mother Madison appeared in her mind, tearful as if pained for her daughter. At that moment, the little bird appeared again, wanting to escape through the window. Alicia also hoped the bird could leave, giving her a sense of release, as if she was the bird unwilling to be trapped. In the end, Alicia put down the gun.
There's certain things you always remember about your kids. My daughter, she just decided that bird was going to live.
Then she walked to the window and gently lifted the little bird.
She lived because my kids didn't give up on her.
As a child, her brother and she saved a little bird and named it Amina. Alicia thought that perhaps the last thing she would do in her life was to help the little bird escape its trap. But Alicia was too weak to break the window. No matter how many times she knocked, there was no response. At that moment, the little girl appeared again and broke the window. They looked at each other for a few seconds before sending the bird out the window and watching it fly into the sky. Alicia asked her why she came back, and the girl took off her mask and said it was because she didn't want to leave her behind. Alicia couldn't believe it. She didn't understand what was happening. The girl looked just like Alicia when she was young. That sunny and positive little girl. It turned out that all of this was really just her hallucination, but Alicia still asked why she was guided here. The girl replies that deep down you know what it is, and the tapes your mother left behind tell you why. The girl went on to say that what you just said to Victor was wrong. Their mother's death wasn't to let her build these survival bases. She chose to sacrifice herself to let you live better. The girl showed her arm again and said that she was really bitten and had indeed survived. Living on in your heart. You have to try to get everyone out. But Alicia knew her physical condition was too weak to leave. The girl shook her head and said that as long as you ensure that others remember this part of you, you will not die. Alicia didn't quite understand what that meant. The girl turned to look at Victor. She wanted Alicia to remember her original intention. As long as she didn't forget her initial heart, she wouldn't die. If she really didn't save even Victor, perhaps she would truly be dead. A reminder, the little girl is actually a projection from deep within Alicia's heart, representing her survival instinct and her original intentions. Everyone has a chance to be saved. Subconsciously, Alicia wants to overcome the infection and survive, and she wants Victor to live too, but she isn't aware of these feelings, so she fantasizes about her younger self leading her to do the right thing, to escape the impending radioactive dust. Everyone prepares to flee by boat. They look at the thick fog in the distance with worried expressions because Alicia hasn't arrived yet. Naomi comes over to remind them that everyone is ready and it's time to leave. Luciana wants to wait a bit longer, but at this moment, the greater good must prevail.
Everyone in, we're shoving off!
Hearing Luciana's order, there's a sense of melancholy among the people, as Alicia's absence is a lingering regret, but at that moment, others seem to see a glimmer of hope.
Pete, we need help. Alicia, where are you?
Alicia weakly says she's in the armored vehicle and can't move anymore, and of course, she's brought Victor along. Victor has never had real friends in his life. He only considered Madison's family as his own, because they never gave up on him when he fell into the abyss. When Alicia wakes up again, she's already on the beach. Grace says the readings are going up. The zombie horde must be burning now, and they need to leave quickly. Alicia hurriedly asks if there's any news of Morgan. Grace explains that they've made contact with him. He hasn't reached shore yet, but there's no radiation where he is. Grace then hands the walkie-talkie to Alicia to talk with Morgan. Soon, Morgan's voice comes through, and Alicia says she's sorry for letting him down. Morgan says that everyone being alive is what's most important, and he also feels that what she said might be right. He's received some information on the radio, possibly about Padre. Maybe it really exists, and they need to find it. Alicia is also a bit excited inside, as she was the only one who truly believed in Padre before. Then she tells Morgan that no matter what happens to her, he shouldn't fight alone. She doesn't want Morgan to carry everything like she does. Morgan understands that Alicia is worried about her condition and can only comfort her that it will get better. But soon the communication cuts off again. Time is pressing, and everyone is quickly preparing to leave. Charlie steps forward. Both sisters have become like this. They're both sorry for not being there when the other needed help the most. In season 4, Charlie's dream was to go to the beach once, and Alicia wanted to take her but got delayed. They exchange a farewell, knowing that with so many boats, they might get lost along the way. Daniel also comes to say goodbye to Alicia. He says he wasn't with his daughter to the end, but he will always be by Charlie's side.
I will see you again.
Hearing Daniel's words, Alicia's tears can't be held back. Sherry and Dwight also thank Alicia, grateful for her accepting them initially. Alicia nods gently. Luciana also comes to say goodbye, saying if it weren't for needing to take care of them, she would be on Alicia's boat taking care of her. But Alicia refuses. She believes she could die at any moment and turn into a zombie, potentially harming others. Being alone is the safest option for her. At this moment, Victor, holding supplies, insists on accompanying Alicia even if it means being bitten by her as a zombie. Alicia firmly refuses and gets off the boat. Victor, realizing what she intends to do, shouts for her not to go. Alicia says she doesn't know how long it will be before she turns or how much longer she can live. Many people have heard her message and are heading to the building. She wants to stop them.
You have to go.
I'm not gonna go!
You have to go!
I'm not gonna go!
You have to go!
Finally, after much persuasion from Alicia, Victor reluctantly agrees to leave.
Victor, I didn't just save you so you could live to do what I couldn't. I did it because I love you too.
The love Alicia speaks of is like the love for a family member. Will their journey be smooth? And can they find a sanctuary? Alicia eventually collapses on the beach again. When she wakes up, the sky is still clear, and the little bird is beside her. No boats are seen on the lake. She feels different now, no longer feverish, just thirsty. The girl appears again, and Alicia doesn't understand why she's here again. The girl shows her arm, the scar is gone, and she asks Alicia how she feels now. Alicia takes a moment to feel her body, which hasn't felt this light in a long time. This episode is Alicia's self-redemption. The little girl and the bird are her hallucinations. Alicia verbally refuses to save Victor, but Victor has become an important part of her life. Like family, according to Alicia's original intention, everyone has a chance to be saved. Just like the little bird, if Alicia gives up on Victor, then she is no longer the real Alicia. The little girl can be seen as a manifestation of her innermost thoughts or as Alicia's original intention guiding her to do the right thing. As for how Alicia's infection suddenly improves, I believe that since Alicia was bitten by a zombie and started to have a fever, she's had a sense of self-despair. Coupled with her desire to complete what her mother didn't, the little girl rekindled her desire to live. Now that Alicia has let everything go, she has returned to being her true self. So her condition is slowly improving. That last bullet she saved for herself is no longer needed. A man wakes from his sleep to the growling of zombies outside. Morgan peeks out and pays no attention. It's his third day ashore, and he's been trying to contact Grace and the others via walkie-talkie every day, but to no avail. At this moment, little Morgan starts crying again, seemingly hungry. Morgan can only soothe her with Grace's headphones playing music. Then he takes her to look for formula. When Morgan reaches the beach, he finds a zombie buried in the sand. He glances around and then removes the zombie's head cover. Realizing this person was buried alive, Morgan arrives in a small town and struggles to find a can of formula in a car, only to discover it's empty. Finding supplies, especially scarce resources like formula, is getting increasingly difficult. Later, Morgan finds a shop where the shelves are bare except for an oxygen tank. After what feels like a long journey, Morgan stumbles upon a manor and decides to try his luck. The place is neatly arranged and eerily quiet. Morgan cautiously inspects the inside. As he approaches the stairs, he hears a woman speaking in a room. Morgan opens the door, and the woman inside becomes tense, then pulls out a knife and questions his intentions. She doesn't seem like a bad person by her demeanor. Morgan lowers his weapon, saying he's just looking for food. The woman relaxes a bit when she hears the infant in Morgan's arms cry, telling him there's no food here. Morgan then notices several pregnancy tests on the table, all indicating the woman is pregnant. Understanding the feelings of a parent, he places his weapon on the ground. He then asks how far along she is, introduces himself as Morgan, and mentions his daughter. Little Morgan, the woman, looking at the child, lowers her knife and eases up, telling Morgan her name is Ava. Morgan can tell Ava is in trouble and also looking for someone. He offers mutual help, but Ava declines Morgan's offer. That night, a fruitless Morgan lies in a small boat, speaking into the walkie-talkie, hoping Grace can hear him. I don't know how much longer I can hold on without you. The child especially needs you, and I need the confidence that family provides.
Somebody up there! I could really use some help down here.
Suddenly, Morgan becomes alert. In this apocalypse, some humans are more dangerous than zombies. He cautiously unzips the opening.
Evening.
When Morgan wakes again, he finds masked people digging nearby. He looked up and saw several people with sacks over their heads standing before him. Hearing his child cry, Morgan quickly becomes alert but is pinned down by them. Morgan tries to negotiate, telling them they can take whatever they want, just return his child. But the leader retorts that she doesn't belong to him, just like the other children he's stolen. Morgan doesn't understand and insists the girl is his daughter and that he's never stolen any child. The man doesn't believe Morgan, simply asking where the stolen children are. It's clear that Morgan has been taken for someone else. At the man's command, they cover Morgan's head and throw him into a hole. Morgan suddenly remembers the zombie buried in the sand from the day before. Realizing it was the work of these people, he pleads with the man not to do this. Morgan isn't afraid of death but is worried about little Morgan being left uncared for. Just then, a commotion erupts outside, followed by gunshots and screams, and then the sound of a child crying. Morgan quickly removes his hood. The people outside are lying on the ground, and a figure is holding the child. Morgan cautiously says, "Whoever you are, "Thank you for saving me." It turns out to be a woman. Morgan realizes that these people had mistaken him for the woman's accomplice, and he won't allow the woman to take the child away.
She's better off with me than you, and you'll get over it.
Morgan attempts to resist, but the woman immediately fires a warning shot. I was shocked when this woman showed up. This is Alicia and Nick's mother. She's alive, but Morgan has never seen Madison.
Hey, stop!
Madison takes the child and quickly leaves. Morgan can only stand there, watching her depart. Madison carries the child along the beach, then uses the walkie-talkie to contact the person she's meeting. They agree to complete the handover at the old place. Then Madison arrives at a pier, but when she enters, she finds the contact hasn't arrived yet. Madison contacted them again and was told that they were late because they had found a new egg. Egg means child. Madison put little Morgan in a baby box. After a while, Madison starts recording in a notebook. From the contents, it's evident that this team has collected 758 children. People like Madison, called collectors, are responsible for helping the team with such tasks. A woman's voice comes from the walkie-talkie, seemingly calling her husband, claiming the child needs him. Hearing this, Madison knows there's another prey. She contacts the organization, saying she's found a new egg. She'll leave the child in the house. They can come later and take her away. Madison prepares to find this new egg. Madison contacts the woman using the walkie-talkie, saying, "I heard your message. I'm someone who wants to help. Where are you now?" The woman replies, "How do I know you're not one of those child-stealing bastards?" It seems Madison's organization has a notorious reputation. Madison simply says, "I'm a mother too. You can trust me." As Madison speaks, zombies surround them. She pulls out her weapon. The intense activity forces Madison to use her oxygen tank. Madison initially ignited the zombies, sacrificing herself, and was rescued by someone from the organization, but her lungs were severely damaged. Madison glanced at her oxygen tank, which was almost depleted, and knew she had to replenish it quickly. Then she arrived at her oxygen storage area, only to open it and find it completely empty. At that moment, Morgan's axe was already at Madison's neck, followed by him taking her pistol. Morgan asked, "Where is my daughter?" Madison calmly replied, "Somewhere you'll never find." "Where did you hide my oxygen?" Morgan responded, "Also in a place you'll never find, unless you lead me to my daughter." Madison, with a threatening tone, said, "The people behind me have 100 ways to kill." But Morgan didn't care. He just wanted to find his daughter. With no other choice, Madison had to lead Morgan in the search. Along the way, Madison kept urging Morgan to give up, saying, "The people behind me will kill you," and claimed they weren't stealing children but saving them, asserting, "You parents can't properly care for them." Every so often, Morgan would allow Madison to breathe some oxygen. Soon, Madison led Morgan to the pier, but unfortunately, they were too late, and the child had already been taken away. In desperation, Morgan searched around and then noticed a record book on the table, and beneath it, another book with Padre written on the cover and Collector No. 6" in the name section. Morgan was shocked to see that Madison was from Padre. Madison was also surprised because ordinary people shouldn't know about this place. Morgan couldn't care less. He asked Madison to take him to the Padre headquarters. On the way, Madison continued to persuade Morgan that it was not in the child's best interest to be with him. Morgan angrily retorted, "What right do you have to decide what's best for my family?" Unafraid, Madison replied, "I used to be a lot like you, but now I'm different." Just then, a zombie approached from behind. Morgan had to deal with the zombie first. Taking advantage of this, Madison grabbed her weapon and resisted, but Morgan quickly pounced on her. They struggled fiercely, but Madison's combat skills were no match for Morgan's, and she was quickly subdued again. However, at that moment, Morgan was distracted by the names written on Madison's wrists. One read Alicia, and he quickly checked the other, which read Nick. Suddenly, Morgan took 2 steps back, unable to believe what he saw.
You're Madison Clark.
Madison looked puzzled, wondering how Morgan could possibly know about her children. Morgan explained that her children told him she was dead and that he had seen the stadium. Madison then believed that this man must know her children and incredulously asked if they were still alive. Morgan was silent for a while before saying he would tell her everything, but she must first help him find his daughter. Madison reluctantly explained that Padre would only return children if another child was provided in exchange. Morgan flatly refused. Unable to comprehend why Padre would want to take children from other families, Madison insisted they were giving these children a better life and that it was the only way to get his daughter back. Morgan thought of the pregnant woman, Ava. He met yesterday, the one calling for Madison. He reasoned that if Padre could take care of her and her unborn child, it would be a good option, and he could also get little Morgan back. Madison assured him that this would definitely get his child back and urged him to lead the way to Ava. Morgan, feeling guilty, asked if Padre would really take good care of them. Madison firmly assured him that they would. Morgan then felt much less guilty. If that's the case, it's not like he's betraying the woman, but they'll be well taken care of. Morgan took Madison to the manor where Ava was located, with the oxygen tank still in his possession, which also controlled Madison's lifeline. They talked along the way. Morgan had heard about Madison from Alicia and Nick, describing her as a caring and helpful person. Now, how could she be involved in child stealing? But Madison insisted she was saving the children. Morgan told Madison he didn't know what Padre was, but many people, including her daughter Alicia, had hoped for it and were looking for it. Madison, excited, asked why Alicia would look for Padre, but Morgan said he wouldn't reveal anything until he found his daughter. Soon, they arrived at the manor. Morgan was unsure how to start the conversation. Madison suggested they go in and explain the situation to Ava, telling her they would take her to a place where she and her child would be cared for. Morgan asked what would happen to Ava after the child was born. Madison said that wasn't their concern, though not explicitly stated. Morgan guessed Ava's fate after childbirth wouldn't be good. He began to hesitate and feel conflicted about betraying Ava, but he was doing it for his daughter.
How can you do this to people?
Get used to it.
They quickly entered the house, and Ava came out, looking puzzled at this strange woman. Morgan explained that she was there to help. Madison also told Ava that they had spoken over the radio before, and Morgan had brought her to help. Ava said softly that she was just looking for her husband and that the house belonged to her family, believing it to be very safe. Madison continued, saying they could help her and her child. The place I come from is very safe. The people there are very kind, and it's an ideal place for children to grow up, she said. Ava was somewhat skeptical. Morgan chimed in, praising the place against his will. Convinced, Ava decided to pack her bags and follow them. As Ava walked into the room, Morgan, feeling uneasy, asked Madison again what would happen to Ava after she gave birth. Madison replied that he already guessed in his heart they would eventually be separated. As Padre operates without emotional attachments, Morgan regrets his decision because he can't do it anymore after seeing what happened to Grace after she lost her baby. Madison threatened that he would never see his daughter again, leaving Morgan speechless. As Ava finished packing, they stopped arguing. Morgan didn't reveal the truth for the sake of his daughter. As they were descending the stairs, Madison saw through the window the group with sacks on their heads, surely coming for her. Madison informed Ava that she had offended them while rescuing children. Without further thought, Ava led them towards the back door. Running, Madison needed to continuously replenish her oxygen and tried to grab the backpack, but Morgan wouldn't let her. Just then, Ava tripped over a branch, and a zombie crawled towards her. In her moment of panic, Madison smashed the zombie's head with a hammer. Morgan quickly helped Ava up, discovering a wound on her stomach from the branch. They thought about fleeing, but Ava's condition and wound meant she couldn't go far. They decided to hide in a tomb chamber. They opened the large door. It was the resting place of Ava's ancestors. Madison quickly closed the door, and together with Morgan, they barricaded the entrance. Ava, holding her stomach, gasped for air. Madison then took out a stethoscope to ensure the child was okay. But after several attempts, she couldn't hear the baby's heartbeat. Morgan looked worriedly at Ava and told Madison to quickly call a Padre doctor, but Madison seemed not to hear him and continued checking for a heartbeat. A few minutes later, Madison concluded that Ava wasn't pregnant at all, which annoyed her. She questioned Ava about why she lied to them, just to be taken to Padre for better care. Morgan was also confused. Ava calmly told Madison, "Did you forget? You took away my daughter." Madison paused, her gaze shifting away. Ava continued, "A year ago, you told me it was for my child's good. Then you took her away. She was only 6 years old. She cried when you dragged her away from me on the beach." Then Ava turned to Morgan, saying, "This woman's mouth is full of lies." In fact, Ava had pretended to be pregnant. She contacted Madison over the radio to get to Padre to find her child. Madison clearly told her that your plan will not work. They will check the baby's heartbeat before boarding the ship and also after arrival. Morgan also questioned whether Ava being pregnant would actually get his daughter back. Madison, no longer hiding, said that even if Ava was pregnant, it wouldn't necessarily be successful. Ava then realized that Morgan had brought people to find her in exchange for his own child. They fell into an argument. Morgan, furious, held his axe to Madison's neck, demanding she find his daughter, or she'd never know where her children were. Madison replied that she didn't want to find them and never wanted to see them. Seeing the unyielding Madison, Morgan didn't understand how the mother Alicia described could have become like this. What was Madison's purpose in doing all this? Ava then spoke up, questioning how someone like Madison could have children. She picked up a weapon from the ground and smashed Madison's oxygen tank. Then Ava smashed a hole in a tomb chamber, pulling out a gun from inside. It was a family tradition to be buried with their favorite sidearm. She questioned how someone like Madison deserved to live. Outside, the zombies, hearing the noise, gathered around. Morgan urged Ava to stay calm, saying their priority was to stay alive and leave to find their children. Ava said she had a better plan and took out the walkie-talkie, asking if the people looking for the collector were there. Soon, there was a response. Ava claimed she was like them, a victim of Madison, and had found a way to make her comply, but she needed their help. Madison seemed to guess what Ava was planning. Then Ava threw the walkie-talkie to Morgan, telling him to inform the group where Madison's children were. She wanted to use Madison's methods against her. Morgan shook his head, saying he couldn't do it, but as Ava persisted, Morgan reluctantly revealed the truth.
Because they're already dead. They're gone. I'm sorry, I really am.
Suddenly, Madison lost her previous indifferent demeanor. Madison, emotionally charged, pushed Morgan against the wall and demanded, "You said my children were still alive, and you even knew where they were." Morgan expressed helplessly, "I only did it to use you to find my daughter." Madison still refused to believe, thinking that Morgan must be deceiving her. Perhaps he didn't even know the siblings Alicia and Nick. Morgan sadly said, "I wouldn't lie about something like this. Your son Nick was shot. Victor, Alicia, Luciana, and I were all there. We buried him ourselves." After hearing this, Madison was devastated, although she had thought that her children might no longer be alive, especially since that place had experienced a nuclear explosion. She still held out hope without having seen it for herself. Now Morgan's words felt like a knife in Madison's heart. The strong Madison asked again about how Alicia died. Morgan knew how cruel this was for a mother but still said reluctantly, "Alicia was bitten by zombies not long ago. She had to amputate her arm, but it was too late. She got infected. Yet, she fought against the virus for months, longer than anyone I've seen." Hearing about her daughter's ordeal, Madison wished she could bear it for her. Her poor daughter had suffered so much. Morgan continued, "The last time I spoke to Alicia, she was nearly gone." Madison felt choked up. Even Ava stopped speaking. It seems when grief reaches its extreme, even tears refuse to flow.
I'm sorry.
Half an hour later, more and more zombies gathered outside. Madison just sat there, dazed, perhaps regretting not having gone to look for them sooner. Morgan observed the outside. At least 30 zombies were gathering. This would surely attract more. Ava's walkie-talkie started ringing again, the group urging her to make the trade. Morgan said, "Now that you've lost your bargaining chip, they'll likely kill us if they find us. I nearly died at their hands before." Then Morgan turned off the walkie-talkie, but with the zombies gathering, it was only a matter of time before that group found them. They needed to fight their way out quickly. Ava stated that only if all three of them fought would they stand a chance. Morgan glanced at Madison in the corner and then told her they needed her help. "I'm also sorry for not telling you the truth about your children at first, but I did what I had to do for my daughter." Madison, with a melancholy expression, inquired about what her children were doing before they died. Morgan said, "The first time I met Nick, he wasn't doing well, and Alicia was the same. They both thought you were dead but believed in what you were doing and strived for it. Then the accident with Nick happened." Madison pictured the scenes of her children's deaths in her mind and then asked how Alicia was bitten. Morgan continued, "Some madman wanted to launch a nuclear missile. Alicia tried hard to stop it. She didn't succeed, but she survived the explosion. She helped me, my daughter, and some people we cared about escaped the radiation. She struggled hard against the infection." A glimmer of hope rose in Madison's heart. Morgan hadn't seen Alicia die, but then she thought, no one bitten by zombies could survive. Yet, Morgan added, "Alicia isn't just anyone. Maybe she'll find a way to survive." Madison said calmly, "Even if she survives, I don't want to go looking for her." Morgan was puzzled at this. Madison then shared her own experience. Initially, she had sacrificed herself at the stadium and, fortunately, was saved by Padre's people. Padre made her a collector, specifically to find children. As long as she completed her tasks well, they promised to help her find Alicia and Nick. Madison worked harder than any other collector. When she had found more children than anyone else, Padre's reward for Madison was to help her find Alicia and Nick. However, Madison refused because she had seen through Padre. She didn't want her children to be forced to do things they disliked. Just like her, Morgan, confused, asked, "If you don't want to find your children, why continue to work for Padre?" Madison explained that Padre wasn't that simple. "If I leave, they'll find my children and coerce them. But now, I don't have to worry about that anymore. I have nothing left to lose. If I knew about your children before I took yours, I wouldn't have done it." At that moment, gunfire like firecrackers sounded outside. It was clear that the group had found them and were demanding they open the door or face death. Morgan started to worry. If this group came in, they would definitely kill him and Madison, as she had saved him before and would be seen as an accomplice. Madison stood up and urged Morgan not to die for her. Morgan replied, "I'm not trying to save you. I need you to help me save my daughter." Madison admitted the truth. "I can't help you find her. If you want to survive now, open the door and prove we're not together." The knocking outside became more urgent. Morgan, losing his patience, told them he would open the door but needed a moment. Madison comforted him, saying there's no need for guilt. Being alive is the only way he could hope to see his child again. Morgan and Ava then moved the blockade and opened the door. The people quickly entered the house, and their leader walked in last, removing his hood. He was a middle-aged man. Wilt's son had been taken by Madison last winter, and he was here to make her pay. With the tide rising in 2 hours, Wilt ordered his men to bury Madison on the beach to slowly experience death. Half an hour later, Madison was buried on the beach. Morgan, because he cleared his relationship with Madison by opening the door, therefore was not punished. Ava asked Wilt if Madison had said anything. Wilt replied they didn't need her to. They found in her backpack a note detailing when that group was supposed to come for her. Wilt then threw a hood to Morgan, telling him to join them at the docks to ambush Padre's people. Morgan, looking at the hood, shook his head, saying this wouldn't bring back the children. It would only lead to everyone's death. Hearing this, they all surrounded him. Fortunately, Ava stepped in, persuading them to let him go. "We've all lost children. Why fight amongst ourselves?" Wilt thought for a moment and warned Morgan, "You can go, but don't interfere with us, or you know the consequences." Once they left, Morgan also advised Ava not to follow them, knowing such rash actions couldn't succeed. But Ava insisted she had to do something and followed them anyway. An hour later, Madison was struggling for air as the tide began to rise, and 2 zombies were washed ashore. Madison took a deep breath. She wasn't afraid of death, but being eaten alive by zombies was the most terrifying thing. Strangely, 2 of the 3 zombies had burlap on their heads. Madison thought back to the children she had taken away. Perhaps this was her retribution. As the zombies drew closer, Madison closed her eyes. The first zombie was suddenly tripped by the sand and fell to the ground. It crawled towards Madison again, but fortunately, Morgan arrived in time. Then, Morgan effortlessly took care of the other 2 zombies. Morgan hurried over and dug through the sand, telling Madison she shouldn't just die like this. Madison thought he was coming to her rescue for his daughter, but Morgan said, "It's not for that. When I encountered your children, I was as confused as you. I wanted to run away from everything, and they were instrumental in my transformation. Don't lose yourself. Those who are alive can be saved." And Alicia says that's what you told her. Madison was having trouble breathing. Morgan urged her to hold on and quickly went to get an oxygen bottle. At this time, 2 more zombies arrived from the sea, one of whose head covering was eerily familiar. It was the leader. Madison knew Padre had killed them. Before that, she had advised these people not to go to the dock, but now they had turned into zombies. Morgan hurried back with the oxygen.
Morgan!
Killing a few zombies was easy for him, but he was shocked when he noticed a doll at the waist of one of the zombies. It was Ava's. Morgan held his weapon against the zombie's neck and removed its hood. It indeed was Ava. 3 more zombies were approaching from the beach. Morgan regretted involving Ava, leading to her needless death. The zombies are already on top of Morgan. The other 3 zombies were getting closer and closer. Madison, anxious, reached for a weapon and managed to get one. As the zombies drew near, she broke the legs of 3 with one move and then smashed them one by one. Morgan kept apologizing to the zombies. Madison arrived to kill the zombies. Then she ran to breathe from the oxygen tank. Once she recovered, Madison told Morgan, "I've doomed so many families. There's no saving me now." but I'll help you find your daughter. To go to Padre, there's only one way. We need to find another child for them. Morgan pondered for a while. Then seeing a radio in the backpack, he thought of a plan. Soon, they arrived at the dock where Padre's people were waiting for Madison. Seeing a stranger, the leader asked Madison who he was. Madison said he could provide something. The man looked at Morgan skeptically. Morgan spoke up. I have some information. There are people on a small boat outside, with a pregnant woman and a child. I can tell you a lot, but you have to take me with you and let me join you. The man, after hearing this, did not object and allowed them onto the boat. With that, they passed this hurdle. After traveling some distance, Morgan asked Madison where they were going and where exactly Padre was. Madison said she had been working for them for so long and knew nothing. Then, their eyes were blindfolded. And with that, Season 7 of Fear the Walking Dead officially ended.